Chapter 983. The moment Princess Xinyang said that, the room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiao Ji was quiet because he never expected Qin Fengwan to say something like that. Qin Fengwan was a snow-white rabbit that would run away with a poke. He was used to teasing Qin Fengwan, and this was the first time he saw her not playing by the rules. While his blood rushed to his head, he was also a bit confused. Princess Xinyang was quiet because she also didn't expect herself to say something like that. She regretted it right after saying it. What's going on? Am I possessed? Or is it because I've been with this guy for so long that I've become stained by his company? She finally knew how to be embarrassed. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Xiao Ji felt better. Otherwise, words spoken were like spilled water. If they didn't fight for 300 rounds tonight, it wouldn't end well. But if that really happened, wouldn't she be scared out of her wits? Not to mention that he might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. You'll give it to me just because I want it? Qin Fengwan, when did you become so obedient? He couldn't take her body, but he had to take advantage of her with his mouth. Without waiting for Princess Xinyang to speak, he continued, "But how can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Do I have to give it to you just because you want it? I won't. You can't give it to me, right? You're already injured like this. Which part of your body can still move?" Princess Xinyang knew that he was taking advantage of her thin skin to take advantage of her again and again. She should just push him down and tell him to stop talking nonsense. If he's a man, he should be serious. But on second thought, she really couldn't do such a thing. She was angry at herself and at him. Her face darkened, and she glared at him before suddenly tightening her belt. Xiao Ji was caught off guard and sucked in a cold breath. This time it really hurt. Outside, the woman in red who hadn't seen Xiao Ji for a long time spoke up. "Lang Jun, is there a problem with your clothes? Do you want us to come in and serve you?" Lang Jun. Hearing this, Princess Xinyang's face darkened even more. Xiao Ji looked at her playfully and said smugly, "Qin Fengwan, jealous of this too?" In the Dongi tribe, Lang Jun is just a title for a married man. It doesn't have any ambiguous meaning. "Lang Jun, I'm coming in," the woman in red said. Princess Xinyang quickly adjusted her expression and silently retreated to the side. Xiao Ji put on her veil and turned around, blocking her from view. She hooked her finger under the cover of her wide sleeves. Princess Xinyang's fingertips went numb, as if electricity had passed through them. She quickly hid her fingers behind her back. Under the veil, Xiao Ji's lips curled. When the woman in red entered the room, she couldn't help but frown. She felt a very strange aura, but she couldn't tell what it was. She just felt that she was a little extra. She shook her head and cleared her thoughts before inspecting Xiao Ji's wedding robe. The Holy Virgin's husband's wedding robe was also red, but the material and style were slightly different. It wasn't made of high-quality brocade, but red silk and shark's gauze. This was more of a test of a man's figure. If he wasn't careful, he would appear short and fat. Xiao Ji didn't have any concerns in this regard. He was tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his legs were long and slender. His figure would look good even if he wore a sack. The woman in red was also quite stunning. If it weren't for the rules, she would have taken off her Longjuan's veil and seen his appearance. "How much longer do you want to look?" Xiao Ji asked impatiently. The woman in red suddenly came back to her senses and lowered her head in embarrassment. The embroiderer made a mistake in Longjuan's measurements and made it 2 inches too big. I didn't expect it to fit just now. I'll take off Longjuan's wedding robe for him." Xiao Ji said rudely, "Does your Holy Virgin know that you're touching my body?" The woman in red choked. "It's our duty to serve you," but after hearing what you said, she suddenly didn't dare to do it. Xiao Ji said indifferently, "Go out. My people will bring you the wedding robe in a while." The woman in red answered and turned to leave. She muttered inwardly. Her Lang Jun was of low birth, so she didn't take him seriously. However, his aura was too strong. After taking back the wedding robe, she carried it to the Holy Virgin's inner hall. The Holy Virgin meditated and prayed for Dongi every day, and today was no exception. The woman in red didn't dare to disturb her and waited for 2 hours until the Holy Virgin came out of the prayer hall. The pure Holy Virgin was dressed in white and had a slender waist. She wore a white veil on her face, revealing only a pair of arrogant and cold eyes. The woman in red bowed to her. Holy Virgin. The Holy Virgin glanced at her and asked, Hongwan, why are you waiting for me here? Hongwan said, Langjun is tried on the wedding robe. The size is suitable. That's good. The Holy Virgin's mood didn't change much. The Holy Virgin's wedding was part of her duty. She had to give birth to a suitable successor for the Holy Virgin. Seeing that Hongwan didn't move, she couldn't help but ask, Why aren't you leaving? That. Hongwan thought for a moment and said truthfully, Holy Virgin, I know this marriage isn't what you want. If you don't get married in time, you may become the king's woman. However, you may have chosen the right marriage this time. Langjun is very good. Is that so? The Holy Virgin expressionlessly came to her dressing table and glanced at the phoenix coronet and robe placed on the stool. Hongwan came to her side and said, Holy Virgin, you will like Langjun. You rarely praise men. The Holy Virgin said. Hongwan honestly said, because Langjun is worthy of this praise. The Holy Virgin turned around and glanced at her. I'm curious about what he looks like to make you praise him like this. Fine, bring him to see me. Yes. Less than half an hour later, Hongwan appeared at the door of Xiaoji's room. Xiaoji had bolted the door, so she couldn't enter. She reported outside the door. Princess Xinyang frowned and whispered, It's so late. Why did the Holy Virgin summon you? Could she have discovered something? Xiaoji thought about it carefully. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him. If there was something wrong with him, it would be that he was covered in wounds and had the smell of gold medicine and blood. However, the Holy Virgin's hall was filled with incense, and the rich fragrance had long covered his smell. Xiaoji said indifferently, It's nothing. I'll go meet her first and find the antidote for Xiaoming. Xiaoming's poison came from the Holy Virgin's hall. Be careful, Princess Xinyang warned. Seeing her worried look, Xiaoji inexplicably wanted to tease her. Qin Fengwan, are you worried about my safety, or are you worried that I'll stay overnight in another woman's room? Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. Xiaoji raised his eyebrows and stood up with his hands on the table. Ah, that's true. You don't care anyway. He pretended to walk out the door, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. Princess Xinyang knew he was doing it on purpose, but she still couldn't help but reach out and grab his sleeve. Xiaoji tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Her eyes moved, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she stared at the clean floor in front of her and whispered, You're not allowed to stay overnight in another woman's room. Xiaoji asked her, Are you not allowed to do it tonight or in the future? Princess Xinyang cleared her throat and said without a change in her expression, In the future, in the future. Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. This request was too much. She was the one who said she didn't care about him. Now, she was the one who wanted to control him. She had slapped herself in the face. Even she felt embarrassed. Princess Xinyang thought he would take the opportunity to say, Give me a reason, or Qin Fengwan, what makes you think you have the right to do this? But she guessed wrong. He turned around, raised his well-defined hand, and gently pinched her chin. Then he leaned down and fiercely kissed her lips under her confused gaze. The unexpected kiss stunned her. Her long eyelashes fluttered innocently, and her heartbeat sped up. Her breathing quickened as she felt his domineering demand. When he let go, her head was dizzy, and her entire face was red. He stared at her with a sober expression. Qin Fengwan, there's a price to pay for monopolizing me. I might do something even worse to you. It's not just words. Do you understand? Princess Xinyang was stunned. Xiaoji didn't immediately force her to give him an answer. They hadn't really done it willingly. She had been drugged for 2 nights, and she had given herself to him under those circumstances. She hadn't done it willingly. She hated him and pushed him away time and time again. He could restrain himself from doing anything overboard to her. But she had started to accept him and get close to him. He wasn't a saint. Could it be that he could really control himself and stop himself from dabbling in it every single time? Or did she have to take the drug every time? Xiaoji went to see the Holy Maiden. Princess Xinyang sat in her room, deep in thought. Chapter 984. This hall was full of twists and turns, giving people a headache. Coupled with the strong smell of incense, Xiao Ji frowned. However, he still secretly memorized the route he had taken. He didn't like to study when he was young. First, his father forced him too hard, so he had a rebellious mentality. Second, his eyes and head hurt when he saw those densely packed words. Then he plunged into the military camp and never went to study again. He wasn't stupid. As long as he didn't study, he basically had a photographic memory and could remember most of the things he heard. This gave him a great advantage on the battlefield. But no matter how many battles he won, it couldn't change the fact that he was a rough person. Qin Fengwan was a princess who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had both talent and beauty. At that time, he selfishly felt that he couldn't match up to her because he didn't know many words. Now he knew a lot of words, directly or indirectly influenced by Qin Fengwan. Young master, do you have something on your mind? Hong Wan noticed that his mind was wandering and seemed to be absent-minded about meeting the saint. Xiao Ji's consciousness came back quickly, as if he wasn't thinking about anything else. He said sarcastically, "Does your saint know that you care about me so much in private?" Hong Wan choked and didn't dare to say anything. There was clearly no meaning to it. So why did it change when it came to Longjuan's mouth? She quieted down, and Xiao Ji went back to thinking about what happened just now. But once some emotions were broken, it was difficult to pick them up again. He frowned in annoyance. The two of them came to the saint's inner hall. There were 4 maids guarding the door, and each of them knew martial arts. In addition, there were many masters hidden in the dark. It seemed that although there were no men in the saint's hall, the defense was not lax. "Saint, Lang Jun is here," Hong Wan reported from outside the hall. "Come in," the saint said. Her voice sounded quite young. She had the aura of a superior and also a detached loftiness. Xiao Ji secretly gave her a first impression. As long as the saint had never seen him in person, everything would be easy. It was impossible to say that his face looked like he was in his early 20s, but it was also impossible to say that there were traces of age on his face. The main thing was that his eyes and expression had the restraint and calmness of his age. He had to put on a little act, and then lie that he was exhausted. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, he should be able to get away with it. However, the Holy Maiden had actually seen Xiao Ji in person. "It's you." After the Holy Maiden removed Xiao Ji's veil, she stared at his handsome face and was shocked. Xiao Ji was dumbfounded. "I can't be that unlucky, right?" She recognized him just like that. The saintess turned around and pulled out a long sword from the shelf. She placed the gleaming blade on Xiao Ji's neck. Xiao Ji looked at the sharp blade out of the corner of his eye, then looked at the veiled saintess and asked, "Do we know each other?" The saintess was also wearing a veil. She did not take off her veil, but said coldly, "You don't know me, but I know you. When you were fighting with the Dongi army, I analyzed your strategy on the chariot." Xiao Ji suddenly realized, "Ah, you're the military advisor behind the Dongi King." The Dongi King did not have many soldiers, but he could repeatedly defeat the soldiers at the border. The main reason was that he had a very powerful military advisor. He did not expect that the military advisor would be the saintess of the Saint Lady Temple. The saintess said angrily, "All the warriors of the Dongi tribe have been killed by you, Marquis Xinping, Xiao Ji. I was worried that I would not be able to find you, but you came to me on your own accord." She was very angry, but Marquis Xinping did not feel any substantial murderous intent from her. She did not want to kill him. Why? Xiao Ji's judgment of the enemy was very accurate. On the battlefield, any wrong judgment could lead to a large number of casualties. Of course, this ability was not without mistakes. He had paid a huge price for it. Xiao Ji looked at her deeply and sat down on the chair. She frowned and did not cut him with her sword. Instead, she continued to hold the sword against his neck. Xiao Ji confirmed his guess. She really did not want to kill him. This was not a good sign. He and she were mortal enemies. Even so, she still did not want to kill him. Was she going to capture him and take him to the Dongi King? Wouldn't it be better to take his head? Things were not good. "What did you do to that person?" the saintess asked. Xiao Ji said casually, "Nothing. He is alive." I will send him back to you later. Come, the Saintess suddenly ordered. Two black shadows flashed out from behind the screen. Both of them were women, but they were very skilled. The two of them saluted. Saintess, the Saintess said mercilessly, kill him. Yes. The two of them answered and left. Xiao Ji was stunned for 3 seconds. The person the Saintess wanted to kill was the young man he had robbed. Things are not going in the right direction. Xiao Ji had an ominous feeling in his heart. The Saintess flicked her sword and cut open his clothes, revealing the gauze wrapped around his body. She raised her eyebrows slightly. I see. I was wondering how you could be safe after falling into my trap. You sneaked into the Saintess temple for your brother's antidote and your 2 bastard sons, right? I have to disappoint you. The antidote is in my hands, but your sons are in the dungeon of the Dongi King. But as long as you listen to me, I can return your sons to you. Xiao Ji looked at her indifferently. Listen to what? The Saintess sheathed her sword and neatly put it back into the scabbard. Marry me and be my husband. Xiao Ji didn't know what to say. Xiao Ji looked at her and pointed to his head. Is there something wrong with your head? I killed so many Dongi people, and you still want to marry me? Aren't you afraid of betraying Dongi? The Saintess raised her chin and said, if you surrender to me, you will be a warrior of Dongi in the future. You will kill more soldiers of the Zhao Kingdom for Dongi to atone for your crimes. This was the funniest joke Xiao Ji had ever heard. He sneered. What if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me, or are you going to kill my brother and son? The Saintess looked at him calmly. No, I will kill the servant who came with you. Xiao Ji's smile froze on his face. He lowered his eyes and smiled. He looked at her coldly and said, this kind of thing has to be consensual, right? I don't want to marry you. Even if I marry you, I will still abandon you. The Saintess smiled. No, you won't. Xiao Ji narrowed his eyes. The next second, he saw the Saintess turn around and press a switch on the wall. The bookshelf on one side moved to the other side, revealing a dark secret room. Xiao Ji couldn't use much strength at the moment, so he couldn't sneak up on her. The Saintess didn't put her guard up against him because she knew about his condition. She entered the secret room and came out with a white pill on her fingertips. She took the pill to Xiao Ji and slowly bent down. She lifted Xiao Ji's chin with her white fingertips. Eat this, and you'll be loyal to me. Xiao Ji looked at the white pill, and an idea flashed through his mind. Could this be the knockout drug that Grand Concubine Jing had fed the Emperor? The Holy Maiden took in his expression. Oh, it seems that you know him? This was originally a secret medicine of Dongi. Later, it was taken to Shangyi by a trader. It said that some pharmacists in the Yin Kingdom also made this medicine, but the effect of those pills isn't as strong as the one in the Saintess Temple. It's stronger than the one the Emperor took. What kind of strong drug is this? Xiao Ji's mouth twitched. What if I don't take it? The Saintess said coldly, it's not up to you. Xiao Ji vaguely remembered that after taking this drug, he would have a good impression of whoever he saw. At that time, he would close his eyes and refuse to open them. His mind was full of Qin Fengwan. If she had the ability, she would cut off his eyelids. As soon as he swallowed the pill, its effects were indeed strong. In just a few breaths of time, he felt drowsy. I can't open my eyes. I can't open my eyes. He tried hard to recall Qin Fengwan's face in his mind, trying to squeeze the image of the Saintess out of his mind. Bang! Something seemed to have fallen. His consciousness began to blur, and the faces of the Saintess and Qin Fengwan flashed back and forth in his mind. After all, the last person he saw today was the Saintess. It was really not easy to completely remove her from his mind. Fortunately, he had willpower that ordinary people could not imagine. After spending a lot of effort, Qin Fengwan's face finally covered the Saintess' face little by little. At this moment, he vaguely felt that he heard a familiar voice. Hey, big guy, what's wrong with him? Then, in the next second, his eyelids were opened by Long Yi's hand. Long Yi's pair of index fingers and thumbs held his eyes wide open. Long Yi also opened his eyes wide and looked at him without blinking. Hello. Marquis Xian Ping's last trace of spirit power was used up. Before fainting, he looked at Long Mingming's face and gritted his teeth. Fuck. Chapter 985. The saintess had calculated everything, but unexpectedly, Long Yi had appeared out of nowhere and made a ready-made wedding dress for her. Since this medicine originated from the Eastern barbarians, the Eastern barbarians' medicine was naturally more effective. After Xiao Ji fainted, he began to dream. In his dream, it was his last fleeting glimpse. Handsome Long Yi, cute Long Yi, super fierce Long Yi. In short, Long Yi was everywhere. This was the effect of the medicine, and no one could resist it. When he woke up, Long Yi's image was deeply implanted in his mind and couldn't be erased. "You're awake." Princess Xinyang's voice sounded beside him. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in the saintess inner hall. He was lying on a small bamboo bed covered with tiger skin and covered with a thick layer of skin. There was a charcoal fire in the hall, so it wasn't cold. He looked at Qin Fengwan and then looked around. He swore that his gaze had only inadvertently swept across the saintess bed. Princess Xinyang chuckled. "You still want to sleep in that woman's bed?" Xiao Ji, who was inexplicably scolded. "What's the situation? Where's Long Yi?" he asked subconsciously. After asking, he realized that something was wrong. How could he ask Long Yi first? If he wanted to ask, he should ask Qin Fengwan why she was here. Although the answer was definitely Long Yi. Princess Xinyang didn't notice anything wrong for the time being. She just thought that he had seen Long Yi before he fainted, and when he woke up and found that Long Yi wasn't there, he should ask. She said, "Long Yi and Zhen went to find the antidote for Xiao Ming. I heard from Zhen that it was very dangerous just now. The saintess seemed to want to harm you. Fortunately, they arrived in time." Xiao Ji wanted to ask why Long Yi didn't wait for him, but he held back. What the hell was going on? If he continued to ask, how would Qin Fengwan see him? He suppressed his concern for Long Yi and asked her, "Long Yi, did you come here?" Fine, every sentence about Long Yi. Princess Xinyang was still as innocent as ever. "Yes, I didn't alarm anyone. They thought the saint had asked you to stay the night, so they didn't dare to ask." Saintess was knocked unconscious by Long Yi and is still unconscious in the secret room. She explained very carefully, probably because she saw that he was injured and wanted to save him some energy to ask questions. Thinking of something, Princess Xinyang took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve and said to him, "By the way, this is the medicine that Zhen found in the Saint Lady Temple. Try it." She knows about this? Xiao Ji had never heard Zhen mention this before. Princess Xinyang had chatted with Zhen for a while. She said her mother was originally a member of the Saint Lady Temple and served the previous Saint Lady. The Saint Lady Temple was proficient in medicine. Zhen was influenced by her mother since she was young and learned a little from her. What a pity. Xiao Ji sighed. She lost her mother at a young age and lived under someone else's roof for a few years before being sold off by her aunt. This child was truly pitiful. The medicine was to be taken orally. Princess Xinyang poured some water and had him drink it. He thought about it and decided to tell Princess Xinyang about him being drugged to avoid any misunderstandings. "I have something to tell you." "Speak." "I miss Long Yi. F***K. Xiao Ji hated that he couldn't strangle the saintess. What kind of medicine did she feed him? Princess Xinyang looked at him in shock. "No." He pinched the space between his eyebrows and was about to explain when Long Yi returned with the dongy little princess. Without saying anything, he lifted the quilt and walked over to Long Yi. Meng Meng. He wanted to cut himself with a knife. Long Yi, who was inexplicably called by his nickname, dongy little princess, who was inexplicably called by her nickname, as well as Princess Xinyang, who didn't understand what was wrong with her husband. Xiao Ji had spent a tremendous amount of effort to push the saintess out of his mind, but Long Yi had taken advantage of him. Now, he had no choice but to spend another tremendous amount of effort to explain how he had been drugged. Of course, he didn't have to think about Qin Fengwan. He only said that Long Yi had appeared when he had just taken the medicine. Donny little princess suddenly understood. "Oh, so you fainted because of this. You're finished. You've been drugged by our Dongy's most powerful medicine. You're dead meat." Princess Xinyang's face paled. "Isn't there an antidote for this medicine?" She remembered that there was some white medicine and black medicine. Dongy little princess shook her head. There is no antidote. You must have remembered wrongly. Although there are disgusting medicines with opposite effects, if used as an antidote, they can cause confusion. In serious cases, they can even turn people into fools. Princess Xingyang thought of the emperor. He had been drugged by 2 different kinds of medicine at the hands of concubine Jing. It was really difficult for him not to become a complete fool. Dongy little princess continued. Moreover, the effect of our medicine is much stronger. I advise you not to do this. Princess Xingyang frowned. Is there no other way? Thinking of her husband sticking to long day and night from now on, she couldn't tolerate it. We can only wait for medicine's effect to wear off. Dongy little princess put her elbows on the table and supported her little cheeks with her hands. Princess Xingyang hurriedly asked, how long will the medicine's effect last? Dongy little princess thought seriously. It varies from person to person. Marquis only ate 1, right? At least 10 days to half a month, at most a month. Princess Xingyang murmured. So long, Dongy little princess said. If we don't let Marquis see long, the medicine's effect will weaken and disappear faster. So it's like this. Princess Xingyang made up her mind to keep an eye on Xiao Ji from now on. Who would have thought that when she turned her head, Xiao Ji was no longer in the room? Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly got up and went to the backyard. In the empty courtyard, 2 big men were squatting on the ground and digging snow. The scene was intimate and harmonious. Long, he made an ugly snowman, and Xiao Ji praised with stars in his eyes. Meng Meng is awesome. Princess Xingyang suddenly felt green above her head. Quickly let them separate. Otherwise, Marquis's condition will worsen. Dongy little princess sincerely suggested. The effect of this medicine would gradually become stronger as the contact deepened, and one day it would reach its peak and then slowly fade away. From the performance of Xiao Ji just now, he was indeed becoming more and more clingy to Long Yi. Did you find your father's medicine? Princess Xingyang suddenly asked Dongy little princess. Dongy little princess was dumbfounded. She didn't know whether it was because of the words, your father, or because she was surprised to hear this topic. She lowered her eyes and said, oh, I found it. Then there was nothing else to arrange for Long Yi. Princess Xingyang asked, is there another room in the Holy Maiden Hall? Dongy little princess said, there is. Does Princess want me to take Long Yi there? Princess Xingyang answered. Then what about you? Dongy little princess asked. Princess Xingyang looked at Xiao Ji, who was clinging to Long Yi, and took a deep breath. I will stay here to look after Marquis. You live next door to Long Yi and help me look after Long Yi. Long Yi was definitely not a problem, so she didn't know why she was worrying about him. Dongy little princess wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and took Long Yi to find a room to stay. Xiao Ji wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Princess Xingyang. Cold wind blew and the snow on Xiao Ji's paw melted. He was so cold that he shivered and became clear-headed. He looked at the ugly snowman on the ground with a complicated expression and asked, just now I didn't do anything strange, right? Princess Xingyang, because she knew it was the effect of the medicine, Princess Xingyang didn't really get angry with him and took him back to the inner hall. During this time, the red-robed woman came and asked Holy Maiden if she needed anything. Xiao Ji said to her from the other side of the door, no need. Everyone is dismissed tonight. I will wait upon Holy Maiden and help her rest. Princess Xingyang put on Holy Maiden's clothes and combed Holy Maiden's hair, casting a shadow on the window paper. The red-robed woman didn't suspect anything and respectfully dismissed the guards. As for the hidden experts, Long Yi had already quietly dealt with them. When Long Yi wasn't around, Xiao Ji was still relatively clear-headed. Late at night, it was time to go to bed. Princess Xingyang changed the soft blanket on the bed and lay down together with him. Just now, I really didn't do anything, right? He asked. No, Princess Xingyang said without changing her expression. At this crucial moment, it was best not to mention Long Yi's name. Did you get the antidote for Xiao Ming? He asked again. Got it, Princess Xingyang said. Xiao Ji felt relieved. That's good. Xiao Ming has been poisoned for too long. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. he said and paused. Then, we only have to save Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. What do you plan to do? Princess Xinyang asked. Xiao Ji analyzed. We can directly kill our way into the king of Dongyi's dungeon and save them. This method is too risky. Long Yi alone won't have enough manpower. Even if I go with serious injuries, I won't be able to help. It was rare for Princess Xinyang to not choke. Now you know your limits. How could you be so confident when you were talking nonsense to me? Xiao Ji continued. Or we can use the Holy Maiden to exchange for Xiao In and Xiao Zhe. But this is also risky. If the king of Dongyi refuses to exchange, the army will break through and we will all die here. With Long Yi's martial arts, he could definitely break through, but it would be difficult to bring others with him. Princess Xinyang frowned. This won't work. That won't work? There's a third method. Xiao Ji paused again, this time for a long time. The wedding will continue. The king of Dongyi will come to attend the Holy Maiden's wedding. Long Yi will take this opportunity to kidnap the king of Dongyi. Princess Xinyang's mood was really agitated. She leaned over, straightened her body with her fingers, and looked at him. You really want to marry the Holy Maiden? Thinking of the scene of him going through the wedding ceremony with another woman, she felt uncomfortable all over. And she won't cooperate, she said angrily. Xiao Ji said, yes, what you said is not without reason. She won't cooperate obediently. Unless I give her the same drug so that she will... In your dreams. Princess Xinyang looked at him coldly and rejected this suggestion. Xiao Ji sighed helplessly. But, other than the wedding, there's no better way to lure the king of Dongyi here. Princess Xinyang turned her back. She slept outside. First, it was convenient for her to take care of Xiao Ji at night. Second, it was to prevent Xiao Ji from looking for Long Yi in the middle of the night. She faced the table in the inner hall, and on the table was the Holy Maiden's wedding dress. For some reason, she thought of the wedding many years ago, which she had been unwilling to do. She had also put on the wedding dress, but with the mission of watching him and being ready to kill him at any time. She still remembered that when she got off the sedan chair, the red silk was a step too late, and he offered his hand to her. She didn't take it, and waited until the servants brought the red silk. Afterwards, Yujin told her that her etiquette during the wedding ceremony was very lacking, and Xiao Ji was very sincere. He bowed more than she did every time. The guests laughed that he would not be able to control his wife in the future. The young Xiao Ji only laughed, not angry. But that pure and beautiful young man was killed by her on their wedding night. She lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, All right then, you can marry the Holy Maiden. After she wakes up, I will give her the drug and make her listen to me. She will marry you smoothly. Xiao Ji frowned. Wait, this was not what he had expected. Shouldn't you be jealous of me marrying another woman? So you want to do it yourself? Xiao Ji was unhappy. He endured the pain all over his body and sat up. Princess Xinyang turned around and looked at him vigilantly. What are you doing? Xiao Ji said indifferently. I'm going to find Long Yi. Is the drug taking effect again? Princess Xinyang frowned and said coldly, You're not allowed to go. Lie down. Xiao Ji curled his lips and lay down sullenly. Princess Xinyang was still not at ease, so she found a silk ribbon and tied it around their wrists. This time, he couldn't go find Long Yi. Xiao Ji chuckled. Qin Feng Wan. Although I'm injured, I can still untie a mere silk ribbon. Princess Xinyang thought for a moment, then tied his other hand to the head of the bed. Xiao Ji looked up at the sky. Long Yi. Princess Xinyang couldn't bear it anymore and said, Shut up. I can't. My head is full of Long Yi. Xiao Ji threw the blame to her. It's the drug's effect. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Xiao Ji continued to ask for a beating. If you don't want to talk about Long Yi, that's fine. Distract me. Ow! Princess Xinyang asked. Xiao Ji said very shamelessly, You kiss me. Combikuj mobile reading website. ZHHBQG. Com. Chapter 986. Why are they kissing again? Xiao Ji said, It might not work, I'm just trying. Princess Xinyang frowned and said, What is your head full of? Xiao Ji said, How about I go find Long E? What was going on? How could she allow her husband to go find another man in the middle of the night? You really? She found it hard to say the following words. Xiao Ji was very clear about what she wanted to ask. He looked at her with a face full of sincerity and nodded, more real than gold. If you don't distract me, my head will be full of Long E. Princess Xinyang held her forehead. After a bitter struggle in her heart, she gathered her courage, leaned over, and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Taking the initiative to do this kind of thing while he was sober was really too embarrassing. Is it useful? She asked with a slightly red face. Fortunately, there was the cover of the night. Otherwise, if someone saw her like this, she would be even more embarrassed. Xiao Ji carefully thought about it and said, "It doesn't seem to be very useful." Princess Xinyang said angrily, "The method you mentioned won't work." Xiao Ji innocently said, "How can that be effective?" Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ji shamelessly said, "You have to follow the standard that this marquis showed you last time, or you can improvise on the spot and add a little more." Princess Xinyang simply sucked in a mouthful of cold air. According to his standard, if she moved her lips and stuck out her tongue, then what would it be like if she did it a bit more? She had never been so impetuous in her life. Wait a minute, or was it that during those 2 nights where she ate the wrong medicine, she was this impetuous? Thinking of this possibility, her whole body felt unwell. Her cheeks were as red as fire, almost dripping blood. Long Long E. Xiao Ji began to call her soul again. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, slightly tilted her head, and affectionately leaned towards him. Her lips trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was really nervous. She struggled for a long time before she moved her lips very slightly. Xiao Ji held his breath. Princess Xinyang was so nervous and shy that she didn't realize that the person beneath her had been set on fire by this insignificant action. Blushing, she released him and asked, "How about this?" Xiao Ji calmed down and said calmly, "It seems to have some effect. Continue." Princess Xinyang held back her shyness and kissed him again. She was emotional, inexperienced, and had no skills to speak of. In the end, Xiao Ji could not stand the torment of not being able to scratch an itch. He raised his hand to break free from the rope, gently clasped the back of her head, and kissed her deeply. "Are you done?" Her fingertips caressed her bright red lips as she asked while panting. He said hoarsely, "It's not enough, Qin Fengwan." Who knew how many kisses he had asked for that night? She lay down beside him and fell into a deep sleep. Worried that she would press on his wound, she didn't lie in his arms. Instead, she turned sideways to face him. Her black, satin-like hair spread out on the pillow and intertwined with his hair. In the darkness, he looked at her sleeping face. Enduring the pain, he leaned over. This time, he didn't kiss her lips. Instead, he planted a light kiss between her eyebrows. The next day, the saintess in the secret room woke up. Long E and the dongy little princess also came over. Long E hit her mute acupoint, making her unable to speak. The dongy little princess found the knockout medicine in the secret room and gave it to Princess Xinyang. To prevent Xiao Ji from seeing Long E and triggering an even stronger effect, Princess Xinyang left Xiao Ji alone on the bed with the curtains tightly covering her. She especially looked like a forbidden item that couldn't be exposed to light. Princess Xinyang said to the dongy little princess and Long, "You two go out first. I have something to say to her alone." The two went out. Princess Xinyang closed the door of the secret room and walked in front of the saintess with the pill and the candlestick. The saintess sat on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. She could only coldly stare at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "Don't look at me like that. I won't let anyone unseal your mute acupoint. I'll make a deal with you. If you agree, blink once. If you don't, blink twice." After a quarter of an hour, Princess Xinyang came out of the secret room and said to Long E, "You can let her go." Long E went in and untied her. The dongy little princess asked Princess Xinyang, "Did she eat it?" Princess Xinyang said, "She ate it. She shouldn't be disloyal to me anymore." The dongy little princess kindly reminded, "You still have to be careful. The effect of this medicine varies from person to person. The difference is very big." Princess Xinyang lightly nodded. "I know. There are still 2 days before the wedding. There will be more people coming and going. You and Long, you had better not show yourself in front of people." Thinking of something, she added, "Or let Long, he send you away first. When we kidnap the Dongy King, we might not be able to take care of you." The Dongy little princess said, "I know martial arts. I can protect myself." She insisted on staying, but this place was too far away from the Zhao country's military camp. It was too late to send her back. She was also worried about leaving her on the road, so Princess Xinyang didn't mention sending her away again. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Ji returned to their original room. Long Yi and the Dongy little princess hid in the shadows of the saintess, closely monitoring her every move and observing the changes in the effect of the medicine. In case the medicine's effect was gone, they would use force. But the effect of the knockout drug seemed to be good. The saintess obeyed Princess Xinyang and didn't make any trouble. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. Xiao Ji woke up early and found that Qin Fengwan wasn't there. He asked the maid at the door and learned that she had been called over by the saintess. The saintess didn't call her. She was probably worried that something would happen to the saintess, so she wanted to keep an eye on her. He didn't think twice and regretfully looked at the wedding clothes on the table. He put them on himself. Although it was a fake wedding, he didn't want Qin Fengwan to be unhappy, so he tried to be perfunctory in his etiquette. After dressing up, he went to the saintess's bedroom to wait for her. Not long after, the saintess, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, walked out of the inner hall under the escort of Hong Wan and the other maids. Hong Wan held a piece of red silk in her hand. She handed one end to the saintess and the other end to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji looked around, but didn't see Qin Fengwan. He guessed that she should be waiting in the secret room. Hong Wan led the way. Xiao Ji had never seen the Dongy people get married, but it was said that the wedding customs were different. But when they arrived at the wedding hall, he was surprised to find that the rumors were wrong. Braziers, saddles, and tiles. Weren't these the wedding customs of the Zhao country? He walked forward impatiently, not wanting to wait for the bride. The bride almost fell from his tug. The bride glared at him through the veil, lifted her heavy skirt, and jumped over from the saddle. Then she stepped over the brazier without any mishap. Next, it was time to step on the tiles. The bride raised her leg high up in the air and fiercely stomped down. Her imposing manner of lifting 1,000 caddies startled Hong Wan. "It's just stepping on a tile. You don't have to use so much strength." The tile shattered completely. Under the veil, the bride breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be very satisfied with her strength. Xiao Ji frowned. The newlyweds entered the main hall, which was hung with red silk. The king of Dongy and the other nobles had already taken their seats in the hall. Xiao Ji frowned again. Was the old guy already here? Where did Longy go? Why hasn't he started? First bow to heaven and earth. The MC of the saintess's hall began to chant. Xiao Ji and the bride turned around, faced the heaven and earth outside the door, and bowed. Xiao Ji was only halfway through his bow. He glanced at the saintess and found that she was very sincere. Second bow to the holy ancestor. The saintess was the incarnation of the priesthood. She had long severed her relationship with her parents. Naturally, there was no ceremony at the wedding. Instead, they bowed to the statue of the ancestor of the saintess temple. Xiao Ji and the bride faced the statue again. This time, Xiao Ji bowed even more perfunctorily. He almost bowed slightly. His actions caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the guests, but it was not good to show in public. The last round of bowing to each other. Xiao Ji refused, but he clearly saw the other party bowing deeply with all her sincerity and trust. It was as if she wanted to entrust the rest of her life to him. His eyes moved, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The ceremony is complete. As the MC of the Saintess Temple finished speaking, a strong figure descended from the sky. With the momentum of a dragon's roar and a tsunami, he suddenly appeared in front of the king of Dongy. His movements were too fierce and fast. Everyone only saw an afterimage. By the time they reacted and wanted to protect the king of Dongi, Long, he had already grabbed the king of Dongi by the neck. Chapter 987. The moment Long Yi kidnapped the king of Dongi, Xiaoji also quickly grabbed the bride in front of him. With a shake of his arm, the dagger in his sleeve slid into his palm. He pressed the dagger against the bride's throat and came to Long Yi's side. Back to back, he and Long Yi were vigilant against each other. The guests at the scene were panicking. They didn't understand how an assassin could sneak into a wedding. The groom was personally chosen by the saintess and was escorted by the king of Dongi's personal guards. Who would have thought that he was a traitor? Protect the king. A king of Dongi pulled out his sword and shouted. Long Yi kicked him back into the chair. Xiao Ji sneered. King of Dongi, it seems that you have been on the throne for too long. Some people can't wait anymore and want to take the opportunity to kill you. The king of Dongi was 60 years old this year and had inherited the throne for 30 years. He was indeed the king with the longest tenure in the history of Dongi. Among the guests present were his own brother, his own son, and his own nephew. He did not believe that none of them coveted the throne. Now that he had fallen into the hands of an assassin, these people angered the assassin under the pretense of saving him. It wasn't impossible for the assassin to kill him in a fit of anger. It had to be said that Xiao Ji completely crushed many of the civil officials in the court in terms of playing with power and people's hearts. The king of Dongi was old and cherished his life. He didn't dare to fight with Xiao Ji. He suppressed the panic and anger in his heart and glanced to the side. He asked, "Who sent you?" Although the person who kidnapped him was Long Yi, the one who made the decision was the groom who had just spoken. There are few generals in this group who had fought with Xiao Ji before. However, Xiao Ji was wearing a veil, so they didn't recognize him for the time being. He was Marquis Xianping, who had killed countless Dongi warriors on the battlefield. Xiao Ji smiled faintly. It doesn't matter who sent me. If you want to live, get someone to prepare a carriage and bring Xiao in and Xiao Zhe here safe and sound. If they lose a single strand of hair, this Marquis will chop off one of your fingers. Xiao Ji. The king of Dongi recognized Xiao Ji's voice. Xiao Ji admitted frankly, "Yes, it's me. So you should know what I'm capable of. I really can kill you." The king of Dongi had originally intended to deal with the other party, but now he had completely given up. Xiao Ji had a strong background, but her methods were even stronger. If he said he would kill, then he would really kill. He would not hesitate to destroy both jade and common stone. He looked at his eldest son and said, "Do as he says." The eldest prince of Dongi hesitated. "Father," Xiao Ji laughed mockingly. "King of Dongi, you really have a good son." The king of Dongi's suspicious mind was exposed. He looked at his eldest son coldly and said, "What? Are you thinking of rebelling? Or do you want me to die in the hands of the people of Zhao, just like your uncle? Then you can smoothly inherit the throne." The eldest prince of Dongi's expression changed. He definitely did not mean that. He just wanted to stall for time and let someone get the poison to knock them out. His loyalty could be witnessed by the sun and moon, but if his father didn't believe him, then his loyalty was nothing. The second prince of Dongi took the opportunity to stir up trouble. "Father, since Big Brother is not willing, I will do it." "Very good." There was an internal conflict. Xiao Ji was happy to watch from the sidelines. He did not care who brought Xiao in and Xiao Zhe in the end. In short, he just wanted the two brothers to be safe. 2 hours later, Xiao In and Xiao Zhe were brought over by a large carriage pulled by 6 horses. Xiao Ji took the Holy Virgin into the carriage. Then, Long Yi, who was bringing up the rear, also took the king of Dongi into the carriage. At this time, a Dongi official said, "It's enough that you have the Holy Virgin in your hands. Let the king of Dongi go." Xiao Ji laughed. "Do you think I'm stupid? Isn't it better to have more hostages?" Everyone was rendered speechless. Yes, if they could have more hostages, why only bring one? Could it be that the carriage could not fit all of them? However, it was not that they did not have a chance. A few days ago, Marquis Xianping fell into a trap set by the Holy Virgin to save his son. When he was rescued, he was already dying. Although he was lucky enough to survive, he was still seriously injured. He did not have much fighting power. That expert could not take care of both the inside and outside of the carriage at the same time. As long as the coachman did something halfway and caused the carriage to overturn, the expert would not be able to take care of the hostages if he could take care of Marquis Xianping. At that time, they would have a great chance of saving the King of Dongyi. After making up their minds, everyone secretly exchanged glances and sneered in their hearts as they let them go. The coachman received the secret signal from the guard captain and nodded slightly. 10 miles away, at the small spring slope, the carriage overturned. It was a surprise attack. Xiao Ji and the others were not familiar with the terrain of Dongyi. They would not notice the coachman if he went a long way. The soldiers of Dongyi took a shortcut to the small spring slope, where a large number of experts and archers were lying in ambush. However, they waited for a long time and waited until the sky was dark, but there was still no carriage coming. Of course, the carriage would not come. Not long after they left the Holy Virgin Hall, the coachman was whipped out by the little princess of Dongyi, who was lying in ambush nearby. The little princess of Dongyi took over the coachman's position and led the carriage away from another road. In the carriage, Xiaoan, who had been drugged, gradually woke up. Xiaoza was still unconscious. The two of them were injured, as if they had been tortured. However, they were stubborn and didn't say anything that they shouldn't. Xiaoan saw his father at a glance and felt a burst of excitement. His eyes began to turn red. Xiao Ji tucked him in and touched his forehead. Don't talk. Rest well. We will reach the barracks soon. Xiaoan did not have the strength to speak at this time. The two of them were Xiao Ji's illegitimate sons. They had been raised by Madame Xiao since they were young. In their hearts, they did not dare to compare themselves with Xiao Hong. They always knew their identity and duty. They did not dare to expect their father to love them as much as he loved his younger brother. But this time, their father risked his life for the two of them. He had never dared to express his closeness to his father. However, at this moment, he could not help but move his head slightly and rested on his father's palm. At this time, he was like a small animal covered in cuts and bruises. He carefully approached his father. He was a little nervous and apprehensive. He was afraid that he would cross the line and make his father angry. He was also worried that his failure would disappoint his father. Xiao Ji did not pull his hand away. Instead, he raised his thumb and gently stroked his temples. You did well. The sons of the Xiao family not only had to have the determination to die, but also the courage to face failure. Xiaoan closed his eyes. Hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The carriage continued to move forward. The king of Dongyi was also unconscious after being hit by Long Yi's acupuncture point. Outside the curtain, the little princess of Dongyi, who was dressed as a guard, drove the carriage and asked, I forgot to ask. You kidnapped the king of Dongyi and the Holy Virgin. Where's the princess? Did you take her with you? Xiao Ji glanced at the bride, who was wearing a veil and had been silent all the way. Oh no, we forgot about Qin Fengwan. She must still be in the secret chamber of the Holy Virgin Hall. The little princess of Dongyi staggered and almost drove the carriage into a ditch. How did you do your job? How could you forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall? It's over. We just captured the king of Dongyi and the Holy Virgin Hall, and now the princess is in their hands. This. In the carriage, the bride clutched the handkerchief in her hand tightly, wishing she could poke a hole in it. Xiao Ji, I thought you recognized me. So you actually forgot about me. Xiao Ji looked at a certain someone's trembling body and smiled. He pretended to say, You can't blame me for this. Who asked me to be drugged? My mind was full of Long Yi. How could I remember anyone else? Swish! The handkerchief in the bride's hand was finally torn. Long Ming widened her eyes and looked at the torn handkerchief. After thinking for a while, she cleverly sat outside and drove the carriage with the little princess of Dongyi. The little princess of Dongyi approached Long Yi and whispered, Ming, is what the Marquis said true? Did he really forget the princess in the Holy Virgin Hall? Ever since she knew Long Yi's nickname, she liked to call him that. Long Yi hesitated for a split second between correcting her name and answering her question. Then he frowned and said, A man's mouth is a liar. The little princess of Dongyi was speechless. Naturally, Their return journey would not be smooth sailing. The Dongi princes did not wait for them at the small spring slope and guessed that they had changed their route. Thus, they simply led their troops to the only route to Donglin Pass, intending to launch a full-scale assault on them there. They did not intend to care about the life and death of the king of Dongi, who didn't want the throne. In front of the civil and military officials and the people of the Holy Virgin Hall, the princes did not dare to openly disobey the orders of the king of Dongi. But afterward, they had a whole day to think about what their fate would be if the king of Dongi really died. Naturally, there was a follow-up night attack. However, just as they were about to shoot everyone in the carriage to death, Chongjing led the troops and arrived. Chongjing took the lead and went straight to the root of the problem, breaking the formation of the Dongi army into a mess. The Dongi people were left to Chongjing to deal with, and Xiao Ji and the others returned to the barracks. The little princess of Dongi took the antidote to find Xiao Ming. Long Yi brought Xiao in and Xiao Zhe back to their tent, and threw the king of Dongi into the snow. Princess Xinyang was angry all the way and was still gnashing her teeth in the carriage. Xiao Ji suppressed the smile on his face and said indifferently, "We've arrived at the barracks. Get out of the carriage." Seeing that she did not move, he said in an arrogant tone, "What? Do you want me to carry you out of the carriage?" Princess Xinyang was very angry. She had spent so much effort to go through the wedding ceremony with him, but this guy had forgotten that she was in Dongi, and he even brought back the Holy Virgin of Dongi. Sure enough, men were all big pig trotters. Very well, she wanted to see what he wanted to do to the Holy Virgin of Dongi. She wore a veil and got out of the carriage. Chapter 988. Yujin heard the commotion in the camp and hurried over. She saw the Marquis standing at the entrance of the tent, but she didn't see her princess. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Marquis, where's the princess?" Xiao Ji looked at the flapping curtain and pretended to sigh. He said, "When I got married to the Saintess, I was so focused on kidnapping the Saintess that I forgot your princess was in the Saintess Hall." "Well, what?" Yujin was struck by lightning. She looked at Xiao Ji dumbfounded. It was too dark, and she was too panicked to notice that Xiao Ji was wearing red. It was slightly different from the wedding clothes of the Zhao Kingdom's bridegroom, but his explanation made sense. She was wondering when her Marquis liked to wear such flashy colors. There was the sound of stomping in anger from the tent. Xiao Ji winked at Yujin. "Don't worry. The Saintess and the King of Dongi are in our hands. They won't dare to do anything to the princess. We'll hold back for now. They can't wait and will come to us to negotiate terms." Yujin was stunned again, and then she understood everything. Her silly princess was tricked by the Marquis again. Yujin couldn't bear to watch. She was obviously a smart person, but in the hands of the sly Marquis, she was completely controlled. Then, do I need to prepare anything? She had learned bad things. "Yujin, you're smart." Xiao Ji's eyes were full of smiles, but his tone was casual. "Prepare some hot water for the Saintess to wash up. Then go to the kitchen to make some food. The Saintess doesn't eat spicy food. Remember to put less chili." There was no longer the sound of stomping in the tent, but the sound of pounding on the table. Yujin couldn't bear it. "Marquis, don't go too far." "I know. Go." Xiao Ji suppressed his smile and turned to enter the tent. Yujin had carefully tidied up the tent. She added some furniture and changed the bedding to softer and warmer ones. At this moment, Princess Xinyang was sitting on a stool covered with a cotton cushion. From head to toe, she exuded an aura of wanting to kill Xiao Ji. The Eastern barbarian's wedding robes had pockets that were hidden in the creases on both sides. With his hands in his pockets, Xiao Ji walked over to Princess Xinyang and sat down next to her. "Saintess, you must be tired from the long journey. Are you tired? I was locked up in the Saint Lady Temple, but you only cared about the Saint Lady. If I had Long Yi's martial arts, you would have already lost your life." Xiao Ji couldn't hold it in any longer. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil and couldn't see it. He got up and fiddled with something in the tent. It seemed like he had lit a candle. Princess Xinyang felt that there was light on the ground. Xiao Ji said softly. Just now when we were bowing to the heavens and earth, Madam was so sincere that this Xiao was neglectful. I feel guilty in my heart, but I will not let you down in the future. You're already calling me your husband. You've never called me that before. Princess Xinyang's decades of calmness were completely shattered at this moment. She was finally angered to the point that she was like a little chicken. She raised her hand and was about to lift the veil and lay her cards on the table. She wanted to tell him that from now on, she would never have any contact with him. Who would have thought that before she could lift her hand? Xiao Ji's big palm gently caught her hand. Xiao Ji said, "The veil on the wedding night should be lifted by your husband. Marquis, the hot water is here." Eugen's voice came from outside the door. "Bring it in," Xiao Ji said. Eugen brought in a basin of hot water, then turned around to bring in a box of snacks. "The food will take some time. Marquis and cough. You two fill your stomachs first." After she left, Princess Xinyang continued to be angry. But suddenly, a strange thing entered her eyes. It seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where. Before she could think of anything, the veil was lifted. What entered her eyes was a handsome and enchanting face, just like that youth who had used the jade ruby to lift her veil on their wedding night many years ago. His face had the grace of time, but the anticipation and joy in his eyes had not changed at all. He looked at her with a smile, carrying a purity and beauty that had not been eroded by time. Of course, there was also a hint of mature and restrained dominance. Princess Xinyang was stunned. For a moment, she felt like she had returned to 20 years ago. Compared to 20 years ago, the two had changed more in temperament. Time seemed to have forgotten them to some extent. She was still as beautiful as before, and he was still as handsome and elegant as before. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't make a single sound. She lowered her head to look at the thing in his hand. No wonder it looked familiar. It was the jade ruby. No matter how stupid she was, she understood now. When he had lifted her veil, he had not shown any shock. This meant that he knew it was her under the veil. This guy, had he been teasing her the whole time? She felt that this was not right and wanted to be angry with him. But when she saw his expression, which was the same as before, and the jade ruby in his hand, as well as the dragon, phoenix, incense, and candles that had been lit on the table at some point, her heart unconsciously moved. "When did you prepare these?" she asked in a low voice. "You're talking about this." Xiao Ji looked at the jade ruby in his hand with a smile and said, "On the way." When we were about to reach the military camp, we stopped in the town. The carriage stopped. She had only been angry and had not paid attention to these details. Did he deliberately let her be the saintess all the way, just for this? Thinking about it, if he had said earlier that he had recognized her, then in front of Long, Yi, and Zhe, she would have been too shy to continue wearing the veil and pretending to be a bride. She had thought that everything would be over after the wedding ceremony. That was the time she and Long, Yi had agreed to make their move. She had no more extravagant demands. But how did this man think of such a malicious move? On one hand, he made her angry, but on the other hand, he took advantage of her inattention to get the dragon, phoenix, incense, and jade ruby. Xiao Ji had not only gotten the dragon, phoenix, incense, and jade ruby, but also the nuptial wine that they had not drunk before. He poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to her. The wine at the border is not as fragrant as the imperial wine in the palace, so you have to make do with it. Princess Xinyang looked down at the light in the wine cup. "How did you recognize me?" Xiao Ji smiled. "You bowed like that. Were you afraid that I wouldn't recognize you?" Princess Xinyang blushed. "Didn't you do the same back then?" The two's wrists intertwined, and they drank the nuptial wine that had been delayed for more than 20 years. She didn't know if it was the effect of the wine or the burning charcoal in the tent, but her cheeks were red. Xiao Ji gazed deeply at her. "Qin Fengwan, do you know what nuptial wine means?" Princess Xinyang was startled by his sudden question. He didn't expect her to answer and continued. "After drinking nuptial wine, we live in the same quilt, and we die in the same fur." It even rhymed quite well. Princess Xinyang mumbled, "Why haven't I heard of it?" He put the empty wine cup back on the table and said righteously, "There will be in the future. It will be recorded in the history books." It was me who said it. Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang put the wine cup next to his cup. Even the cups were paired, which was very appropriate for the occasion. And then? She asked after gathering her courage. Xiao Ji glanced at her. And then what? After drinking nuptial wine, what should I do? Naturally, we should consummate our marriage. Xiao Ji said and looked at her seriously. Qin Fengwan, you should know when to stop. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Drinking nuptial wine with you is already very indulgent of you, and you still want to consummate our marriage? Princess Xingyang glanced at his wound. Oh, Xiao Ji frowned. It's not that I can't, but consummating our marriage in the military camp is against the rules. Also, do you think those people are deaf? People who practice martial arts had excellent hearing. Princess Xingyang thought that the commotion could be heard at any time, so she didn't have the courage to consummate her marriage. After washing up, the two lay on the soft bed. You're wound, she said. It's fine, he said. It's impossible for us to consummate our marriage. Princess Xingyang lowered her eyes. Oh, Xiao Ji smiled faintly. Qin Fengwan, are you very disappointed? No, Princess Xingyang said. She lay flat beside him and pulled up the quilt. Xiao Ji said, That's good. Don't take advantage of me in the middle of the night. I'm a bit cold, Princess Xingyang said. Xiao Ji, if you want me to hug you, just say it. Princess Xingyang's face was slightly red. Hug me. Xiao Ji. He looked at the blushing Princess Xingyang beside him in disbelief. Could it be that he had bought the wrong wine? He told the owner to get the one with the least alcohol content. Did the owner give him the one with the most alcohol content? Princess Xingyang's heart was on fire. Alcohol boosts courage. She couldn't hold her liquor well. At best, she was only a bit better than Gu Jiao, but not by much. After drinking a cup, the past flashed through her mind. The more she thought about their wedding night, the more she felt that she owed him, and the more she regretted missing out on the beauty they had missed out on all these years. How many 20 years could a person have in their life? One wasted night was one less night. It was as if her conception and governing vessels had been opened, and all her previous understandings were overturned. Xiao Ji didn't consummate their marriage not because he was retreating, but because he really didn't plan on taking her here. First, it was because of his injury. Second, she was a noble. This was her sincere first time, so he didn't want to be so hasty. But a certain someone was drunk tonight and kept rubbing against him. He looked at the restless woman in his arms and took a deep breath. Qin Fengwan, what are you doing now? Princess Xingyang's hand went deep into his clothes. I'm not doing anything. I'm just touching. Xiao Ji, Qin Fengwan, you're drunk, he said helplessly. He took Qin Fengwan's hand out. Princess Xingyang inadvertently acted coquettishly. I can't sleep. I'm a bit hot. Xiao Ji's blood rushed to his head, and he pulled her onto his body. He held her head and kissed her domineeringly and forcefully. The fragrance of the wine lingered between his lips and teeth. He tasted her beauty, and his hand unconsciously caressed her sensitive waist. But he didn't go overboard. He held it in. After kissing for an unknown amount of time, her body suddenly tightened, and her mind went blank. Xiao Ji froze. Princess Xingyang let go of his lips with a red face and buried her head in his arms, not moving at all. Xiao Ji was shocked. Qin Fengwan, I only kissed you, and you actually... Princess Xingyang was so embarrassed. Yes, it was only a kiss. Why did I? Xiao Ji hugged her and murmured in a daze. You didn't take your medicine tonight. Why are you more sensitive than if you took your medicine? Princess Xingyang was too ashamed to see anyone. Just now, she had also sobered up, and her mind was unprecedentedly clear. And it was precisely because she was clear-headed that she wanted to die even more. So embarrassing. Xiao Ji calmed down and said seriously, If you really want it, I can also... Shut up. Princess Xingyang didn't allow him to mention this matter again. She got off his body and pulled the blanket over her head, deciding to shut herself in and not see anyone for the rest of her life. Xiao Ji lifted the blanket and went out. Princess Xingyang didn't know why he suddenly left, but from his restrained actions tonight, she guessed that he wanted her to calm down by herself. Outside the tent, the sound of soldiers gathering could be heard. The sound of horses' hooves and armor rubbing against each other could be heard. Princess Xingyang was dumbfounded. Didn't I just do that? As for training soldiers in the middle of the night to calm down, a quarter of an hour later, the sound of soldiers gathering gradually stopped. Her mind was buzzing, and she couldn't tell what had happened. The next second, the tent's curtain was lifted, and a figure wearing the moon and stars quickly walked in. He first locked the curtains, then strode to the bedside. He took off his clothes. Princess Xingyang heard the rustling sounds behind her and turned around in a daze, looking at him in confusion. What are you doing?" "Consummating the marriage," he said. Princess Xingyang looked at him in surprise. "But didn't you say it's against the rules?" He untied his belt. "I am the rules." Then they went out. "So you woke them up in the middle of the night, not to train soldiers, but to drive them all out. How much better is this than letting them hear the commotion? Tomorrow, the entire border will know that a first-rank martial marquis of Zhao country kicked the soldiers out of the barracks in the middle of the night in order to have sex with his wife." "Princess Xingyang, I might as well die." That night, he was extremely gentle. He treated her like a treasure that he had protected for a lifetime, giving her all the beauty of the consummation of the marriage. Chapter 989. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After Xiao Ming took the antidote, he finally woke up on a dark and windy night. However, what puzzled him the most was that the huge military camp was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. It was ridiculous. Did the Dongi people already occupy the border? Did they kill all the soldiers in the camp? It couldn't be that all the soldiers were sent out. Since ancient times, there had never been such a precedent. Just when he was puzzled, a muscular black shadow flashed into his tent and carried him along with his mattress. Then, the shadow ran out of the camp as if it was flying. It was Long Yi. They only remembered that they had left the poisoned Xiao Ming in the camp when they were far away. He came back to take Xiao Ming away. Long Ming was not a bad shadow guard Long who would eavesdrop. His ears were stuffed with cotton. The soldiers in the camp wandered outside for 3 days before they were allowed to return to the camp. During these 3 days, they couldn't return to the camp, but they couldn't really wander outside, so they went to rob the Dongi people. Chang Jing and the first prince of Dongi's army were engaged in a fierce battle. A terrifying torrent of armors surged in unstoppably. Chang Jing just raised his long sword to stab the second prince of Dongi when his sword was knocked away. He turned around and found that it was his own people. He couldn't lose his temper. Chang Jing's face darkened. Xiao Ming's poison had been cured, and Xiao En and Xiao Zhe had successfully escaped danger. The Eastern barbarians no longer had any means of restraining the Zhao kingdom. The soldiers' sullen mood from being woken up in the middle of the night and chased out of the barracks was vented on the Eastern barbarians. The Eastern barbarians were beaten to a pulp and surrendered within a few days. The Dongi people looked at the army of the Zhao kingdom that didn't return to the capital at all. They thought that they had surrendered and signed the oppressive treaty. Why didn't they leave? The soldiers felt bitter, but they didn't say anything. Xiao Ji was injured. Although he had taken the medicine from the Saint Lady Temple and was recovering very well, even if it was excessive, it still had an impact. Not only was his wound torn open, but he had also caught a cold. Princess Xingyang was no better than him. She was the one who had infected Xiao Ji with the cold. Achoo! In Xiao Ming's tent, Xiao Ji sneezed heavily. Xiao Ming looked at his brother with a speechless expression. "Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're not a brat who hasn't tasted meat. How can you be so unrestrained? Look at your injuries and illnesses. Those who don't know what's going on might wonder what's wrong with you." Xiao Ji's nose was blocked. She said in a nasal voice, "You don't understand the happiness of being newlyweds." Xiao Ming, a newlywed for over 20 years, ha ha. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In another tent, Princess Xingyang sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, sneezing incessantly. Yujin's heart ached for her. She hurriedly took the ginger soup from the table and handed it to her. "Hurry up and drink it while it's hot. You'll be sweating all over." Princess Xingyang raised her hand, intending to take the ginger soup, but found that she didn't even have the strength to move her arm. Eugene facepalmed. "What's going on?" She shook her head, picked up the spoon, and began to feed her princess spoonful by spoonful. As she fed, she said resentfully, "The Marquis is really too much. He knows that the princess is young, experienced in human affairs. He should know how to control himself." Princess Xingyang lowered her eyes and drank the medicine. She mumbled an "in." She felt a bit guilty. After all, he wasn't the only one who didn't know how to control himself. A great victory at the border. Xiao Ji released the king of Dongyi, but he couldn't bear the burden himself. A few days later, he fell seriously ill and passed away before he could issue a decree to pass on the throne. After the foreign invasion, Dongyi began to have internal strife. Several princes fought until their faces turned red, but the result of their ascension surprised everyone. The new king was actually the Holy Maiden of Dongyi. Her husband was the son of a noble from the Zhao kingdom. "Good plan," Qin Fengwan. On the carriage back to the capital, Xiao Ji crossed his arms and calmly looked at Princess Xingyang, who said that women were inferior to men. Qin Fengwan wasn't interested in court politics. Otherwise, she could also be a regent princess. That day, everyone thought that Qin Fengwan had drugged the Holy Maiden, but that wasn't the case. Qin Fengwan clearly gave the Holy Maiden two choices. The first was to be drugged and forced to submit to her. The second was to make a deal, and both sides would take what they needed. When she heard that Qin Fengwan wanted to use the throne of Dongyi in exchange for the chance to marry Xiao Ji, the Holy Maiden thought that Qin Fengwan was crazy. Qin Fengwan wasn't crazy. She just felt that this man was worth it. She proposed this condition based on many considerations. The Holy Maiden was ambitious and capable. No matter which prince succeeded the throne in the future, he wouldn't be able to withstand the rebellion of the Holy Maiden Temple. Instead, it was better to take advantage of the situation and help the Holy Maiden to the throne. There was also an additional condition. The Holy Maiden had to marry into the Zhao kingdom. She would decide on the candidate. After Xiao Ming woke up, he recognized his daughter. From then on, there was no longer a little princess of Dongyi in the world. There was only the daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen was going to be recorded in the genealogy. She returned to the capital with Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan. On the day before they set off, a small episode occurred. Xiao Ming grabbed a long sword and chased Long Yi around the military camp. You stop. He couldn't beat Long Yi, and he couldn't catch up with him. Long Yi's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath, but he was about to faint. The story started when Long Yi and Xiao Zhen went to the Holy Maiden Temple to find Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan. Xiao Ji was drugged, and it had an effect on Long Yi. In order to prevent the drug effect from getting worse, Qin Fengwan asked Zhen to take Long Yi to another room to stay for a few nights. Who would have thought that after searching the entire Holy Maiden Temple, there would only be one room that was close to the inner hall and no one had passed by? Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. But seeing that her uncle and his wife were glued to each other, she couldn't bear to separate them, so she stayed in the room with Long Yi. But she swore to God that there was nothing between her and the big guy. Long Yi didn't easily fall asleep in an unfamiliar place. He stayed on the roof beam and vigilantly watched the movements of the Holy Maiden Temple all night long. Long Yi was simple and didn't think much about it. Zhen also felt that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was best to let this matter rot in each other's stomachs. Who would have thought that she drank a few mouthfuls of horse milk wine that night and accidentally let it slip and let her father hear about it? Xiao Ming firmly believed that Long Yi had ruined his daughter's reputation and wanted to chop Long Yi, this bastard. While running, Long Yi turned his head and looked back, making Xiao Ming angry. After Xiao In and Xiao Zhe recovered, they went to pay their respects to Qin Fengwan. Princess. The two cupped their hands and bowed. In their impression, Princess Xingyang didn't accept their father, so naturally, she wouldn't accept their father's children. Qin Fengwan didn't force them to call her mother. She made 2 sets of clothes for the two of them. This was the first time the two of them had received a gift from her, so they were a little confused. Qin Fengwan said warmly, "You're all grown up and should get married. Do you have a girl you like? If you do, I'll go and propose marriage." The two of them looked at her in disbelief. Qin Fengwan continued, "If you don't have one, I'll choose one or two for you. Naturally, I'll go and send the betrothal gifts only if they suit your taste." Did the princess accept them? Qin Fengwan looked at them and said, "I heard from your second uncle that you'll be able to return to the capital at the end of this year. It just so happens that Qing, and Yi haven't seen their two older brothers yet." The two of them choked with sobs as they hugged the clothes she had personally sewn and bowed deeply. At the end of April, Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan's carriage arrived at the capital. "Take the busiest street. Open all the windows. Lift the curtains as well," Xiao Ji instructed boldly. Chang Jing drove the carriage and asked in confusion, "Why do you have to do this?" Xiao Ji flicked his wide sleeves and said infuriatingly, "This marquis is so handsome. Let the people see more of me." Chang Jing. What Xiao Ji wanted the people to see wasn't his face, but his and Qin Fengwan's love. Didn't the people say that he and Qin Fengwan didn't get along well? He wanted them to open their eyes wide and see. "Go around again," he instructed Chang Jing. Chang Jing complained helplessly, "We've already gone around 3 times. All the people in the capital saw you sitting in Princess Xinyang's carriage." That person didn't see it. Xiao Ji pointed at a beggar on the side of the road. Chang Jing said expressionlessly, "Because he's blind." Xiao Ji, "Then go and tell him." Chang Jing, after going around 3 more times, the sky was dark. Only then did Xiao Ji let Chang Jing in today's parade in satisfaction. "Are we going back to the residence?" Chang Jing didn't have a temper anymore. Xiao Ji raised his eyebrows. "No, to the palace." As soon as the two of them arrived at the palace gate, they were picked up by Eunuch Wei, who was by the emperor's side, and Eunuch Su, who was by Empress Xiao's side. In the imperial study, the emperor wanted to say something several times, but didn't. Qin Fengwan calmly glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter, your majesty?" The fear of being dominated by his imperial sister came. The emperor silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. She was clearly his younger sister, but why did it feel like she was his imperial sister when she was serious? The emperor finally said it. He sighed. "Xinyang, I heard that you found a new gigolo." Qin Fengwan asked strangely, "Where did this come from?" The emperor raised his hand. "Don't hide it from me. It spread throughout the palace that you went to the border and bumped into Xiao Ji's romantic affair. In a fit of anger, you found a gigolo who looked like Xiao Ji and even paraded around the capital for an entire day to humiliate Xiao Ji." Qin Fengwan's mouth twitched. Did she swim around all day and feel lonely? How did Xiao Ji become her gigolo? In Cunning Palace, Xiao Ji was also being interrogated by Empress Xiao. "Brother, tell me the truth. Are the rumors outside true? Did you really bring an unfamiliar woman back to the capital? You even let all the people in the capital see it. Are you finally unable to stand that woman anymore? Have you decided to revolt?" Xiao Ji frowned. "What's going on?" Empress Xiao was Xiao Ji's younger sister, so of course she would side with Xiao Ji. She said happily, "That's true. She treated you so badly all these years. You should have taken in another concubine to anger her. What's her status? If it's not enough, I'll help you raise it up and make sure your sweetheart becomes a concubine." Xiao Ji looked at his younger sister worriedly. "If you let Qin Fengwan become a concubine, aren't you afraid that she'll give the emperor 100 concubines?" They deliberately showed off their love, but in the end, they showed off a bunch of chicken feathers. The couple was also very sullen. Chapter 990. The news of Xiao Ji and Qin Fengwan taking their concubines and male companions to parade through the streets caused a sensation in the capital. Those who recognized Xiao Ji said that Xiao Ji took his concubines, and those who recognized Qin Fengwan said that Qin Fengwan took her male companions. Both of them recognized each other. In any case, no one believed it. In short, no one in the capital believed that the two of them were truly in love. At best, it was just the imperial family putting on a show. These princes and nobles all care about face. They appear to be united, but are actually divided. They put on a show for us common people to see, but who knows what they're like in private? This was what a small eunuch in charge of purchasing told the two of them word for word. Qin Fenghuan's face turned green. Xiao Ji's face was also not much better. He didn't give up and said domineeringly, "This marquis and the princess had a daughter in these 2 years." What did they say? The small eunuch braced himself and said, "They all said that the princess drugged you and ran away after using you. She even threw you away." Xiao Ji, Qin Fenghuan, Xiao Hung had just left the inner pavilion when he heard about the storm on the streets. They caused such a big commotion on the first day of returning to the capital. As expected of his parents, he simply didn't know what to say. When he returned to the mansion, he asked the servants if his parents had returned. The servants said no and seemed to have gone to the palace. As for how the servants knew, it had to start with Long Yi. The first thing Long Yi did when he returned to the capital was to find the twins. Naturally, he mentioned the whereabouts of Xiao Ji and Qin Fenghuan to Yu Ya. Xiao Ji didn't come back with them because the matter before leaving made Xiao Ming change his mind. He let his daughter return to the capital with Xiao In and Xiao Zhe at the end of the year to avoid Long Yi, this bad guy who took advantage of his daughter. Gu Jiao had already finished packing and was waiting for Xiao Hung. Xiao Hung kissed his wife and went to the inner room to change his clothes. Then, he sat in the carriage with her and entered the palace. In the carriage, Xiao Hung waited for a while, but Yu didn't come back with the 2 children. Yan'er and Sung Gu Jiao said, "Long Yi left, it's okay, they will enter the palace in a moment." As for whether he would go through the gate or not, that would depend on Long Yi's idea. If he wanted to leap over eaves and vault over walls, then the imperial bodyguards wouldn't be able to stop him. Xiao Hung heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank God, Mom and Dad are finally back. The twins could be sent away, and Yi could be sent away. He could spend time with Jiao Jiao again. He was happy. Brother, sister-in-law. A small head with a small bun on her head poked through the curtain of the carriage and looked at the two cutely. Xiao Hung was in a very good mood because he would be able to return the little fellow to its rightful owner in a while, along with the gift of the twins. The 3 of them entered the palace. Xiao Ji and Qin Fenghuan were still unhappy about the rumors. The 2 of them sat in the pavilion, and the flowers in the imperial garden didn't dare to bloom. Xiao Hung held Xiao Yi's hand and looked at the pavilion in front of them. He said, "Do you see Mom and Dad? Quickly go and greet them." Xiao Yi turned her little head, and her eyes shone. Brother Chongjing. She decisively waved her little hand and went to look for Chongjing. The 2 of them didn't care that their youngest daughter had been abducted by Chongjing, and they sat in the pavilion and sighed. Xiao Hung and Gu Jiao walked over and greeted the 2 of them. Xiao Ji looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "You should have heard the rumors outside. What do you think?" "What rumors?" Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit difficult to say such words in front of the children. Even Xiao Ji hesitated for a while before coughing lightly and saying seriously, "I brought a woman back from the border. Your mother has a gigolo." Xiao Hung mumbled, "Is it a rumor?" Xiao Ji, "Marquis, Princess, you're back." Steward Liu quickly walked over with a large pile of high-quality tonics, which Xiao Hung had prepared for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Xiao Ji waved at him. "Come here." "Yes, Marquis." As Xiao Ji's confidant, Steward Liu had always been loyal to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji looked at Qin Fenghuan beside him and held Qin Fenghuan's hand in front of everyone. He said solemnly, "The princess and I have rekindled our relationship. From now on, we will be a loving couple who will never leave each other." Qin Fenghuan blushed. The pavilion was silent for a full 3 seconds. Xiao Ji said indifferently, "What? You don't believe me?" I believe. Steward Liu's face was wild with joy. "Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations, Princess. I've long said that you 2 are a match made in heaven. There's no more loving couple in the world than you 2. Xiao Ji was very satisfied. "That's more like it." The next second, Steward Liu moved closer to him while tidying his clothes and whispered, "Marquis, blink if you're threatened." Xiaoji, dinner was served at Rinshou Palace, and the old chancellor also came over. The reason was that 2-year-old Qin Wuyo was enlightened. He was Qin Wuyo's enlightened teacher and would enter the palace to teach Qin Wuyo every day. However, Qin Wuyo was the eldest grandson of the emperor, so he couldn't teach alone. He even picked many peers from the aristocratic families to accompany him. The 3.5-year-old Gu Xiaobao was one of them. Gu Xiaobao lived in Rinshou Palace. Every time after class, the old chancellor would personally send Gu Xiaobao over. As usual, he sent Gu Xiaobao to the entrance of Rinshou Palace and coincidentally bumped into the emperor, who was here for dinner. As Qin Wuyo's study companion and a resident of Jadewater Alley and Rinshou Palace, Gu Xiaobao had met the emperor many times. Like a little adult, he respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty." Xiaobao came over. The emperor looked at him amiably. "Did you learn today's lesson?" Gu Xiaobao thought for a while and replied, "No." Actually, he knew everything, but Qin Wuyo didn't. Then he couldn't know either. He was a little shrew since young. The emperor was very happy. It wasn't that his grandson was stupid, but that the things the old chancellor taught were too difficult. "Go in," the emperor said to Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao went to find his great-aunt. The emperor turned to go in, but the old chancellor suddenly asked despite knowing the answer, "Your Majesty, Rinshou Palace is so lively. Did something happen?" The emperor said indifferently, "Marquis Xianping and Xinyang have returned. They're greeting mother inside." The old chancellor stroked his beard. "Ah, so the princess has returned. This humble official should go greet Princess Xinyang. You're not familiar with her. Why are you greeting her?" The emperor said, "Isn't it too late? You should go to her residence tomorrow to greet her." The old chancellor said, "Not late, not late." The emperor said, "I'm asking you to leave. Didn't you see?" The old chancellor said, "Aya, this old minister's eyes are blurred. I can't see." Xiao Ji and his son were both there, as well as Chong Jing and Long Yi. It wasn't appropriate to reject the old chancellor with the excuse of being a foreigner. The emperor led the old chancellor into Rinshou Palace with a dark face. The old chancellor paid his respects to Princess Xinyang, and then he didn't leave. The emperor was so angry that he sat on the side and shook his legs. Could it be that my beloved minister wants to have dinner in Rinshou Palace? The old chancellor cupped his hands. "Since your Majesty said so, this official can only accept the decree." The dinner was placed in the courtyard. They admired the flowers, the moon, and the scenery of late spring. The children had finished eating long ago and were playing in the garden. Several young palace maids accompanied them, as if they had endless energy. Qin Fengwan rubbed her sore arms. Just now, she had only hugged Yi and the twins twice, but her waist and back were aching. "It's still good to be young," she sighed. The adults had also finished eating, so the servants removed the dining table and replaced it with a tea table. Xiao Ji was peeling an orange for Qin Fengwan. "What's good to be young?" Qin Fengwan thought of the rumors of him taking in a concubine and said sourly, "You men like young girls." Xiao Ji was about to speak when the old chancellor on the other side spoke first. "Who said so?" He looked at the old chancellor, but the old chancellor didn't look at them. It didn't seem like he was talking to them. He continued peeling the orange. "Qin Fengwan, don't you know how many times I look at you every day? I don't even look at those young girls." Qin Fengwan touched her face. "When I'm older, you won't like to look at me anymore." Xiao Ji removed the tangerine that she didn't like and raised his brows. "You're old, but am I not old? Besides, even after 10, 20, or 30 years, you'll still be the most beautiful little old lady in Jiaodu." The old chancellor said, "That's right." Xiao Ji turned around and looked at the old chancellor strangely. Qin Fengwan was far away, and her hearing wasn't as good as Xiao Ji's, so she didn't hear what the old chancellor said. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "When I'm very, very old, will you still like to look at me?" The old chancellor said, "Of course." Xiao Ji frowned. "Well, what's wrong with you today?" Under the moonlight, Empress Dowager Zhuang was looking at a few playful children while the old chancellor was looking at the quiet her. "Oh, Chapter 991. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiao Hung wanted to give the three children to his parents, but when he turned around, his father decisively took his mother to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Xiao Hung didn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. He looked at the carriage that disappeared into the street and muttered, "What are they doing?" Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. "Honeymoon." Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. A honeymoon that was 20 years late. He looked at the three little kids who were staring at him with wide eyes and instantly felt his life crumble. He first sent Gu Jiao and the three children back to the Princess Manor, then set off for Marquis Ding and Manor. Little Jing Kong was a well-rounded child. Not only did he complete his cultural studies, he didn't fall behind in martial arts either. Recently, he was learning martial arts from Gu Changqing. Even though Gu Changqing said he would send him back, Xiao Hung still tried his best to pick him up every night. It felt different to have a parent pick him up. Actually, there were many people who taught little Jing Kong martial arts. Xin Yuan Qi, Long Yi, Marquis Xian Ping, Gu Changqing, Chong Jing, and his master Liao Chun. He learned well from everyone and didn't mix up. He was also gifted. Big brother goodbye. Sister-in-law goodbye. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin at the entrance of the manor. Xiao Hung also thanked the two and then brought little Jing Kong into the carriage. Little Jing Kong wasn't young anymore. He was 9 years old and was growing faster by the day. He was no longer a little kid who would be completely blocked by the table when he sat down. Bad brother-in-law. He snorted and arrogantly got into the carriage. Xiao Hung, you're not cute the moment you open your mouth. I wonder who you learned this from. Little Jing Kong had long been a tyrant in the Imperial College. He was cold and handsome. He was only childish in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung. The carriage didn't go through Chong and Street, but went in the direction of Black Tortoise Street. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong had a good sense of direction, especially since the Imperial College was on Xuanwu Street. He was very familiar with this area and could tell if the carriage was going in the right direction with his eyes closed. This is not the way back to the princess residence. He looked at his bad brother-in-law suspiciously. Are you going to sell me in the middle of the night? Xiao Hung looked at him with both anger and amusement. Yes, I want to sell you so that you won't raise my rent in the future. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms, raised his chin, and snorted. You're still talking about it? You haven't paid your rent this year. It's been 4 months. Xiao Hung flicked his wide sleeves and said indifferently, Didn't you pay off your debt? Little Jing Kong's eyes flashed. Pay off what debt? I fought with someone with a bird and was given a demerit by the Imperial College. My parents were called. I went. I collected protection fees and was given a demerit by the Imperial College twice. My parents were called. I went. I cheated in the exam and was given a demerit by the Imperial College 3 times. I went. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Hung glanced at a certain little fellow and said, Let's agree on it. I'll help you hide it from Jiao Jiao for 500 taels each time. So, you still owe me 300 taels. Little Jing Kong's arrogance fell. He bluffed. You've changed. You would never be bribed by me in the past. Xiao Hung wouldn't be led by the nose. So you're saying that I have to cover for you for free? Fine. I'll tell Jiao Jiao later. Little Jing Kong was furious. No. They bickered. The carriage suddenly stopped. Little Duke, little master, we've arrived, the coachman said. Xiao Hung stood up. Get off. Little Jing Kong followed him and got off the carriage. He looked around and asked in confusion, Huh? It's so late. What are we doing at the Imperial College? I'm taking you to meet someone, Xiao Hung said. He led the way in front, and Xiao Jing Kong followed unwillingly. After entering the Imperial College, Xiao Hung took him directly to the teacher's attic. The teachers had already finished their shift, and the attic was dark. There was only one room that seemed to be lit by an oil lamp. The two of them came to the door. The door was open, and a teacher was writing something. Because he was too focused, he did not notice that someone had come. Teacher's son. Little Jing Kong recognized him. Teacher's son used to be one of the teachers of the prodigy class. He didn't teach the prodigy class anymore because of some personnel changes. Little Jing Kong rarely saw him. Teacher's son looked older than a few years ago. He had a few strands of white hair on his head. In fact, he was only in his 40s. "Why did you bring me to see teacher's son?" Little Jing Kong asked in confusion. Xiao Hung looked at him and said, "I didn't want to bring you to see teacher's Sunday. Teacher's son wanted to see you himself." Huh? Little Jing Kong was even more confused. Teacher's son's eyes were sore. When he raised his hand to rub his eyes, he saw Xiao Hung and Little Jing Kong. He wasn't surprised. Instead, he felt relieved. He smiled and said, "Come in." The two entered the room. Little Jing Kong found that there were a lot of papers on his desk. The papers were filled with all kinds of strange formulas. He had learned a little and knew that these were the mathematics of Jiao Jiao's previous life. Teacher's son had calculated it 3 days ago. It was raining outside when they came out of the attic. Bean-sized raindrops hit the eaves. The rain came so suddenly that no one expected it. The coachman was waiting outside the attic with an umbrella. There were only 2 umbrellas. Xiao Hung gave one to the coachman and the other to Little Jing Kong. The rain was heavy and rapid. Small streams of water meandered through the low-lying areas. Xiao Hung squatted down in front of Little Jing Kong. "Come up." Little Jing Kong muttered, "I can walk by myself." "Hurry up," Xiao Hung urged. Little Jing Kong slowly climbed onto his bad brother-in-law's back and opened the umbrella to block the pouring rain. Xiao Hing stepped in the puddles. His clothes and shoes were soaked. The rain in late spring was cold, as if it was the last resistance to summer. Little Jing Kong lay on Xiao Heng's broad and warm back. He couldn't help but feel his breath. He thought of what had happened today and muttered softly, "Why do you still remember? Who wants his apology?" Xiao Hung said, "Then should I ask teacher's son to take it back?" Little Jing Kong, "No." Xiao Hung laughed. "Forget it. I'll give you a free rent this year. Remember to pay back the 300 taels you owe me. Bad brother-in-law." After the new year, Little Jing Kong was 9 years old. He deserved to be called a child prodigy. There was a huge gap between him and the children who just started school. Xiao Hung and the old chancellor had to give him special treatment from time to time. He wanted to take the imperial examination. Xiao Hung had no objection. Gu Jiao also agreed. He passed the examination and successfully passed the imperial examination. A 9-year-old imperial examination was quite rare. He was quite happy. He took the imperial examination to show off to his bad brother-in-law. In the end, he learned that his bad brother-in-law passed the imperial examination at the age of 8. He didn't feel good at all. How could his bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination earlier than him? "When did my bad brother-in-law pass the imperial examination?" he asked the servant in the residence. The servant said, "When he was 10 years old." Originally, Little Duke could pass the imperial examination after passing the imperial examination. However, the princess said that it wasn't too early. She delayed it for 2 years before letting Little Duke take the examination. He passed the imperial examination at that time. He wanted to be a 9-year-old imperial examination. He was better than his bad brother-in-law. In the previous dynasty, the imperial examination was held twice every 3 years. In this dynasty, in order to select more talents, it was changed to once a year. This year's imperial examination hadn't arrived yet. Little Jing Kong signed up with high expectations. He was full of confidence in the examination. The old chancellor and Xiao Hung also thought that it wouldn't be a big problem. However, no one expected that he, who had always been lucky, would go against the flow on the day of the examination. Little Eight's son chewed up his examination permit. That's right, Little Eight, who was brought to the capital by Gu Yin from the farmstead, grew up and became a father with 2 puppies. Little Jing Kong broke down and cried loudly. Sure Sui didn't pass the imperial examination too late. He could tie with his bad brother-in-law. However, he went against the flow again. He broke his hand on the day before the examination. Although 11 years old was a year late, it wasn't too much. This time, he finally entered the examination hall successfully. After finishing the examination, he caught fire. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Bad brother-in-law, did you pass your bad luck to me?" He stopped taking the imperial examination when he was 12 years old. When the dispute between the 6 states arose again, he joined the army. Chapter 992. Yin country ushered in another cruel winter. The biting cold snow almost didn't stop since the winter. The battle at Samapo had been going on for 2 months. Due to the snow blocking the road, the imperial court's supplies couldn't be delivered. The soldiers at the border had been hungry for several days. They could only dig grass roots and gnaw on tree bark to satisfy their hunger. Otherwise, they would eat the corpses of horses. In the commander's tent, several generals and commanders gathered. No one spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn. About a year ago, a rebel army suddenly rose up in the southwest region of the Yin Kingdom to fight against the Empress. They spread rumors everywhere, claiming that the Empress's throne was obtained through improper means. The retired emperor originally didn't intend to pass the throne to her. It was she who forced her biological father to step down from the throne and put him under house arrest in the harem. Only then did she ascend the throne. She wasn't really destined to be. Moreover, her methods were too cruel and fierce. Compared to the previous tyrant, she was even worse. She killed the loyal and good and preyed on the common people. If the emperor is not benevolent, the country will not be a country. The above were the words of the rebel army. Some are true and some are false. It was true that Shangguan Yin forced the emperor to abdicate the throne. It was also true that she put him under house arrest. However, she didn't tyrannize, nor did she kill the loyal and good and the common people. As for whether she was destined to be or not, it depended on the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise. The sky was high and the empress was far away. The people in the southwest didn't know what kind of person Shangguan Yin was. The rebel army wantonly spread rumors of Shangguan Yin's atrocities. The common people began to question Shangguan Yin's character as the country's ruler. The time of the rebel army's rise was very sensitive. On the surface, the 6 countries maintained peace, but in secret, they had long been competing with each other. The situation at the border was tense. The imperial court advanced a large number of troops to the border. In contrast, the rebel army didn't attract much attention from the imperial court. However, this was where the problem lay. Samapo belonged to Sangzhou. Guomeng, as the commander of Sangzhou, received the imperial court's order to immediately lead 10,000 troops to Samapo to clean up the rebel army. Like the imperial court, he initially thought that the rebel army was just a few stragglers. It was only when the battle began that they discovered that the enemy's military strength far exceeded that of Sangzhou's regular army. No one knew where these troops came from. They were like weeds that grew all over the sea-ma slope overnight. Guomeng was an experienced general. He thought that the advantage in numbers didn't mean anything. After all, they were a regular army. The soldiers had the strongest physique and quality. The barracks were also equipped with the most powerful supplies and weapons. It was only a matter of time before they won. It was only when they started fighting that Guomeng realized something was off. These rebels are really good at fighting. Moreover, their equipment and armor were as hard as those of the regular army. Both sides fought, and Guomeng suffered defeat after defeat. Not only did he fail to take down the rebel army's base, but he also lost a city. This city did not have a city wall, and the nearby Sima slope was a strategic location that could be attacked and defended. Guomeng changed his previous aggressive fighting style and adopted a roundabout strategy. Originally, he wanted to stall for time while waiting for reinforcements from the neighboring Yinzhou to arrive. Unfortunately, the snow had sealed off the mountain. Not to mention reinforcements, they couldn't even transport rations over. The soldiers were cold and hungry, and the wounded soldiers couldn't get medical treatment. The morale of the army was at an all-time low. Guomeng called his deputies over today to discuss the next step of the plan. The soldiers can't hold on any longer. This was Guomeng's first sentence. No one in the tent could refute it. This time, they had been careless and underestimated the enemy. They didn't expect the Sangzhou rebel army to be so difficult to deal with. Misfortune never comes alone. The snow had sealed off the mountain, making it impossible for rations and reinforcements to arrive. Do the heavens want them dead? I have a plan here, Guomeng said seriously. Everyone was not in the mood. They had suffered too many defeats, and their confidence had long been shattered. Guomeng understood what everyone was thinking. In fact, he was the one who had collapsed the most. As the main general of this battle, he couldn't escape the blame. The others could say that they were following orders and that they had to fight however the higher-ups wanted them to. But could Guomeng comfort himself like that? Obviously not. He spent a great deal of effort to stabilize his emotions that were on the verge of collapse. He licked his cracked and bleeding lips and said, "The enemy's military strength is more than twice our military strength. In addition, they have sufficient rations and combat power. We can't attack them directly." There was silence in the tent, as if no one was listening to his words. Guomeng looked at the falling snow outside the tent and continued, "We will attack the rebel camp at night and capture or take Zhou Chongyue's head." Zhou Chongyue, the rebel army's leader. It was said that this person was born with superhuman strength, great martial arts, courage, and wisdom. He was the one who had used less than a year to expand a weak rebel army into a force of 20,000 soldiers. Taking his head was easier said than done. Fortunately, spies had sent news not long ago that Zhou Chongyue had accidentally fallen off his horse during training. He was trampled by the horse's hooves and was heavily injured. This was a good opportunity for them to severely injure Zhou Chongyue. Guomeng looked at everyone solemnly and said, "I know this mission is difficult, but this is our only way out. Zhou Chongyue is injured. If we don't kill him now, we won't have another chance. Once he recovers and leads his troops to attack us, we won't be able to resist. No, we don't have to wait until that day. All of us will starve to death and freeze to death here. Since we're going to die anyway, why not die on the battlefield? Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. At least we won't be ashamed to face our ancestors when we reach the netherworld. We didn't waste our time in this world." These words didn't mean much to ordinary people, but in the hearts of every loyal soldier, it ignited their last shred of fighting spirit. They weren't afraid of death. What they were afraid of was not being able to die a worthy death. The snow was getting heavier. It was the perfect weather for a sneak attack. The rebel army probably wouldn't have dreamed that the Zhangzhou army, who were already starving, would dare to attack them on such a snowy night. This was simply suicidal. Guomeng calmly selected the 100 most powerful soldiers. Everyone didn't eat dinner and gave the last of the grass and horse meat to these 100 warriors. In tonight's battle, they would either win or die trying. After filling their stomachs a little, Guomeng personally led 100 soldiers to attack. Before leaving, he appointed Deputy General Lin as the reserve commander. If he didn't return, Deputy General Lin would continue to lead everyone in a battle. The group of people rode their horses into the night, braving the goose feather like snow. They took a long detour through the east side of the forest, past the frozen lake, and all the way to the right wing of the rebel camp. Everything went smoothly. The horses were left in the forest, and Guomeng led the group to sneak into the enemy camp. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a large number of archers appeared from all around. They drew their bows and surrounded them. Guomeng's expression changed. Soon after, a wild laughter came from behind. The archers automatically opened up a path for a man in his 30s. He wore armor, had a tall and sturdy body, and had a full beard. He strode toward Guomeng. He stopped about 10 steps away from Guomeng. Guomeng took a closer look and was instantly dumbfounded. "Zhou Chongyue. Not good. We've fallen into a trap." Zhou Chongyue wasn't injured at all. He purposely released false information to lure Guomeng to attack. Although the rebel army had a large number of soldiers and provisions and had a good chance of winning, Guomeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was good at defense. Otherwise, Zhou Chongyue would have killed them all. Zhou Chongyue laughed. "General Guo, it wasn't easy to lure you here. Don't worry, let me finish. I admire General Guo very much. If General Guo is willing to surrender to me, I promise you that not only will I not kill you, but I will also protect your subordinates. The main road is blocked by snow. You must have been hungry for many days, right? What a coincidence. I have good wine and dishes to entertain General Guo and everyone." He finished speaking and clapped his hands. Behind the archers, a row of garrison cooks came over carrying braziers and roasted whole lambs. The aroma of the lamb, mixed with the crispness of the sesame seeds, made the already hungry Sangzhou soldiers drool. Guomeng also swallowed his saliva. Zhou Chongyue smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "General Gua, don't be so polite." Guomeng looked at the sizzling roasted lamb. His eyes glowed green. He drooled and walked toward the roasted lamb in a daze. Zhou Chongyue smiled with satisfaction. But just as he brushed past Zhou Chongyue, Guomeng suddenly thrust his sword at Zhou Chongyue. Zhou Chongyue's face changed color. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed Guomeng's wrist in time. Guomeng was too hungry and couldn't use his full strength. Otherwise, his sword would have succeeded. "General Gua, it seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Zhou Chongyue smiled coldly and kicked Guomeng in the chest. Guomeng fell to the ground with his sword. The rest of the Sangzhou soldiers saw this and came back to their senses. They drew their swords and rushed toward Zhou Chongyue. A row of archers stood in front of Zhou Chongyue and surrounded Guomeng's group with the remaining archers. Zhou Chongyue said coldly, "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The archers released their arrows, and the Sangzhou soldiers fell one by one. Soon, the snow was dyed red with blood. Guomeng looked at the soldiers lying in a pool of blood. His eyes reddened, and he gripped his sword tightly. "Zhou Chongyue, I will kill you." Zhou Chongyue snorted disdainfully. "Ah, with just you?" He grabbed Guomeng's neck and lifted him up high. Guomeng's martial arts were not bad, but he was someone who had been hungry for 3 days. How could he be Zhou Chongyue's opponent? Just as Zhou Chongyue was about to break his neck, a sharp eagle's cry came from the vast sky. It carried a terrifying, murderous aura. Even the snow in the sky seemed to freeze for a second. Zhou Chongyue frowned. In the next second, a ferocious eagle spread its snow-covered wings and swooped down. Ah! A mournful scream came from the crowd. It seemed that someone's eyeball had been pecked out by the eagle. Zhou Chongyue turned his head to look at the archer who was covering his right eye and rolling on the ground. Furrowing his brows, he threw away Guomeng in his hand and went forward to grab an archer's bow, an arrow. Pulling the bowstring, he aimed at the eagle. However, before the arrow in his hand could be released, a murderous red tasseled spear came through the air and pierced Zhou Chongyue's shoulder. Zhou Chongyue was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the terrifying force. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Amidst the swirling snow, a young man clad in silver armor rode a war horse similarly clad in silver armor, treading through the snow. Despite his young and tender age, he had a pair of resolute and cold eyes. Thousands of soldiers and horses could not stop him. He pulled on the reins as if he was in a no-man's land. The red cape on his silver armor fluttered behind him. Arrows covered the sky and shot toward him, but there was no fear in his eyes. Zhou Chongyue looked at the wolf youth who was exuding endless bloodthirst. He frowned unconsciously. He thought that the person who attacked him was a powerful expert, but it turned out that it was a child. How old was he? Was he 13? How could he hurt him? He must have been careless and let him get away with it. He did not care if he was a child. If he hurt him, he had to pay the price. He wanted to twist his head off. Zhou Chongyue gritted his teeth and pulled out the red tasseled spear on his shoulder. What shocked him was that this spear was much heavier than any of the red tasseled spears he had ever held. He could not help but wonder what kind of spear it was. He turned his head to look. Damn, it was so ugly. Zhou Chongyue was shocked by the ugly red tasseled spear with red flowers and red braids. In that instant, the young man had urged his horse to break through the archer's encirclement and came in front of him. The young man swung his whip and rolled the red tasseled spear back. Then, the young man's warhorse raised its hooves and stepped on Zhou Chongyue, who was about to attack. Zhou Chongyue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man held the red tasseled spear and coldly pressed it against his forehead. Zhou Chongyue looked at the cold glint of the spear in front of him and his body stiffened. He could not believe that he, who had never been defeated before, could not fight back in the hands of the young man. He raised his head to look at the cold and inexperienced youth on the horse's back. The youth had a face that could topple cities, but his gaze was cold and full of killing intent. He asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? The young man said word by word, Black Wind Rider, Xianyuan Shi. Chapter 993. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. This child was actually from the Xianyuan family. Then it wasn't strange that he lost to him. No, it was still strange. Firstly, this child was too young. He looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old. Secondly, he had never heard of such a powerful young general from the Xianyuan family. There was a reason for this. He had always been in Zhao country and had only entered the Black Wind camp this year. Although he was a direct descendant of a Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Shi didn't give him any special treatment. He started from the lowest cavalry. He was assigned to Li Shun's command and had always listened to Li Shun's orders to charge and break through enemy lines. This was the first time he had received command and led troops to Tsangzhou to provide support. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Zhou Chongyue had never heard of him. In fact, it wasn't just Zhou Chongyue. Even Guomang and the others were stunned. Xianyuan Shi was so strict with his child that it made one's hair stand on end. In order to prevent people from secretly taking care of him, he didn't even allow him to use his real name. He was still called Jing Kong in the army camp. Today, in order to intimidate this group of bastards, he revealed his identity. The effect was very good. Zhou Chongyue was stunned. The remaining 5,000 rebels were also stunned. For a moment, no one dared to charge forward. Zhou Chongyue dared to rebel because he had a strong heart. He quickly forced himself to recover from the shock. He looked at the young man who held him hostage with his red-tasseled spear. He clenched his teeth and said, You're lying. I've never heard of such a person in the Xianyuan family. You think I'll be afraid of you just because you're pretending to be from the Xianyuan family? His words were sonorous and powerful. They were not only for himself, but also to reinvigorate the morale of his troops. As expected, when the rebels heard this, they gradually looked suspiciously at the silver-armored young man on the horse. Zhou Chongyue struck while the iron was hot and said coldly, The Xianyuan family was destroyed many years ago. Only Marshal Xianyuan Shi and his son, Xianyuan Zheng, survived. Where did you come from, brat? Actually, he had heard that the eldest son of the Xianyuan family had a child. However, the child rarely showed himself. There were many rumors about the child, especially in the Tsang prefecture. The child itself was a rumor. At this time, if he tried to defend himself, regardless of whether it was true or false, he would become the passive party. Guomang looked worriedly at the silver-armored youth on horseback, worried that he would fall for Zhou Chongyue's provocation. However, the young man was not led by the nose by Zhou Chongshan. He looked coldly at his defeated opponent and said arrogantly, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, surrender. 2, die. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer me, I'll take it that you've chosen the second option. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, Zhou Chongyue grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and threw it at Xianyuan Shi. Almost at the same time, the expert hiding behind Xianyuan Shi leaped into the air, his hands clenching his scimitar as he launched a sneak attack on Xianyuan Shi. Be careful. Guomang was facing Xianyuan Shi and saw the sneak attack from Xianyuan Shi's back clearly. However, he was too far away and injured to block it in time. The corners of Xianyuan Shi's lips curled up slightly. Insignificant skill. His spear was like a dragon, spinning above his head. Without turning his head, he coldly pierced the expert's heart. As for the snow that Zhou Chongyue had thrown, it was blown away by the warhorse under the young man before it could reach half of the ground. Zhou Chongyue's body trembled. Fuck, this horse can blow snow. 3. Xianyuan Shi finished counting. He looked calmly at the stunned Zhou Chongyue. Looks like you've chosen the second option. No, I didn't even have time to say. The long spear gleaming with cold light fell, and the head of the rebel leader rolled to the feet of an archer. The archer was paralyzed with fear. Everyone shuddered. Reporting for General Zhou, someone in the crowd shouted. Unfortunately, before he could finish, a bugle horn sounded not far away, and countless horses galloped over. One of the cavalrymen rushed at the front, carrying a flying eagle banner on his shoulder that fluttered in the wind and snow. That was the Xian Yuan family's commander's flag. The Xian Yuan family's cavalry had really come. The young man who killed Zhou Chongyue was not lying. He was from a Xian Yuan family. With the death of their leader and the arrival of imperial reinforcements, the rebel army's morale had plummeted. It was hard to remember who was the first to escape. In short, before the Xian Yuan family's cavalry flattened the mountain, all the rebels had fled. Guomeng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Black Wind cavalry had arrived just in time. Just as he was about to witness the Black Wind cavalry's heroism, he saw a familiar face. The one carrying the commander's flag. Yes, I'm talking about you. Aren't you Erdan? Erdan was one of Guomeng's lieutenants. His surname was Zhang Minghuan, and Erdan was his nickname. Guomeng rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. At this time, all the riders who had been shouting to charge and break through the enemy's lines had charged forward. However, he was completely dumbfounded. How were these the Black Wind cavalry of a Xian Yuan family? They were the remnants of the soldiers he had left in the camp. He turned to look at Xian Yuan Shi in a daze. My lord, what's going on? He did not know Xian Yuan Shi's official position, but judging from his majestic appearance, it should be above his own. Xian Yuan Shi wiped his red-tasseled spear with a handkerchief and said calmly, "Oh, I borrowed your men." "Where are your men?" Guomeng asked. "Just me," Xian Yuan Shi said. Guomeng staggered and almost fell. What do you mean just you? The imperial court only sent you as reinforcements?" "No, they sent quite a few, but they were all blocked by the snow. Only he and little Shi had rushed over." Guomeng swallowed and mustered up his courage to ask, "May I ask how many reinforcements the imperial court sent?" 200, Xian Yuan Shi said. Guomeng was dumbfounded. Only 200? That's not enough. It'll take at least 10 or 20,000. Xian Yuan Shi put away his red-tasseled spear and looked at him strangely. "Why do you need 10 or 20,000 soldiers to escort the supplies?" Guomeng was deeply shocked. "You are actually just an escort for the supplies? Did the rebel army know that they were being played by a small group of cavalrymen transporting supplies? May I ask from whom did you learn this skill of bluffing?" Guomeng suddenly thought of an important question. "Don't tell me your identity as a member of the Xian Yuan family is also..." "My identity is real," Xian Yuan Shi said. "I'm indeed a member of the Xian Yuan family." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the remaining soldiers who were waiting for orders and frowned. "What are you still standing there for? Take it." Guomeng was speechless. Under Xian Yuan Shi's leadership, the remaining soldiers of Tsang province plundered the rebel army's camp clean, leaving not a single grain of rice or thread behind. That night, the Tsang province army, who had been starving for many days, finally had a full meal. Although Zhou Chongyue was dead, his son was still alive, and so were the 20,000 soldiers of the rebel army. The weather was still bad, and the reinforcement from Yinzhou could not arrive. The Tsang province army only had 3,000 soldiers left, but only 2,000 could fight. Guomeng's suggestion was to defend. "We've taken some supplies. We can defend until the Yunzhou army arrives." Xian Yuan Shi did not agree with this idea. First, they did not know how long the weather would last, and the supplies would run out one day. Second, there were too many injured soldiers. They had to quickly take back the city and let the injured soldiers in for treatment. He said seriously, "For a hot-blooded soldier, the saddest thing is not dying on the battlefield, but dying of illness in the barracks." Guomeng was stunned. He did not expect a 12 or 13-year-old boy to say something like this. Had he also experienced death and pain? Otherwise, why would he have such feelings? He would rather die in battle than die of illness. In the end, Guomeng agreed to Xian Yuan Shi's plan. 3 days later, Xian Yuan Shi led 2,000 soldiers of Tsang province to attack the rebel army's right wing. The rebel army had never seen the real Black Wind cavalry, but Xian Yuan Shi's reputation had already spread. Coupled with the Xian Yuan family's flag, all of the rebel army thought that the ones attacking them were the Xian Yuan cavalry. The rebel army's morale was low, and Xianyuan led the Tsang province army to attack the main commander's camp, scattering the 20,000 soldiers. Xianyuan first caught the least number of soldiers and chased after them. The rebel army had no power to fight back. 2 hours later, Xianyuan beheaded Zhou Chongyue's youngest son, Zhou Fengdong. 3 days later, Xianyuan captured Zhou Chongyue's third son, Zhou Fengxiu. On the 7th day, Xianyuan seriously injured Zhou Chongyue's second son, Zhou Fengxiu. That night, Zhou Chongyue's eldest son, Zhou Fengchun, surrendered. In just 7 days, 2,000 soldiers defeated Zhou Chongyue's 20,000 rebel army, ending a year of civil strife in the southwest. Xianyuan could be said to have become famous in one battle. When Shang Wanyan received the news of victory from the southwest, he was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xianyuan to return to court, he directly issued an imperial edict to the whole world, conferring Xianyuan as the first marquis champion in the history of Yan Kingdom. A 13-year-old marquis within the 6 countries, there was no one like him. Chapter 994. For the time being, Xianyuan did not know that he had been conferred the title of Marquis Champion. The civil strife in the southwest had been quelled, and he was preparing to return. Before leaving, he arrived at Sima Slope. Riding little Shi, he stood on a high slope and gazed into the vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. Guomeng urged his horse to follow beside him. Seeing that he did not speak for a long time, Guomeng felt sure you could not figure out what he was thinking. After these days of contact, Guomeng had a whole new level of respect for this youth who was even younger than his own son. He had the frivolity and hot-bloodedness of a youth, but not the impulsiveness and naivety of a youth. He was brave and resourceful, and his temperament was steady. Guomeng often sighed with emotion. This youth seemed to be born for the battlefield. The cold wind whistled, and Guomeng felt a trace of coldness. He looked at the youth with cracked lips and firm eyes, and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Sir, what are you looking at?" Xianyuan, said, "The mountains and rivers of the Yan Kingdom." Guomeng thought for a moment, then asked, "Then what do you see?" Xianyuan, said indifferently, "The Liang Kingdom is asking for a beating." Guomeng did not understand. How did the Liang Kingdom suddenly get involved? The topic had gone off the rails a bit too quickly. Xianyuan, was not stingy with his answer. Where did the rebel army's armor and weapons come from? Where did the money to raise the army come from? Zhou Chongyue is only a martial artist. How could he have such great ability? Guomeng's expression changed. You mean, the Liang Kingdom is behind the chaos in the southwest? A withered leaf flew over and gently landed in Xianyuan's palm. Xianyuan clenched his fist, his eyes cold. The Liang Kingdom. He released his hand, and the withered leaf turned into fine powder, which was blown away by the wind into the snow. The chaos in the southwest had come to an end, and Xianyuan set out to return to the capital. The road is still closed. Would you like to return a few days later? Guomeng tried to persuade him. No need. He had to rush back to spend the new year with Jiao Jiao. He nimbly mounted his horse. His silver armor and red cape fluttered in the wind behind him. He looked valiant and very handsome. Guomeng was stunned. This child was simply too good-looking, of course. When it came to killing the enemy, they were not merciful at all. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome young man was the little killing god who had struck fear into the hearts of all the rebels on the battlefield a few days ago. Goodbye, General Guo. The young man patted the warhorse's neck and said with a smile, "There are only 13 days left. Little Shi, I'm counting on you." The adult horse king raised its front hooves and tightened its muscles. It cracked open its mouth as if it was laughing wildly. "I'm coming." All the horses in the barracks were knocked over by him. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed into the endless wind and snow. A man, an eagle, and a horse braved the biting cold wind and snow. They crossed mountains, cities, and forests in this extremely cold world. Finally, they arrived at Chengdu on New Year's Eve. The snow in Chengdu was also very heavy, but there was no wind today. The goose, feather like snow, fell quietly. There were no pedestrians on the street, and the shops were closed. The whole street could only hear the rapid sound of horse hooves and the loud cry of the eagle hovering high in the sky. Xian Yuan, she had not seen Jiao Jiao for a year. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He could not wait to return to her side. Little she, he pulled the reins tightly. The horse king and the young man on the horse grew up together. They had a tacit understanding and increased the speed of the horse. The horse king actually wanted to go back earlier. Human cubs were good, but it was troublesome to walk them. This time, it had slipped away for a year. It really did not want to slip away again. It wanted to go back to Jiao Jiao. This year, Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong took the children to celebrate the new year in the Yin Kingdom. First, they wanted to visit Duke An and Shangwan Yin. Second, the situation in the Yin Kingdom was tense. Xin Yuanqi had been guarding the border for 2 years and had not returned to the capital. Gu Jiao may go to the battlefield. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strolled in the imperial garden wrapped in silver. From time to time, the children's laughter could be heard from behind the flowers in front of them. They were innocent and carefree. Shangwan Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness. The longer she was the emperor, the stronger her fierce aura was. The palace servants rarely saw her soft side. Shangwan Yin said with emotion, Jing Kong has made a great contribution to the civil strife in the southwest. Do you know that he asked to go to the southwest? He said that if he did not go, you would go. Gu Jiao's expression froze. Shangwan Yin sighed. He said that you don't need to fight anymore in the future. He will fight all the battles. He told me and the Grand Marshal not to tell you any military information. It's enough to tell him. He will definitely win, he promises. Gu Jiao's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. She suddenly remembered what Jing Kong said to her when he first came to her home. Jiao Jiao, you are very powerful. I also want to be very powerful. More powerful than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be powerful. She was puzzled. The 3-year-old little Jing Kong looked up. His clear eyes, without a trace of impurities, looked into her eyes. Jiao Jiao, it must be very hard, right? Master said that powerful people have suffered a lot and will continue to suffer a lot in the future. Because powerful people are destined to go up the mountain. Going up the mountain is very hard. Going down the mountain is more comfortable. Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I will carry you up the mountain. If powerful people have to go up the mountain, then he will carry Jiao Jiao up the mountain. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to walk. Jiao Jiao's hardships, he will bear them. At that time, Gu Jiao didn't quite understand what a 3-year-old squishy ball meant by going up and down a mountain. She only gradually understood later. She also finally understood why he suddenly joined the army when he was 12 years old. He gave up the civil service and joined the military, not because he was unlucky and lost confidence in the imperial examination, but because he wanted to go to war for her. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to inherit the lost knowledge of the past, and to create peace for all ages. She didn't have time to teach him these. His mind was very simple. He wanted to give her a golden age of peace. He didn't tell me when he left. She whispered, if he had told you, you wouldn't have let him go. Shangwan Yin said, looked at Gu Jiao, and said, the war in the southwest is over. Jing Kong will come back soon. He will be very happy to see you. Gu Jiao nodded. She missed Jing Kong. She missed him very much. In addition, Shangwan Yin paused. The situation of the 6 countries may change again. Since the last war against Jin, the 6 countries had been at peace for several years. But not long ago, this delicate balance was broken. Shangwan Yin proposed to build a water transportation system for the 6 countries, but it was opposed by all the countries. The reasons were strange. They didn't want to destroy the geomancy of their country, or they didn't want to waste money. However, the reason was actually because of an island called Baoshan. Baoshan Island was located in Jin, the territory of Jin. When Jin was defeated, they ceded a lot of cities to seek peace, including Baoshan Island. However, Baoshan Island was a deserted island. No one took a fancy to it, so Yin Kingdom took it. Who would have thought that the people who reclaimed the island would find a gold mine on the island? The other countries were unbalanced. They all thought that Yin Kingdom deliberately concealed the mineral vein, making everyone mistakenly think that it was a deserted island. Now, all the countries wanted a share of the pie. But this was impossible. Shangguan Yin would never give in. However, this was not the only reason for the tension in the 6 countries. There was another major reason: the Turks. The Turks had changed. The Turks were originally separated from Jin. There were a total of 13 tribes. Over the years, the major tribes were in their own way, and there were constant disputes. It was not that no one tried to unify the 13 tribes, but no one had the means. But just 3 years ago, the weakest Turk tribe suddenly rose and annexed the other tribes one by one. In less than 3 years, they ruled the 13 tribes that had been separated for hundreds of years. 2 months ago, the Turkic Khaganate established their country and named it Wei. Whether the 6 countries recognized it or not, it was a country that started a new era. The Wei king did not claim the title of emperor for the time being, but only a king. He probably wants to wait for the envoys of the 6 countries to arrive there and witness his enthronement ceremony before officially ruling the world. Shangguan Yin said and took out an edict from her wide sleeve. This is a letter written by the king of Wei, inviting the royal family of each country to attend his enthronement ceremony. Gu Jiao took it. She couldn't understand Jin's language, so she asked, "Is mother going?" Shangguan Yin said, "Jing said he wants to go, but I'm always a little worried, so I hope to find someone to accompany him. Let's see if it's you or uncle." Gu Jiao nodded. This was not a big problem. She could go, and Xin Yuanqi could also go. In addition, I want to remind you of one thing. Shangguan Yin said. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Shangguan Yin frowned and said, "Rumor has it that the reason why the king of Wei can go from being the son of the weakest tribe leader to today is because he has a resourceful prime minister under him." Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "What's his surname?" Shangguan Yin said Lu. Chapter 995. Lu what? Gu Jiao asked. Shangguan Yin shook her head. "I don't know much about the Wei country's prime minister. I only know that his surname is Lu, and he comes from a poor background. He came across the Wei country's prince by chance. Perhaps because they were in the same boat, they felt like old friends at first sight. Since then, he has been working under the Wei country's prince. From an inconspicuous little strategist, he slowly became the Wei country's most powerful think tank." Gu Jiao's attention was on the poor background and the poor background of the Wei country. The Wei country, she murmured thoughtfully. Could it be him? While she was thinking, the 5-year-old Xiao Yin ran over with her little brother, bold, sweating. The twins were very delicate. They were white and tender. When they smiled, they had a pair of small dimples. They were very cute. Xiao Yin raised her chubby little face and said with a smile, "Imperial grandmother, mother, Summer wants to play sleigh." The quiet little handsome boy, Xiao Tsung's face darkened. "You want to play? Who likes that kind of childish thing? Go play," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Yin happily pulled Xiao Tsung away. Xiao Tsung, who was just a tool from beginning to end, the Yin country's imperial palace was very big. In order to let the 2 little guys play to their heart's content, Shangguan Yin didn't hesitate to tear down a garden and 2 palaces to make a super big ski resort near the imperial garden. The palace servant brought the light shui sleigh made by Xiao Hung himself. Xiao Yin twisted her little butt and couldn't wait to sit on it. "What are you doing? Come on, little brother." She especially liked to call Xiao Tsung little brother. But in fact, Xiao Tsung never thought of himself as a little brother. Originally, he should have been the first to come out, but this girl kicked him aside and snatched the first place from him. So he was actually the older brother. Xiao Yin spread her hands and raised her eyebrows. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Tsung sat on it expressionlessly. The first place was taken by Xiao Yin. He sat behind Xiao Yin. He quietly pinched the corner of Xiao Yin's clothes. Xiao Yin tightened her grip on the reins and said proudly, "Don't tell me you secretly pinched my clothes again?" Xiao Tsung's expression froze, but his tone remained the same. "I'm afraid that you'll fall." Xiao Yin patted her chest and said crisply, "It's okay to be afraid. You're the younger brother. Big sister will protect you." Xiao Tsung, Don't imitate your uncle. Xiao Yin smiled mischievously. Sit tight. Wasn't it just a sleigh pulled by a few palace servants? It wasn't that fast either. Did they think that they couldn't sit properly? Just as Xiao Tsong finished muttering to himself, he saw a black horse galloping over at lightning speed. It picked up the rope of the sled and galloped off. Xiao Tsong's face turned pale. Why was it little Shi? He didn't have time to jump off the sled or call for help. Little Shi was running too fast. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was blown into a little sad frog. Little Shi ran 3 laps before stopping. The twins' hair was blown into a shammate style. Xiao Yin was so excited that she clapped her hands. One more time. One more time. Xiao Tsong calmly got off the light shui and covered his chest with his hands. With a cold expression, he knelt down in the snow and vomited. On the other side, Xin Yuan, she finally saw Jiao Jiao, whom she had been longing for. Everything had changed over the years, but Jiao Jiao was still the same in his eyes. Gu Jiao Jiao was wearing a light green brocade cloak. The edge of her hat was inlaid with a circle of snow-white fur. When the wind blew, the fur swayed gently, making her skin look even more beautiful. Jiao Jiao. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart as he called out her name loudly. When Gu Jiao Jiao heard him, she immediately turned around and saw the travel-worn youth across the frozen lotus pond. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. Jing Kong. Xin Yuan, she used his qing gong and leaped into the air. He wanted to give Jiao Jiao a handsome and confident figure so that Jiao Jiao would be immersed in his charm and be unable to extricate herself. At the same time, he wanted to prove to Jiao Jiao that he was no longer the little wrestling monk from before. The palace maids all screamed. Heavens! Which girl could resist such a beautiful youth falling from the sky? Gu Jiao Jiao also smiled as she looked at the youth flying towards her. Just as he was about to land, a crisp and demonic voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Uncle Jing Kong. Xin Yuan, she's breath stagnated, his body stiffened, and he fell from the air. It was neither close nor far, and he just happened to fall in front of Gu Jiao Jiao. His handsome face fell, and he fell flat on his face. Gu Jiao Jiao, Shang Wanyan, all the palace maids, the culprit Xiao Yin, ran over and squatted beside the Uncle Jing Kong. She tilted her head and looked at him curiously. 3 seconds later, she copied the same posture as the Uncle Jing Kong. She buried her face in the snow and positioned herself like a small horse. Everyone again, it was rare for him to act cool, but the result was that he fell like a toad. Xin Yuan, she wished that he could die on the spot. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth for 5 seconds before he calmly got up from the snow. Then he saw the little kid who imitated him. The young man's body trembled. No way. Did he fall so ugly? I want to die again, Gu Jiao Jiao laughed. Xin Yuan, she looked at her laughing uncontrollably and scratched his head. All right, if it could make Jiao Jiao happy, it was worth it no matter how ugly the fall was. Xiao Yin was very dedicated. No one helped her up, so she kept her unconscious posture. Shangguan Yin was angry and amused. Get up. It was Xin Yuan, she who lifted her up. He didn't realize that the way he lifted Xiao Yin was exactly the same as the way Xiao Hong lifted him. Uncle Jing Kong, I miss you so much. You become more handsome. The way Xiao Yin flattered him was exactly the same as when he was a child. Family was really a wonderful pair of words. Jiao Jiao, your majesty. He greeted Gu Jiao Jiao and Shangguan Yin. Shangguan Yin nodded with relief. It's been hard on you. Did you get hurt? No. He shook his head decisively. Then he looked around, Why don't I see Tsong, and Xiao Xian? Xiao Yin sat on his arm and complained with an exaggerated expression. Little brother was sitting in the sleigh and was so scared that he vomited. Xiao Tsong, who was carried by a palace maid, had a dark face again. I got carsick and vomited. Xiao Xian was the second child of Gu Jiao Jiao and Xiao Ong. He was also born in the 12th lunar month and just celebrated his 2nd birthday a few days ago. He was sleeping. Shangguan Yin knew that the siblings had a lot of intimate things to talk about since they just came back from Jing Kong. She smiled and said, Xiao Xian should wake up. You can go and see him. Come to Fengqi Palace for dinner tonight. Okay. Gu Jiaojiao agreed. Shang Wanyin left with everyone. Xin Yuanxi put down Xiao Yin and cupped his hands to salute Shang Wanyin. Gu Jiaojiao stared at the handsome and well-educated young man in front of her and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The little boy had really grown up. Xiao Yin could walk by herself. She walked in front of Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong was a little weak after vomiting. Gu Jiaojiao planned to take him from the palace maid. I'll do it, Xin Yuanxi said. He stretched out his slender arms and picked up the 5-year-old Xiao Kong uncle from Jing Kong. Xiao Tsong weakly called out. He gently looked at the little guy in his arms. Don't talk. Gu Jiaojiao looked at him with a slight smile. You've grown taller. After a pause, she said, You've become tanned. The first sentence was quite funny, but the second sentence made him stiff. The dark history of being tanned by his bad brother-in-law came to his mind. His expression changed, and he began to look around. Gu Jiaojiao said, Your brother-in-law is not here. He went to repair the gun with your brother Qing. Xin Yuan, she coughed lightly. I didn't find a bad brother-in-law. Gu Jiaojiao smiled. Are you injured? She asked. I'm not injured, he said firmly. Gu Jiaojiao said, Okay, let me examine you later. He choked, and his eyes flashed. No, I'm not a child. I can't show you. There were too many big and small injuries on his body. He didn't want her to see them. What's more, his injuries were nothing. No matter how many injuries he had, Jiaojiao's injuries would only be more serious than his. He hurriedly changed the topic. Is Xiao Xian's body better? It was strange. Xiao Xian was clearly a single fetus and a full-term fetus, but his body was much weaker than a premature boy-girl fetus. Jing Kong remembered that after the little guy was born, he was sick almost every month. During the confinement period, he lost weight instead of gaining weight. He had to drink so much medicine that his heart ached. Gu Jiaojiao paused and said, He's much better. While talking, the two came to the second prince's palace. Although Jing Kong was a man with a different surname, Shang Wanyin had already decreed that he was allowed to live in the imperial palace. Therefore, no one dared to stop him. When the two were about to come to the door of the palace, they saw a silly little bean cutely poking his head out. Chapter 996. The little boy stuck out half of his body and looked around. He had a round little head and wore a clean little monk's robe. A string of small Buddhist prayer beads hung around his neck. He held the door frame with one hand and held the string of small Buddhist prayer beads with the other. He looked very obedient and cute. Xin Yuanxi, however, was stunned. Who is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy saw Gu Jiao. He wanted to come out, but held himself back. He clung to the door frame and called out in a childish voice, Mother! Xin Yuan, she was petrified on the spot. This little monk couldn't be Xiao Xian? Xiao Xian became a monk. Gu Jiao saw his confusion. As she led him towards Xiao Xian, she explained, Xiao Xian's body is weak, and he always falls sick every few days. Later, my mother carried Xiao Xian to the temple. The master in the temple said that he was fated with Buddha. Xin Yuan, she was flabbergasted. And then, he became a monk? Gu Jiao held little Xiao Xian's hand. Well, you can say that. These clothes were worn by you when you were young. Princess Mother said that wearing old clothes is good luck and can let the child grow up safely. Xin Yuan, she mumbled. No wonder it looked so familiar. When Xin Yuan, she left home, Xiao Xian was only 1 year old. Now that a year had passed, Xiao Xian didn't remember him. Xiao Xian raised his round little head and looked at him curiously with his big black grape-like eyes. Who are you? Xin Yuan, she pinched his little face. I'm your uncle from Jing Kong. Do you still remember me? Little Xiao Xian shook his head very honestly. Xin Yuan, she smiled. Xiao Tsong, who was lying in his arms, opened his eyes and glanced at his younger brother. Tell your uncle in Jing Kong what your name is. Little Xiao Xian nodded obediently and began to introduce himself in a childish voice. My name is Xiao Xian, and my Dharma name is Shurexine. Xin Yuan Shi. You even have a Dharma name? Xiao Xian looked smaller and thinner than other children his age, but Xian Yuan she learned from Gu Jiao that he didn't get sick as easily as he did when he was 1 year old. Yao Shi and Princess Xianyang felt more and more that raising the little guy as a monk was the right choice. There was a precedent for this among the relatives they knew, Kuan Dao Yuan Baolin. Gu Jiao held little Xiao Xian's hand and walked in. Xian Yuan, she looked at the 2-year-old boy who was struggling in the snow. He wanted to ask Jiao Jiao if he didn't want to hug him. Xiao Tsong said calmly, "Mother hugs you the most. She rarely hugs the 3 of us." Xian Yuan, she was stunned. She took out 4 fingers and looked at little Xiao Xian with a mischievous gaze. Xiao Xian said, too. Xiao Yin collapsed. Xiao Yin sat up and grabbed her clothes. She breathed in and out. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know how to do this, right?" Xiao Xian nodded. Xiao Yin taught seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Xian answered seriously. Shang, mountain, hit, tiger, head axe, tiger. Xiao Yin spat out 180 degrees of blood on the spot. After spitting out the non-existent blood, she fell backwards, her small body sprawled out on the heated bed. Next door, Gu Jiao had just finished examining Xiao Tsong's body. He only had simple motion sickness and would be fine after a day or 2 of rest. She asked the nanny to take Xiao Tsong out. Xian Yuan, she also planned to go out. "Sit down," Gu Jiao said. Xian Yuan, she scratched his head and smiled. "I really don't need it. I didn't vomit." Gu Jiao pressed him down on the chair. The white light from the window shone on the youth's handsome face. He blushed a little, and his ears were visibly red. "I'm really fine," he said. Gu Jiao took his pulse and asked seriously, "Where are you hurt?" "No," he subconsciously retorted. He thought of something, and his eyes flashed. He raised his left wrist and said, "Are you talking about this?" Gu Jiao lifted his sleeve slightly, revealing a red and swollen bruise. He said carelessly, "I didn't hold the red tasseled spear properly that day and accidentally twisted it. In the past, he would sit on the threshold and wait to show her his small injury. He would even save his tears for her to see when she came back. Now, he was covered in bruises and refused to say a word. "Let me do it." Xiao Heng's voice suddenly appeared at the door. The 2 of them looked at him in unison. "You're back," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng nodded and stepped into the room. He looked at the medicine box on the table and said to Gu Jiao, "There are couplets outside. Do you want to take a look?" "Okay." Gu Jiao left the medicine box and turned to leave the room. Xian Yuan, she pursed his lips reluctantly. "What?" "I just said a few words to Jiao Jiao." "Bad brother-in-law." When Xiao Heng saw him at the door, he didn't dare to recognize him. He hadn't seen him for a year, and he had grown taller and more mature. He was no longer that immature child. He had the heroic spirit of a soldier and the murderous aura that came from the battlefield. But when he spoke, Xiao Heng was sure that he was still the little monk who fought with him in a battle of wits and courage. Xiao Heng said to him, "Okay, Jiao Jiao is gone. There's nothing to hide. Take off your clothes." Xian Yuan, she vigilantly crossed his arms. "What are you doing?" Xiao Heng picked up the medicine on the table and said lightly, "If I don't finish this medicine for you, I won't be able to help you if Jiao Jiao asks." Xian Yuan, she chose between letting Jiao Jiao worry or letting his bad brother-in-law worry. "Then keep it a secret for me. Don't tell Jiao Jiao." "Got it." He unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the mottled scars all over his body. When he was a child, Xiao Heng bathed him. Xiao Heng knew exactly where he had pockmarks on his body. Xiao Heng knew that he would be injured, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Although most of the scars had healed, he must have been in a lot of pain at the time. This was also a child that he had raised himself. "You." Xiao Heng's throat swelled with pain. Xian Yuan, she pretended not to see his slightly red eyes. He turned his face and said, "Hurry up, I'm cold." The tip of his nose was also sore. It was strange. He didn't want to cry, but when his bad brother-in-law's eyes turned red, he couldn't help it. Chapter 997. Xiao Heng stayed in the room for half an hour before coming out. Just now, he deliberately gave Gu Jiao a reason to leave, not because Gu Jiao really wants to read the couplets. Sure enough, he went next door. Gu Jiao sat there motionless. That quiet look of hers made one's heart ache. Gu Jiao heard him push the door open. She got up and looked at him. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were worried. How is Jing Kong? Xiao Hung entered the room and put the empty bottle of medicine on the table. The answer was already obvious. Such a big bottle, their whole family can't use it in a year. It can be seen how many injuries Jing Kong has. Gu Jiao sullenly put her forehead on his tight chest. He raised his slender hand and gently rubbed her head. When she was depressed, he always comforted her like this. Xiao Hung whispered, "Don't be too sad. I looked carefully. His injuries are all healed." He can calmly explain to her. Just now in a room, he almost couldn't hold it in several times. Fortunately, his embarrassing appearance was not seen by Jiao Jiao. Otherwise, he will have no face to see people in the future. She whispered, "He used to have acne. I didn't even want him to leave a small pockmark, so I wrapped his little hand. He sneaked out to scratch himself and was caught red-handed by Gu Chongqing. Now that he has so many scars on his body, her heart must be in pain. Also, he would even tell me when he hurt his finger by hitting walnuts." Xiao Hung doesn't know how to comfort her. Boys are like this. When they are young, they always stick to their mother. But as they slowly grow up, some things can only be known by their father. Probably, this is the price of growing up. It's the child's protection of his mother. Dinner was placed in Shang Wanyan's room. Because Xiao Tsong just vomited, his body hasn't recovered, so someone has to carry him. Xiao Hung has already carried Xiao Yan and little Xiao Xian, so Gu Jiao went to carry Xiao Kong. But how can Xian Yuan let Jiao Jiao be tired? He had to be the one to carry the baby. Xian Yuan decisively took Xiao Kong. Xiao Tsong sat in his arms with a dark face. "Uncle, can you be a human?" Tonight was the New Year's Eve dinner. Dukan was invited to the palace, and so was Feng Wuxiu. Feng Wuxiu was rather confused. Why would they invite him or his brother to the reunion dinner in the palace every time? However, if the food made by the imperial chef was delicious, he would be happy to come. Xian Yuan Shi, Liao Chun, and Priest Qing Feng were all stationed at the border and could not return to the capital. During dinner, Xian Yuan finally found out that he has been conferred a marquis. To be honest, he doesn't care much about official positions. He didn't go to war to become an official. However, if he can show off to his bad brother-in-law, then he will be very happy. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and said in an accent, Some people are only the top scorer at 19 years old, but some people are already marquises at 13 years old." At the table, except for Xiao Yin and little Xiao Xian who didn't understand, everyone's mouth twitched. The familiar recipe, the familiar taste, that arrogant little monk is back. But what kind of Versailles is this? Only the top scorer at 19 years old? How do you want other top scorers to live? Also, should I remind you that your bad brother-in-law is the young chancellor of the Imperial College at 13 years old? The ceiling of one civil and one martial arts is taken down by the two of you. Xian Yuan raised his chin and snorted, "I don't care. In any case, I am better than my bad brother-in-law." Xiao Heng picked up a piece of freshly deboned fish for him. "Eat your food." Xian Yuan didn't feel like eating meat when he was 10 years old. In the beginning, he could only drink a bit of meat soup. Later on, he gradually ate a bit of small fish and shrimp. Now he can also eat a bit of lean meat. He just can't eat too much. Xian Yuan snorted and began to eat heartily. At this time, he was a carefree child again. New Year's Eve was also Xiao Hung and Xian Yuan's birthday. The Imperial kitchen made longevity noodles for the two, and Xian Yuan finished it all in one gulp. He never went hungry at home, but on the battlefield, he went hungry every few days. This caused everything he ate to be especially delicious. The adults at the table saw him like this and couldn't help but feel some heartache. Dukan smiled and tried to smooth things over. "I almost forgot to give you a present." Xian Yuan took his head out of the bowl of noodles. "Oh, there's a present? For me?" Dukan smiled. "You and Ahing both get one." Everyone gave Xiao Hung books, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings as gifts. The gifts for Xian Yuan were much more varied. Gu Jiao gave him a newly made 9-section whip. Gu Xiaoshun also designed a hidden weapon on the whip. It could be used to attack, defend, and sneak attack. Xian Yuan, she went outside to try it out. The weight and length were just right, and the flexibility was perfect. He liked it very much. He tied the whip to his waist and returned to his seat. He asked Xiao Hung, "Brother-in-law, what do you have for me?" Xiao Hung said indifferently, "No, I didn't know you were coming back." Just as he said this, there was a sudden whoosh from outside the hall. Immediately after, golden fireworks bloomed in the endless sky. Fireworks! Xian Yuan Shi's eyes widened, and he dashed out with a whoosh. Xiao Yin was extremely anxious. I also want to see. I also want to see. I also want to see. The doors and windows were wide open. The position of the reunion dinner was excellent. The angle of the fireworks was also carefully calculated. Sitting down, one could watch the fireworks feast. But the fireworks were gorgeous, so everyone went to the small garden outside the hall. The colorful golden fireworks bloomed again and again. The entire night sky was lit up, and the whole palace witnessed this magnificent fireworks. Bang! 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 Xiao Yin was so excited that she cried out, "So beautiful! So beautiful!" The quiet and beautiful young man, Xiao Song, also felt that tonight's fireworks were beautiful. Xiao Xian, who was only 2 years old, was scared by the explosion and hid in Shang Wanyan's arms. There were a total of 13 fireworks. Xian Yuan, she looked up at the sky, full of colorful lights. He was reluctant to blink. Gu Jiao came to his side at some unknown time. She also looked at the gorgeous fireworks and softly said, "Your brother-in-law specially made it for you." Huh? He was startled. Gu Jiao said, "When you came back from Liang State last year, didn't you say that Liang State's fireworks were beautiful? Your brother-in-law made it for you. He planned to show it to you on your 12th birthday, but you joined the army." Xiao Hung didn't say it, but he always remembered it in his heart. Jing Kong was a year older, so he made more fireworks. He just waited for Jing Kong to come back safely. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at him. "Your brother-in-law loves you very much. Just like how he loved his eldest son, he was strict and picky. But if you want the stars, I will not hesitate to give you the whole galaxy." Xian Yuan, she pulled his slightly red little ears, glanced at his bad brother-in-law, who was also watching the fireworks not far away, and whispered, "Jiao Jiao loves me the most." After watching the fireworks, Shang Wanqing brought the osmanthus wine brewed by the palace bartender. Xian Yuan, she drank wine for the first time in his life. Well, it was Shang Wanqing who made him drink. He perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He got drunk after 1 cup. Then he also perfectly inherited Gu Jiao's alcohol tolerance. He held the wine pot in one hand and staggered on the grass in the small garden with the other hand. He took a deep breath and began to sing. So what if the lyrics are worn out, bones and ashes are all mine, duckweed in troubled times, enduring the fire of war, to burn the mountains and rivers, although I am humble, I dare not forget my country, even if no one knows me. He raised his right hand, turned his body, and said in a dramatic tone, "The people below the stage pass, but I can't see the old color. The people on the stage sing a heartbreaking farewell song. Love is hard to fall in ink. She sings blood is needed too. Make peace, the curtain rises, the curtain falls, she is finally a guest." The young man was thin and tall, and his face was as handsome as jade. He was a little tipsy and blurred after drinking. His cheeks were slightly flushed, and his singing was soul-stirring. He was indescribably handsome. Such a young man was truly captivating. The palace maids' hearts were thumping, and they all blushed unconsciously. Shang Wanqing was also drunk. He listened to the song while tapping on his leg. When the song ended, he raised the wine pot and shouted, "Good." Gu Jiao sat next to Xiao Hung and looked at the young man who looked like a banished immortal. She smiled and said, "So beautiful." Xiao Hung was speechless. "Wife, look at me." Xian Yuan, she drank 2 more mouthfuls and was so drunk that he passed out. Xiao Hung came over and carried him back. "I can walk by myself." He waved his hand and refused. Xiao Hung looked at him with anger and amusement. "Walk a few steps for me to see." Xian Yuan, she was speechless. Xiao Hung carried him up. Xian Yuan, she lay on his back and squeezed his shoulder. He muttered, "Bad brother-in-law. Why do I feel that you have become smaller. You have grown up. How could he become smaller? An 8-year-old child and a 13-year-old child lying on the same back would naturally feel different. Xin Yuan, she was drunk, but he did not forget to ask worriedly, Can you carry me? Xiao Heng carried him in the direction of the bedroom. I'm only 27. I'm very young. Why can't I carry a 13-year-old child? Oh, Xin Yuan, she buried his face in his shoulder and said vaguely, Then promise me, don't get old. You and Jiao Jiao. Don't get old, Xiao Heng smiled. Okay, I won't get old. Xin Yuan, she hugged Xiao Heng's neck and muttered drunkenly, It doesn't matter if I get old. You raise me when I'm young, and I'll raise you when you're old. Chapter 998. The three children were also tired from playing. Xiao Tsong was the first to fall asleep in Guogong's arms. Little Xiao Xian, who was held by Shang Wanyin, was also very sleepy. The little bald head was like a chicken pecking rice. Xiao Yin wanted to light a few more firecrackers, but unfortunately, she ran out of power. She dragged her small body weakly to Gu Jiao's side. At this moment, she really couldn't walk, so Gu Jiao picked her up, and Guogong warmly said, Let's send the children back to sleep first. His Majesty should also rest. Shang Wanyin nodded her head and lovingly looked at Xiao Xian, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. She wrapped his cloak tightly. It's cold, it's time to go back. In fact, the twins were usually very sturdy. They generally didn't get sick in the wind and rain. Only little Xiao Xian's body was weak, so she had to be careful at all times. Your Majesty, this old servant will do it. Wu Xixi wanted to take the child from Shang Wanyan's arms and send him back to Xiao Heng in Gu Jiao's palace. The drunk Shang Wanqing suddenly put down the wine pot and strode toward the two. Okay, I'll do it. You accompany my mother back. Shang Wanyin looked at her son suspiciously. She was very worried that he would break her baby in his drunken state. Shang Wanqing has the physique of a wine immortal. He gets drunk quickly and wakes up quickly. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly drink a large table of relatives and friends at Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's wedding? Don't worry, I won't break him. I don't have an heir, so I'm counting on him to support me in the future. Shang Wanyin glared at him fiercely. After the new year, you must choose a wife for me. Shang Wanqing bitterly touched his nose. He drank too much and talked too much. Why didn't he mention that? He smiled and said, Good, choose, I choose. I'll listen to mother. I'm the most obedient. When Shang Wanyin heard this, she knew that he was being perfunctory. She helplessly shook her head and said, I should knock you out with a stick and throw you into a dish. Let's see if you have your brother's good luck and be picked up by my daughter-in-law. Shang Wanqing. Mother, you're not serious. With Xiao Tsong in his left hand and little Xiao Xian in his right, Shang Wanqing sent them back to Jiayang Palace. Gu Jiao carried Xiao Yin and sent Duke into the palace gate. Duke could now move freely. He looked at Gu Jiao and the little fellow lying on her shoulder and sighed. I told you not to send them off, but you had to go so far in the wind. What if Yinner freezes? Xiao Yin opened one eyelid. Grandpa, I won't freeze. Dukin could not help but laugh. Xiao Yin had the strongest constitution among the three children, and she was also the most energetic one. She had never been sick since she was a child. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. That's all for now. I'm leaving. Grandpa, goodbye. Xiao Yin lay in her mother's arms and waved her small hand at him. Dukin smiled dotingly and turned to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao looked down at the little fellow in her arms. Okay, let's go back. Before she could finish her words, she saw Xiao Yin close her eyes and snore. She fell asleep in seconds. It's not easy to hold on until now. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Children are really fun. She carried Xiao Yin back to the palace. On the other side, Shang Wanyin also returned to her palace. She sat in front of the dressing table, and the little palace maid came forward to untie her hair. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and pressed her sore eyebrows. Wu Xixi considerately stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, are you tired? Shang Wanyin laughed and said, I'm getting old. I can't be compared to when I was young. I remember when I was in the imperial tomb, Qing always tried to find ways to stay up until the morning of the first day of the new year. Wu Cixi busily said, "Look at what you said. How old are you? Although you are over 40 years old, your Majesty was born with a superior physique. You don't look old at all. Instead, you look very charming. Although your eyes are sharp, they are clean and clear." Shang Wanyin smiled. As an emperor who holds the power of life and death, she doesn't care about her appearance. Wu Cixi wanted to say something, but hesitated. "What's wrong?" She saw Wu Cixi's expression from the bronze mirror. Wu Cixi smiled and looked at the little palace maid who was untying Shang Wanyan's hair. He said, "This slave will do it." Shang Wanyan faintly raised her hand. The little palace maid understood and tactfully retreated. Wu Cixi took the pearl hairpin from Shang Wanyan's bun and said with a dry smile, "Yin Shanjun sent another New Year gift. Does your Majesty want to take a look?" In fact, as early as the year when Shang Wanyan ascended the throne, Yin Shanjun asked to remove his royal status. The memorial was suppressed in the cabinet for several years, but Shang Wanyan never allowed it. As for why it was not allowed, outsiders didn't know the inside story. But as Shang Wanyan's confidant, Wu Cixi more or less knew a thing or two. This Yin Shanjun was not a member of the great Yin imperial family. He was the child of the former Empress Dowager and the two Jue. The former Empress Dowager was not the retired emperor's biological mother. Therefore, he and his Majesty were not related by blood. For the first 2 years, he didn't understand Yin Shanjun's thoughts. He thought that he was taking into account the relationship between uncle and nephew since childhood, so he often sent letters and gifts. Until one time, he accidentally bumped into Yin Shanjun, who came to the imperial palace to visit his Majesty. Yin Shanjun put his Majesty on the desk and deeply stared at his Majesty, saying, "Shang Wanyin, I told you, when we meet again, I will not be your imperial uncle." My goodness, he only hated that he was not blind and deaf. If he bumped into this, he was afraid that he would be silenced. Fortunately, His Majesty was merciful and didn't mention killing him. His Majesty later pushed Yin Shanjun away. As for whether it was because he disturbed him or His Majesty didn't have any interest in Yin Shanjun, he didn't know. "No need, put in the warehouse," Shang Wanyin lightly said. Wu Cixi opened his mouth. "Ah, this," Shang Wanyin coldly looked at him from the bronze mirror. "What this? If I tell you to do it, then do it." While Wu Cixi was worried about what to do, Shang Wanqing came. Wu Cixi felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Shang Wanqing stepped inside. "I'll talk to my mother for a while. You go and give me a bowl of hangover soup." "Yes, yes." Wu Cixi hurriedly retreated. No one helped her with her hair, so Shang Wanyin had to do it herself. Shang Wanqing pulled a stool with his foot and sat down beside her. He tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. "My mother is beautiful. Those women outside can't be compared to her." Shang Wanyin lightly said, "Do I need you to say that?" Shang Wanqing curled his lips. "Well, you're quite good at it." "Song, and the others are asleep?" Shang Wanyin took off the hair clip on her head. Shang Wanqing hummed. Shang Wanyin said, "Then why did you come to my palace in the middle of the night? Did you drink too much and went to the wrong palace?" Shang Wanqing bluntly said, "I heard that Yin Shanjun gave you a New Year gift again. I want to see it." Shang Wanyin calmly said, "If you want to see it, go see it yourself." Shang Wanqing suddenly changed the topic. "He's a nice guy." Shang Wanyin's action of removing the earrings paused. She looked at her son from the bronze mirror. Shang Wanqing was bowing his head and admiring his new official boots. She didn't ask Shang Wanqing how he knew. Shang Wanqing looked unreliable, but he was actually very clever. Many things can't be hidden from him. "Are you worried that I won't be willing to find a stepfather for me?" "No, I'm already so old. Having a stepfather won't affect me much." And he paused and said, "Yin Shanjun is very good to me. There are some things he didn't want me to tell you. I thought it would be better to tell you. I don't want to force you to accept anyone's feelings. I want you to know the whole truth, and then carefully consider your own choice. When I was a child, I always liked to escape from the Imperial Mausoleum to explore the outside world. Although there were guards following me, I always like to drill into dangerous places. Several times I escaped from death thanks to Yin Shanjun. He was not in the capital for a few days. People always thought that he liked to travel. Many times he actually wanted to find me, but he couldn't say it. He was afraid that Imperial Grandfather would find out and suspect that you colluded with him. He took out a wooden dagger from his arms. There were a few teeth marks on it. It was bitten by the woman who was about to give birth under the Ghost Mountain. When I was 7 years old, he made it for me. Also, when you were dealing with the Crown Prince, he revealed a lot of information about the Crown Prince's mansion to the palace people around you. So, if you don't accept him because you were worried about me, you could dispel this doubt. The next day, Xiao Hung paid the price for carrying the Jing Kong. When he woke up, his waist and back were sore. That kid is too heavy. When he was a child, he always looked a year younger than his peers. How could he grow so much when he was older? At 13 years old, he was taller than Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun, who were 15 years old. Gu Jiao sat up and looked at him. There were so many guards, but you had to carry it yourself. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Xiao Hung put down the hand that was rubbing his back in a second and sat up straight to save face. Gu Jiao pursed her lips and slowly pulled back the quilt behind her, revealing 3 small black heads. The 3 of them looked at him with blinking eyes. Xiao Hung was stunned. Gu Jiao said mischievously, "Did you hear that? Just now, Father said it doesn't hurt. We can go hiking today." Xiao Hung. Chapter 999. In the Yin Kingdom, there's also a custom of burning incense on the first day of the new year. Gu Jiao's mountain climbing actually meant going to the temple to burn incense. They couldn't get the first incense, so they tried their best to reach the temple before noon, burn a few incense sticks, and eat a vegetarian meal. The 3 little ones remembered that they wanted to go out and play, so they came early. Xiao Hung was tired for most of the night, so he was still asleep when the children came. Xiao Yin looked at her father, who was lazing in bed for the first time in her memory, and couldn't help but remember how her father carried her uncle last night. She asked her mother if her father couldn't carry her uncle and was injured. If her father was injured, then he definitely couldn't climb the mountain today. But her father just said that it didn't hurt. "Yay, let's climb up." Xiao Yin scrambled to her feet. She first pulled Xiao Song up, then clumsily carried the 2-year-old Xiao Xin down. She giggled and said, "Daddy, you're awesome. Uncle in Jing Kong is already so old, yet you can carry him." With this flattery, Xiao Hung didn't even have the leeway to go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a weak father? He wanted face in front of his wife, but he also wanted dignity in front of his children. He cleared his throat and said without changing his expression, "Cough, of course, your uncle is heavy." He, Xiao Yin happily brought her 2 younger brothers out of the house. "We're going to climb the mountain." Gu Jiao looked at him with smiling eyes. Xiao Hung grabbed her hands, turned over, and pressed her under his body. He punishingly bit her soft lips and said fiercely, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Gu Jiao guiltily blinked her eyes. "Then are you going to punish me?" Xiao Hung, who was already punishing her, if this wasn't a punishment, then he would have to punish her even more. But after he was punished, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the house today. He took a deep breath and kissed her lips again. "I'll remember this and punish you when I come back tonight." After saying that, he suppressed the urge to be easily aroused by her early in the morning and let go of her. Then he saw her take out 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes of Tao Dao from the small medicine box. Taking the initiative to accept the punishment, he was extremely obedient. Xiao Hung, Xin Yuan, she lived in Jiayang Palace. After waking up their father, the 3 little kids went to wake up their uncle from Jingkong. Xin Yuan, she had a hangover after drinking a glass of wine. When he woke up, his head was buzzing. "Uncle, uncle!" Xiaoyan jumped around his bed. "Wake up! We're going to climb the mountain." "Oh." Xin Yuan, she drowsily raised his other hand to block the dazzling light. Coincidentally, at this time, the little palace maid who came into the room to help him wash up came in with a basin. At a glance, she saw the lazy and handsome young man under the morning light. Her eyes swept past him and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the slightly moving small Adam's apple. She only felt her heart throbbing. Her footsteps staggered, and the water in the basin spilled. Get up, get up. Xiaoyan turned into a little loudspeaker spirit and kept talking in Xian Yuanxi's ear. Xian Yuanxi pulled the quilt to cover his head. She put her small head into the quilt and continued to talk tirelessly. Heaven's way of reincarnation. Xian Yuanxi, who had been talking to others, finally experienced the despair of his grand aunt and others. He was annoyed by Xiaoyan and sat up without any love for life. Okay, uncle is getting up. After breakfast, a group of people took a carriage to the Lingyin Temple in the outer city. Shangguan Yin was not in the entourage. Only Shangguan Qing and Xiao Heng's family were with them. There were too many pilgrims coming to the temple. The carriage could not go any further when it was 1 li away from the foot of the mountain. A group of people got off the carriage and walked. There were too many people here. It was impossible to let the children walk on the ground. Shangguan Qing held Xiao Tsong, and Xiao Heng held little Xiao Xian. Xiao Yin poked her small head out from behind Gu Jiao and smiled at Xian Yuanxi. Uncle from Jingkong. Xian Yuanxi's eyebrows twitched. He braced himself and picked up Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin shook her head and talked all the way. Xian Yuanxi's head was about to explode. Xiao Heng held little Xiao Xian in one hand and held Gu Jiao in the other, leisurely following behind. Seeing that the former little monk was annoyed by Xiao Yan's quarrel, a certain someone is very happy. Bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to gloat. A certain someone snorted coldly. Xiao Heng's smile froze. After confirming that Jing Kong did not turn around, he thought, are your eyes on the back of your head? How could you notice this? The group entered the temple and offered incense. The 3 little guys kowtowed and worshipped Buddha. They looked very proper, especially little Shurxin, who was wearing a small monk robe and small Buddha beads. If he kowtowed again, those who did not know would think that he was the little master in the temple. However, this little master was simply too adorable. Yes, P. Little monk Shurxin, who was little Xiao Xian, tugged at his father's clothes. Xiao Heng pointed at Xian Yuanxi. Go find uncle. Little Xiao Xian walked over and raised his little head. Uncle P. Bad brother-in-law, you're too lazy. Xian Yuan, she had already experienced his bad brother-in-law's laziness. He did not have the slightest hope for his bad brother-in-law. He carried little Xiao Xian to the outhouse. We'll wait for you in the meditation room. Xiao Heng said. Got it. Xian Yuan, she pursed his lips. On the way from the outhouse to the meditation room, they had to pass by a small plum garden. When Xian Yuan, she carried little Xiao Xian and walked on the small path in the plum garden, they bumped into a young lady wearing a pink cloak and a veil. The limestone path was so narrow. Xian Yuan, she intentionally gave way, who knew that the other party was also giving way and in the same direction. Xian Yuan, she hurriedly went to the right again. Coincidentally, the other party also thought the same. After a while, they really could not walk past each other. Xian Yuan, she simply turned sideways. Miss, please. The young lady bowed to express her gratitude. Then she turned and walked forward. When she brushed past the two of them, little Xiao Xian reached out his little hand and pulled off her hair clip. Xian Yuan, sorry. Xian Yuan, she first apologized to the girl, then looked at the little guy in his arms. Xian return it to her. Little Xiao Xian did not return it. The young lady warmly said, It's all right, it's just a hair clip. It's not worth much. Xian Yuan, she said, That won't do. If word gets out, it will damage Miss' reputation. But no matter what he said, little Xiao Xian did not return it. Xiao Xian's body was weak. He did not dare to let him cry, afraid that he would cry until he fainted. In the end, under Xian Yuanxi's insistence, he bought the hair clip for 20 taels of silver. After returning to the meditation room, he did not hide anything and told him everything that happened in the garden. Xiao Heng looked sternly at his little son. Little Xiao Xian was so scared that he trembled and threw himself into Shangguan Qing's arms. He was not stupid. He knew that it was useless to throw himself into his mother's arms after getting into trouble. His mother and father were always on the same side. Only his uncle was reliable. Shangguan Qing protected the little guy in his arms and softly coaxed him. All right, Xian'er, don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you. Xiao Hung, your new gun is gone. Shangguan Qing handed little Xiao Xian over in a second and sternly said to Xiao Hung, discipline your own son. Little Xiao Xian, Xiao Hung brought his son to the meditation room next door. Mistakes that should be corrected must be corrected, but he had a principle of not reprimanding his child in front of others. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son came over from the meditation room next door. No one knew what Xiao Hung said to little Xiao Xian, but little Xiao Xian obediently returned the hair clip to Xian Yuan Shi. Xian Yuan Shi, no, why did he give it to me? Xian Yuan Shi also did not want it. What scholar and beauty meeting by chance meeting by fate? This kind of scene would not cause a reaction on Xian Yuan Shi. He felt that the hair clip was very ugly, so he turned around and threw it away. On the way back, Xiao Hung did not take the carriage, but rode a horse with Xian Yuan Shi. Xian Yuan Shi glanced at his bad brother-in-law beside him. It's such a strong wind, I don't care if it gets damaged. Xiao Hung was not that weak. He just did not practice martial arts, but he secretly trained his body. But Xiao Hung gave up the opportunity to be intimate with his wife to accompany Xian Yuan Shi to ride a horse. It seemed that he had something to say. What exactly is it? Xian Yuan Shi asked. Xiao Hung hesitated for a moment. It was not convenient to Jiao Jiao to talk about this kind of thing, so he had to worry about it himself. He paused, leaned the horse closer to him, and asked calmly, you didn't fool around with anyone in the military camp, right? Fool around with what? Xian Yuan, she did not understand. Xiao Hung thought about the pearl hair clip and said, you're old. Many children of aristocratic families are already familiar with human affairs at your age, but I don't agree with that. Xian Yuan, she half guessed and half explained. Combined with his somewhat indescribable expression, he finally understood what he was talking about. Xian Yuan, she's little face darkened. Bad brother-in-law, what are you talking about? How old am I? It seemed that he really did understand. Before he went to the military camp, he was just a simple child. After hanging around with those veterans for a year, he had gained a lot of knowledge. Children grew up too quickly. If one did not pay attention, they would already be half an adult. Xiao Hung suppressed his feelings and said, you have to take care of your body. You can't act recklessly. I never thought about this kind of thing. Okay. Xian Yuan, she was still a baby in his heart, but he would not admit it. Perhaps all young men were like this. No matter how childish they were in their hearts, they always had to pretend to be mature on the surface. He raised his chin and snorted. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Xiao Hung asked, what's wrong with me? Xian Yuan, she raised his eyebrows and said, I heard that there was a Lu Xiang in Wei State. He came from a lower state and had a low status. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Jiao Jiao once had a close friend in Zhao State. His surname was Lu. His name was Lu Yisheng. Chapter 1000. Last night, he carried Jing Kong on his back and was already sore. Today, he took the children to pray for incense for the whole day. Gu Jiao sympathized with her husband and consciously put back 2 boxes of Tao Tao in the drawer. Who knew that her husband was so stubborn that he walked over, opened the small medicine box, and took out the Tao Tao that she put back. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. That's right, he even added another box. Gu Jiao, do you have some misunderstanding about how long you can last? The 2 of them spent an indescribably charming night, and they didn't stop until dawn. The couple, who were supposed to visit the Duke's residence on the 2nd day of the new year, didn't get up this time. The 3 little kids were sensible children. They rarely went to disturb their parents. Usually, they would disturb their uncle, Shangguan Qing. Now that Xian Yuan Shi was back, the 3 of them changed to disturb him. Xian Yuan Shi experienced the despair of being dominated by the little kids again. At dawn, he was pulled out of bed by the steamed bun army led by Xiao Yan. Children were really energetic. The 3 of them wanted to ride horses today. Xiao Yan wanted to ride horses. She voted for the 3 of them, and Xiao Tsong's objection was invalid. Xian Yuan, she took the 3 little tails to find little Shi. Little Shi wasn't in the stable at the moment. It went to the Black Wind King to flirt, but it was chased all the way by the Black Wind King. It escaped to the frozen lake and fell straight down. The Black Wind King was the same age as Gu Jiao. It was 24 years old this year, which was considered old for a warhorse. Ordinary warhorses began to enter old age at the age of 16. The horse's back would gradually droop, and its muscles would atrophy and become weak. However, these phenomena didn't seem to appear on the Black Wind King. It was still strong and healthy. Little She was beaten up badly. After a year, it thought it was strong, but when it came back, it realized that it was naive. Little She felt wronged. However, if one looked carefully, they would still be able to see the difference. In the past, when the Black Wind King beat it up, it didn't even blush or pant. But now, after beating it up, it panted on the spot for a long time. Little She stood up with a disheveled mane. She walked over to Black Wind King and rubbed her head against him. It was as if they were asking, "Hey, are you okay?" The Black Wind King left proudly. In the end, its back was not as straight as it was when it was young. Over the past 7 years, countless warhorses from different countries had challenged its authority, but it had never been afraid of challenges. It had used its absolute strength to defend the honor of the Black Wind Riders and created its own legend. Even though it was panting heavily, its footsteps were still graceful and composed, and it carried an innate aura of slaughter and the domineering aura of a king. Little She silently followed behind it, mischievously stepping on its footprints. The Black Wind King turned around. Little 11 stared at it blankly. It opened its mouth wide and smiled at it. The Black Wind King retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward proudly. In the first month, the palace was immersed in the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival. But one day, a piece of news from the border of the Zhao Kingdom broke the atmosphere. The western border of the Zhao Kingdom was breached, and more than 10 cities were lost. Was it done by the Liang Kingdom? Gu Jiao asked the Imperial Guard who delivered the letter. The western border of the Zhao Kingdom was actually bordered by the Yin Kingdom, but the Yin Kingdom did not do such a thing and would not do such a thing. So, only the Liang Kingdom was left. The Liang Kingdom was located southwest of the Zhao Kingdom, but was farther away than the Yin Kingdom and separated by a long waterway. The Imperial Guard hurriedly said, I'm sorry. It's not the western border. It's the eastern border." The Chun Kingdom? Gu Jiao still remembered the battle of the ancient Moon City 8 years ago. Why would the Chun Kingdom fight with the Zhao Kingdom? Was Yuan Tang crazy? 2 years ago, the Chun Kingdom's emperor died and Yuan Tang ascended the throne. He had offended Prince Bo and had a falling out with consort Rong's maternal family. His situation in the Chun Kingdom was not as peaceful as it seemed. Why would he attack the Zhao Kingdom? Besides, Yuan Tang had no reason to do so. The Imperial Guard braced himself and said, "It seems it's not the Chun Kingdom's army. It's the Wei Kingdom's." Gu Jiao had 2 doubts in her heart. Why did the Wei Kingdom attack the Zhao Kingdom? Why could the Wei Kingdom's army enter the Chun Kingdom so smoothly? The Imperial Guard continued. Also, there's one more thing. The Shadow Division has found out the name of that Lu Xiang. He's called Lu Yisheng. Although she had already guessed it, when it was confirmed, Gu Jiao was still shocked. The Zhao Kingdom probably never dreamed that the orphan of the Lu family, who was bullied by the Quan Kingdom like a rat crossing the street, would lead the Wei Kingdom's army 8 years later and break through the border of the Zhao Kingdom in one fell swoop and seize 12 cities. Gu Jiao murmured, "He's Yuan Tang's cousin. If his army enters the Chun Kingdom, Yuan Tang will give him face." However, the Zhao Kingdom's army is not to be trifled with. How did it fall to this extent? The Imperial Guard sighed. Speaking of which, it's also a coincidence that Marquis Xianping followed Princess Xinyang back to her fief and is not in the court. The old Marquis Ding is also old. The most suitable generals to fight are the new commander of the Gu army, Gu Chongqing, and the marshal of the world, Tang Yueshan. Gu Jiao frowned and said, "The 2 of them have a high chance of winning." Yes, the problem does not lie with them. The Zhao Kingdom's emperor imitated the Yin Kingdom and let the crown prince represent the emperor in battle to boost the morale of the army. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the crown prince was an idiot and fell into someone's trap? He blindly commanded at the last moment and caused the soldiers of the three armies to suffer. That's right. Who is the traitor? The fourth prince? Prince N. In Gu Jiao's memory, there was almost no such person. It was only when he was mentioned that she remembered meeting the fourth prince when she first came to Zhaodu. When Lu Yisheng fell ill, the fourth prince was dissatisfied that she treated Lu Yisheng and caused trouble for her on the street. Later, she accidentally bumped into Marquis, Xianping, and the fourth prince finally let it go. However, this person's presence was not strong and was not a big deal. Gu Jiao turned her head and forgot about him. Who would have thought that, after lying low for 10 years, he would stab the crown prince in the back like this? Gu Jiao asked, "He colluded with the Wei army?" The Imperial Guard answered, "Yes." Gu Jiao said calmly, "He once looked down on Lu Yisheng the most. Now he actually colluded with Lu Yisheng. How ironic. Isn't that so?" The Imperial Guard sighed. However, he did not end up well. After the incident, Lu Xiang turned around and exposed him. He also sent all the evidence of treason to Zhaodu and handed it to the emperor. The emperor was so angry that he fell ill on the spot. Now, it is Empress Dowager Zhuang who is handling court affairs. Speaking of this, the Imperial Guard could not help but sigh. Lu Yisheng is really ruthless. First, he tempted the fourth prince to betray the country. Then, he used the fourth prince to bewitch the crown prince. He made the three armies and the people bitterly disappointed. In the end, he even stabbed the emperor in the heart. No wonder he could help the Prince of Wei unify the 13 divisions. This method and strategy were too frightening. The Imperial Guard sighed again. After this battle, regardless of whether Zhaodu falls or not, the future of these two sons is the same as being ruined. The people would not accept a prince who betrayed the country and would not submit to a crown prince who lost half of the country. Who is the general of the army? Gu Jiao asked. The Imperial Guard said, Gu Changqing. The crown prince was captured. He risked his life to save the crown prince and was seriously injured. He paused and wanted to say something, but stopped. Gu Jiao continued for him. If the emperor wants to protect the crown prince, he must find a suitable scapegoat. He must say that everything was done by that person on his own initiative. There is no one more suitable than the commander of the Gu army. If the emperor really does this, it will cause the Gu army to be at odds with him, and he will be completely alone. The more the Imperial Guard thought about it, the more he shuddered. This Lu Yisheng is really calculating. When Xin Yuanxi heard this, he immediately rushed into Gu Jiao's study. Jiao, I will fight. I will take back the cities of Zhaodu. He grew up in Zhaodu, and Zhaodu was his home. Wait for my news in Chengdu. However, this time, Gu Jiao did not let him go alone. In February, Zhaodu lost another city. Gu Changqing went out to battle with injuries. He and Gu Chengfeng led the Gu family army to fight back and took back 2 cities. However, the Wei army did not seem to care about the plundering in the rear. They only cared about advancing into the hinterland of Zhaodu. If you take a city, I will take another one. Let's see who is faster. Gu Jiao fought with the Wei army under such circumstances. It was a cold spring morning. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. The 2 armies were at daggers drawn at the riverside of the city. Gu Jiao was wearing red clothes and black armor. She was riding on the back of the powerful Black Wind King with a cold expression. Beside her were Little Shi and Xin Yuanxi, who were also wearing armor. Although it was called an army, it was actually only the 2 of them. The others were still on the road. Their horses were not as fast as the Black Wind King and Lil Shi. The Wei army was happy. They had an army of 5,000. Wasn't it fun to capture 2 people alive? Who are you? A general of the Wei army asked. His surname was Mo, and he was a young general who was less than 30 years old. Xian Yuan, she rode his horse forward. The young man said frivolously, Who are you to ask about my sister's name? Tell Lu Yisheng to come out. Gu Jiao and Xin Yuan, she had strong auras. However, they were too young. Gu Jiao was 24 years old, but she looked younger than 20. Xin Yuan, she was even worse. A 13-year-old child could not pretend to be an adult. Moreover, the two of them were almost alone. Therefore, General Mo did not take them seriously at all. Gu Jiao said lightly, "I want to see Lu Yisheng." General Mo sneered. "You think you can see Prime Minister Lu just because you want to? Who do you think you are? I don't mind telling you this. Even if the Prince of Zhao country comes, our Lord will not see him." As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow flashed from behind the Wei army and rushed straight at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not dodge. Xin Yuanxi's first reaction was to sneak attack. He was about to shoot an arrow when Gu Jiao gently grabbed his wrist. The little white shadow rushed into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao hugged the chubby little ball and asked in surprise, "Little Sure?" Meow, it rubbed against Gu Jiao. 9 years ago, it was placed in Lu Yisheng's home by Gu Jiao. At that time, it was just a little ball of kitten. Now it was several times bigger and heavier. It almost filled Gu Jiao's arms. It's Little Sure. Xin Yuanxi was stunned. He had only heard about Little Sure from Jiao Jiao. He had never seen it in person. The Wei army was even more surprised than him. They had already recognized that the cat was the Prime Minister's beloved pet. The Prime Minister loved cats as much as his own life, and took it everywhere with him. It was the only cat that dared to tear the Prime Minister's memorial into pieces without worrying about being punished. It was very delicate. It was very fierce, very hard to please, and did not like to be close to people. Other than the Prime Minister, no one could touch it. It had even scratched the Emperor of Chun country with its claws. Now, it was actually throwing itself into a stranger's arms? Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or did the young man use some trick to trick it? General Mo drew his sword from his waist. "Let go of the Prime Minister's beloved pet. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy." "Stop!" A cold voice sounded from behind. General Mo was startled when he heard the voice. The Wei Kingdom army automatically opened up a path, and a man dressed in Wei Kingdom armor slowly rode out on his horse. Xin Yuanxi did not recognize him. Gu Jiao found him familiar. After staring at him for a few seconds, she frowned. Jun Xiuhan. Jun Xiuhan was a student of Yin Kingdom's Jianan Academy. 8 years ago, he was Gu Jiao's competitor during the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry Commander. He successfully advanced to the last round. However, he took the initiative to give his bamboo tube to Gu Jiao in the bamboo forest and said to Gu Jiao, "I owe someone a favor. Now, I'm returning it to you." Gu Jiao could not figure out who he was talking about. Could it be? Jun Xiuhan rode his horse to the front of Gu Jiao. Xin Yuanxi stopped him with a spear. "Don't get too close to my sister." Hearing the words sister, Jun Xiuhan's eyes were not surprised. He calmly looked at Gu Jiao and lightly said, "Commander Xiao, we meet again. Lu Darren wants to see you." Recently, I'm a bit prone to tears. Good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1001. Under the dumbfounded gazes of all the Wei soldiers, 2 young people who came out of nowhere were brought to their camp by Lu Xiang's trusted aide. In a spacious and clean tent, Gu Jiao saw Lu Yisheng, whom she had not seen for many years. He was already 30 years old. He had lost some of his youthful aura and gained some of the calmness and elegance accumulated over the years. He also gained some of the nobility and fierceness of a person in a high position. 9 years could change a person a lot. Gu Jiao had heard people call him Lu Xiang in her dreams when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. She knew that one day he would be conferred the title of Marquis, but seeing him in person was different from what she imagined. Perhaps she didn't expect that he would trample over the mountains and rivers of the Zhao country and return with the determination to take revenge. When Gu Jiao was looking at Lu Yisheng was also looking at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had also changed a lot. The birthmark on her face was gone, revealing her sealed beauty. It was unfamiliar, but also pleasantly surprising. At the age of 24, she was as beautiful as a fairy. What didn't change was the vigorous vitality in her body, as well as the pure look in her eyes that didn't contain any impurities. It seemed that no matter how many years had passed, no matter how many things had happened, Her heart had never changed. I'll go out first, Jun Xiuhan said. Okay. Lu Yixing agreed. Jun Xiuhan glanced at Xianyuan Shi. I'm not going out, Xianyuan Shi said. Lu Yixing gave a rare smile. It's okay. Jun Xiuhan was shocked. He had never seen Lu Yixing smile before. Lu Yixing said to him, You go do your own thing. I'll be fine here. Jun Xiuhan glanced at Gu Jiao and said, Her martial arts are very high. Then he looked at Xianyuan Shi. This guy isn't weak either. He had seen Gu Jiao's skills and knew that she was a formidable expert who could defeat Han Yi. And according to the information they had, the general beside her should be the marquis of champion Xianyuan Shi. But he wasn't a person. If they attacked Lu Yixing in the tent, he wouldn't be able to save them. I know, Lu Yixing said. But since Lu Yixing said so, Jun Xiuhan could only leave first. There was only one attendant in the tent. Anu. Gu Jiao looked at him. Lu Yixing was in a good mood. His eyes were full of smiles. Yes, you still remember. Anu. Do you remember Miss Gu? Anu nodded and saluted Gu Jiao. He was a mute slave and couldn't speak. He had grown taller and was a mature and steady bodyguard. Gu Jiao nodded to him. Jing Kong, right? Lu Yixing looked at Xianyuan Shi, who was beside Gu Jiao. Xianyuan Shi's eyes widened. Oh, you know me? Lu Yixing said bluntly. We've met before. Have you forgotten? Xianyuan Shi suddenly realized. Ah, Brother Ming, I remember now. You saved us. Lu Yixing said pleasantly. Then, I've been investigating you for the past few years. Xianyuan Shi. Oh. He didn't ask why he was investigating him. 9 years ago, when Gu Jiao saw Lu Yixing off, she played the zither for him in the pavilion. That time, she brought Jing Kong with her. Jing Kong asked Lu Yixing about it out of curiosity and found out that he and Gu Jiao were close friends. When he went back, he bragged to his bad brother-in-law that Jiao Jiao and Lu Yixing played the zither and the zither together, which made his bad brother-in-law very jealous. Later, when he grew up, he understood that the zither and the zither were not meant to be played that way. Moreover, Lu Yixing played the flute with Jiao Jiao in the carriage. Xianyuan Shi curled his lips and said, We're here to beat you up, but you don't seem to be asking for it. The main reason was that he didn't feel any murderous intent or malicious intent towards Jiao Jiao from Lu Yixing. He smiled, as if he didn't mind Xianyuan Shi's straightforwardness. He came to the short table, sat down, and asked the two of them, Would you like some tea? Xianyuan Shi didn't want to drink. He curiously looked at the weapons and books in the tent. Feel free to look around, Lu Yixing said pleasantly. Xianyuan Shi looked at Gu Jiao. After seeing Gu Jiao nod, he went to look through the books and weapons. Gu Jiao sat opposite Lu Yixing. Lu Yixing picked up the boiling kettle from the stove and made 3 cups of tea. Gu Jiao asked, How did you meet Jun Xiuhan? Lu Yixing said, His mother is from the Zhao kingdom. Before his father took her back to the Yin kingdom, we lived in the same alley. We met a few times. Once, he fainted from hunger. I carried him home. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder. Lu Yixing handed the tea to Gu Jiao. His family in the Yin kingdom wasn't very well off. Fortunately, he worked hard and got into the Jianan Academy. You can almost guess what happened after that. I met him by accident and learned about you from him. I guess that Xiao Lulang was you. Gu Jiao picked up the teacup. During the Black Wind Cavalry selection, he helped me. He said it was to repay someone's favor. Lu Yixing took back his hand, paused, and said, I don't know about that. Gu Jiao looked at him. How have you been these years? Lu Yixing smiled faintly. As you can see, it's neither good nor bad. How about you? How have you been? Gu Jiao said honestly, very good. I like it very much. She liked her current life and everything she had experienced. Lu Yixing smiled with relief and bitterness. Is he good to you? Gu Jiao was stunned. My husband? He's very good to me. Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. That's good. Do you have hatred in your heart? Gu Jiao asked directly. Lu Yixing clenched the teacup in his hand and stared at the floating tea leaves in the cup. After a while, he said in a low voice, Yes. The royal family of the Zhao kingdom slaughtered my entire family. How can I not hate them? I live like a dog. I'll let anyone bully me. Anyone can step on me. If anyone is unhappy, they can take it out on me and the people around me. No, I don't have any people around me. I only have a mama and a mute slave that I bought halfway. Gu Jiao had heard and seen the scene of him being framed. At this moment, when she heard him mention it again, she suddenly felt that the past was shocking. Lu Yixing's misery that the world saw might only be the tip of the iceberg. He grew up in endless bullying, and the seed of hatred had long been planted in his heart. He laughed at himself. You shouldn't have helped me. If you had let me die of illness on the street, the country wouldn't have almost been destroyed. The Zhao kingdom won't be destroyed, Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing looked into Gu Jiao's eyes. You want to fight with me? Gu Jiao didn't avoid his gaze, yes. Lu Yixing smiled sarcastically. If you want to kill each other, why do you need to know each other? Gu Jiao said, it's my duty to save you, and it's my mission to kill you. You are a good doctor and a good general. Lu Yixing put down the cold tea in his hand and stood up lightly. Why don't we have a bet? If you win, I will immediately withdraw my troops and never invade the Zhao kingdom again. If you lose, you have to promise me one thing. Gu Jiao said without hesitation. Okay. Lu Yixing frowned. You don't want to ask what the condition is. No. Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing clenched his fingers. Miss Gu, do you know that people are sinister? If you do this, I will do whatever I can to win you. You should bargain with me and let me know that even if I win, I can't get what I want. Maybe then I won't have such a strong desire to win. What do you want to bet? However, Gu Jiao replied to him with this calm sentence. You. Lu Yixing choked and turned his face to calm down. When he turned his face again, his face was calm. I heard that you're Mr. Meng's disciple. You play a game of Go with me and decide the winner. If it's a draw, you win. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed without hesitation. Lu Yixing looked at Xianyuan Shi, who was reading in front of the bookshelf, and said gently, in Jingkong, there's a box of Go on the second shelf. Can you pass it to me? Oh, okay. Xianyuan Shi found the Go box and passed it to him. He set the Go board, grabbed a handful of white Go pieces from the box, clenched his fist, and said to Gu Jiao, guess first. Gu Jiao picked up a black Go piece, odd. Lu Yixing opened his palm. There were 3 Go pieces. It was indeed an odd number. Whoever guessed correctly would play black, and the black player would go first. Gu Jiao placed her Go piece first. She placed her Go piece on the upper right corner of the Go board. She didn't have enough control over the corners, but it was a good place for Gu Jiao's swift and decisive personality. Little Shi rolled up on Gu Jiao's lap and closed its eyes comfortably. Gu Jiao played Go while stroking the cat. It didn't seem like a life and death game. She was quite comfortable. Lu Yixing raised his Go piece and glanced at Little Shi. Little Shi felt a chill on its back and curled up in Gu Jiao's arms. Sir, outside the tent, General Mo rushed over in a hurry. Glancing at the tightly shut tent behind Jun Xiuhan, he whispered, What's going on? If you ask me, who should I ask? Jun Xiuhan retorted. General Mo didn't dare to argue with Lu Yixing's confidant. He scratched his head and said helplessly, I'm just worried about your safety. Speaking of which, who are those 2 people? They seem to be wearing the armor of the Yin Kingdom. Are they reinforcements sent by the Yin Kingdom? You don't have to worry about them. It's none of your business, Jun Xiuhan said and added lightly, It's none of my business. My lord, are you jealous? Ahem. General Mo cleared his throat. We're about to take down the Zhao Kingdom. We can't let anything go wrong. The Zhao Kingdom has a strong army these years. This is a good opportunity. If we miss it, it'll be difficult to attack the Zhao Kingdom again. Marquis Xianping was not in the court. Tang Yueshan stayed in the capital. The crown prince tricked the Gu army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There wouldn't be a next time. Jun Xiuhan said coldly. If you can think of it, how can Sir not think of it? General Mo's eyes lit up. So we'll continue to play? In the tent, Gu Jiao put down the last piece. I lost. Lu Yixing said, You lost by half a point. Gu Jiao said, That's still a loss. Lu Yixing said, I told you that I'll win. In fact, It was very difficult to win. She was so good at chess that he almost exhausted all his energy to win by half a point. Gu Jiao said, "You must accept your loss. Tell me your conditions." Xian Yuan, she pricked up his ears. What conditions would Lu Yixing ask for from Jiao Jiao? The way he looked at Jiao Jiao was different. Would he ask Jiao Jiao to leave her bad brother-in-law and be with him? Or would he ask Jiao Jiao to stand by and not participate in the final battle between the Wei Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom? Or would he ask Jiao Jiao to send troops to help him conquer the world? To everyone's surprise, Lu Yixing just stood up and walked to the box. He quietly took out a guqin and put on the table. "Can you play a song for me?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "This is your request?" Lu Yixing smiled. "If you can, have a meal with me and listen to a play." Gu Jiao took the guqin. Lu Yixing cleared the table. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved, and the sound of the guqin flowed out from her fingertips. It was like the sound of the ninth heaven, like the sound of a mountain stream. She played the graceful grace that she played for him on the day of his departure. The difference was that she added the second half of the reflected shadow. Lu Yixing gently played the flute, just like many years ago on the night when she sent him off. Xian Yuan, she listened attentively. After a long time, he realized that he was holding an arithmetic book with familiar handwriting. It had Jiao Jiao's annotations on it. Did Jiao Jiao give Lu Yixing a book before? In the evening, the three of them had dinner together and went to the theater in the city to listen to a play. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. There were no warm words or intimate actions between them, but it was a silent, tacit understanding. "I should go," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing stared at her deeply. "Be careful on the road." After this farewell, she didn't know if she would see him again in this life. Gu Jiao nodded and reluctantly returned the little shur that she had been carrying all the way to Lu Yixing. Then, she and Xian Yuan, she mounted their horses. Lu Yixing suddenly called her. Under the night sky, his eyes were like stars. "Miss Gu, thank you for the book you gave me that year." 3 days later, the army of Wei State withdrew. The soldiers of the 11 cities had all retreated. Lu Yixing didn't take anything with him from Zhao State. His luggage was very simple. Other than a set of clothes, there was the cat in his arms and the 11 books that she gave him. "I met you at the most miserable age, but you didn't coldly step over my dirty and rotten body. You bent your beautiful waist and stretched out your clean hand to me." Chapter 1002. Zhao's crisis was resolved, but the court's crisis had just begun. The crown prince was ignorant and incompetent, obstinate and self-opinionated. Although he was benevolent, he couldn't take on important responsibilities. More importantly, even Xiao Ji thought that his nephew couldn't take on important responsibilities. Xiao Ji didn't think that an emperor needed to be wise, but at least he couldn't be too stupid. The crown prince wasn't just stupid, he was also a bit narrow-minded in some matters. For example, when he heard that Xiao Ji and Xiao Hong were silent about the memorial to depose him, he actually complained to Empress Xiao. The father and son were holding a grudge against him for taking away Wen Linlang. Who was Wen Linlang? The father and son had long forgotten about this person. He still had the nerve to mention it. With his pig brain, if he succeeded the throne in the future and was instigated by someone with ulterior motives, how could Xiao Hong have a good life in the future? Xiao Ji was originally silent, but now he wanted to drag him down from the throne. Tang Yueshan was Empress Dowager Zhuang's trusted aide, and Empress Dowager Zhuang was Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's backer. Even without Empress Dowager Zhuang's reminder, Tang Yueshan wouldn't speak up for the crown prince. As for the old marquis and the old chancellor, the crown prince didn't even need to think about it. Only now did the crown prince realize how laughable the power in his hand was. The emperor still had 3 princes: Consort Yu's son, Rui Wang, Consort Shu's son, King Liang, and the 16-year-old 7th prince, Qin Shuyu. Rui Wang had done many things for the court and had a high reputation among the people. He also married Duke Luo's granddaughter, so he had a certain background. Consort Shu was the old marquis's daughter. On the surface, she and King Liang had Marquis Ding, and and the Gu army behind them, so they had a certain amount of support in the court. On the other hand, Qin Shiyu was young and a bully in the directorate, so his reputation wasn't good. Few courtiers proposed, making him the crown prince. The emperor's head hurt. On the other side, after Xian Yuanshi returned to Yin, he immediately led troops to attack Liang. This was revenge for the civil strife in the southwest. Liang Wen naturally did not admit it verbally, but did it matter whether he admitted it or not? If I want to hit you, I don't care if you feel wronged or not. The one who came to fight was an unexpected person, his brother Ming-Er. Ming-Er was 6 years older than little Jing Kong. She was 19 this year. In the early years, they had written letters to each other. Later, Xian Yuanshi frequently visited the Yin kingdom, so they wrote fewer letters to each other. After joining the army, they could no longer keep in touch. Who would have thought that they would meet again on such an occasion? Unfortunately, Ming-Er was not Lu Yisheng, and Xian Yuanshi was not Gu Jiao. This battle was destined to be unavoidable. Both sides were in a state of frenzy. Xian Yuanshi rode on horseback and viciously chopped down with his spear. Ming-Er swung the long sword in her hand and blocked his red-tasseled spear. He had a hard time blocking it. It was hard to imagine that this was the power of a 13-year-old boy. The Black Wind cavalry was brave and skilled in battle. The soldiers of the Liang kingdom fell one by one. Ming-Er gritted her teeth. "You said you wouldn't kill my soldiers." Xian Yuanshi sneered. "You also said you would retreat 30 miles from me." Neither of them kept their promise. Don't laugh at each other. Xian Yuanshi won this battle. Ming-Er fell off the horse. Xian Yuanshi pointed his spear at his heart. "Guards, tie him up." Ming-Er stared at him fiercely. "You might as well kill me. You are my brother, Ming-Er. How can I bear to kill you?" Xian Yuanshi slowly withdrew his spear and raised his hand to wipe away the blood on his cheek. He said coldly and domineeringly, "Isn't it good to use you to threaten the Liang kingdom?" "You." Ming-Er was tied up. He was furious. "My mother still cares about you." Xian Yuanshi carried the spear on his shoulder and said casually, "I will visit the princess consort another day. You don't have to worry about me." Ming-Er stomped his feet. I'm so angry." Xian Yuanshi fought all the way to Bianjing, the capital of the Liang kingdom. The king of the Liang kingdom was trembling in fear. Someone came up with an idea to let the king of the Liang kingdom hand over the most beautiful princess. Since ancient times, even heroes could not resist the charms of beautiful women. However, Xian Yuanshi did not even look at the little princess of the Liang kingdom. He plundered a pile of trophies and returned to his country. The second to suffer was the Chun kingdom. Yuan Tang was furious when he heard about this. "What did the Chun kingdom do? Why did they attack me?" The guard beside him muttered, "It was because you allowed the army of the Wei kingdom to pass through and caused the border of the Zhao kingdom to fall. Did you lose your memory? Moreover, you also wanted to share Baoshan Island. You even wrote a letter to threaten the king of the Yin kingdom. Have you forgotten?" Yuan Tang's mouth twitched violently. Even the powerful army of the Liang kingdom could not withstand Xian Yuanshi's attack. How could the small Qin kingdom? After thinking about it, Yuan Tang felt that this trouble was caused by his cousin. He went north to the Wei kingdom without saying a word. He lay down on the bed in Lu Yixing's mansion and said shamelessly, "I don't care. I was implicated by you. If I, the emperor, fall, you will raise me." Lu Yixing frowned. "Get out." Yuan Tang rolled up the quilt. "I won't." The Qin kingdom suffered a severe defeat. Xian Yuanshi was not a belligerent person, but Shangguan Yin was a woman and was looked down upon by the other countries. If they were not beaten until they were convinced, they would become even more aggressive in the future. After the Chun kingdom, it was the turn of the Jin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom. He did not attack the Zhao kingdom. After all, the Zhao kingdom was Jiao Jiao, and the Zhao kingdom emperor's idea of Baoshan Island was extinguished in the cradle by Empress Dowager Zhuang. He fought this war for 2 years. When he reached the Wei kingdom, he was already a 15-year-old teenager. The Wei emperor had already ascended the throne. He looked at the memorial sent from the border with a confused face. "I didn't bully the Yin kingdom. Is this guy crazy? He wants to beat whoever he catches?" His trusted minister said, "He is probably thinking about the matter of us sending troops to the Zhao kingdom. I told you to stop Lu Xiang, but you insisted on competing with Xiao Ji, who knew that the one who fought in the end was not Xiao Ji. He didn't let Xiao Ji lose face. Instead, he planted a future trouble for the Wei kingdom." The Wei emperor glared at him. The Wei emperor ordered, "Go and call Lu Xiang." The eunuch went and soon returned to the palace to report. Lu Xiang said that he won't fight with Miss Gu's brother. "If you want to fight, you can fight by yourself." The Wei emperor, what kind of unreliable prime minister was this? The eunuch coughed softly. "However, Lu Xiang gave you a trick, a honey trap." Lu Yisheng's original intention was to let the Wei emperor give himself to Shangguan Yin, the kind that would be wrapped in a gift box. Who knew that the Wei emperor would misunderstand and directly let the female official send his own daughter out. The trusted minister and the eunuch were convinced. "Your Majesty, haven't you heard the rumors about this divine general of the Six Kingdoms? How many people have offered him beauties? From princesses and infanta to beauties of the common people. He didn't like any of them. No, he wasn't good-looking at all." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for the little princess of the Wei kingdom. The Wei emperor didn't have a son and only had this one daughter. If she angered Xianyuan Shi and was killed, the Wei kingdom would have no descendants. When the princess of the Wei kingdom heard that her father wanted to offer her as a bargaining chip to ask for peace, of course she didn't agree. The eunuch advised her not to be willful. The little general of the Xianyuan family was extremely brave and famous. If she fought with him head-on, the ones who would suffer would be the soldiers and common people at the border. The princess of the Wei kingdom clenched her small fists. "At worst, I'll kill him myself." The north wind was strong, and 50,000 black wind cavalry were at the border. Xianyuan, she was wearing the golden armor passed down by the Grand Marshal. His legs were slender, and his posture was tall and straight. The cold helmet was put down, covering this face that was the best in the Six Kingdoms. 3 months ago, the Black Wind King and Little Shi had a battle between kings. No matter how unwilling Little Shi was, he had to challenge the Black Wind King. This was the way the Black Wind Cavalry passed down. Only by defeating the Black Wind King and becoming the new king could he lead the Black Wind Cavalry to the next Golden Age. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind King fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, there was no trace of embarrassment or despair in his eyes. He seemed to have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Black Wind Cavalry welcomed a new inheritance. He bowed down to Little Shi and acknowledged Little Shi's position. The new Black Wind King was born. At this moment, Xianyuan, she was riding on the back of the new Black Wind King's horse. One man and one horse were like thousands of soldiers and horses. They were unstoppable. "General," Wenren Chong reminded him in a low voice, "the Shadow Division has found out that the Wei Kingdom is going to use a honey trap. Please be careful." Xianyuan, she didn't even bat an eyelid. "Honey trap? How is that possible?" "You wouldn't be tempted by those so-called beauties," he said arrogantly. "None of them are as beautiful as Jiao Jiao." Wenren Chong's eyes narrowed. "Sir, it seems that the Wei army is going to attack. Over there, someone is attacking from there." Indeed, someone was coming. However, after taking a look, Wenren Chong felt that something was wrong. What's this? Riding on a white pony? Although the person on the horse was also wearing armor, it was obviously not fitting. The helmet was swaying and looked like it could fall off at any time. Wenren Chong suddenly had a déjà vu of a child wearing an adult's clothes. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Sir, I'll go and fight." He was just a rookie. He could kill him in one move. Xianyuan Shi, where are you? Come out and face your death." The child opened his mouth arrogantly. However, it was unknown whether it was because of fear or something else, but his voice was trembling and somewhat immature. Xianyuan Shi frowned and urged his horse to rush out. On the vast battlefield, dust was flying everywhere. The two horses galloped towards each other. That person looked at Xianyuan Shi, who was clad in golden armor, rushing towards him like a war god from the ninth heaven. That fierce killing intent instantly frightened him to the point that his face turned pale. I'm here to kill. What? I don't want to kill. I want to go home. Little Wei Jun raised his head and cried. The rest of the Wei soldiers couldn't bear to watch. The helmet on little Wei Jun's head, which was already several sizes too big, fell off with a clatter, revealing a small head. His jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and was lifted by the strong wind, brushing past his delicate and lively face. Xian Yuan, she's expression froze. The killing intent around him froze, and he abruptly tightened his grip on the reins. The sudden braking caused little Shi's hooves to scrape across the ground, causing sparks to fly. He stopped when he was 3 steps away from his opponent. He stared at him for a long time before he finally called out his name, Light Shui. HM? Shangguan Shui was stunned. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Xian Yuanshi's aura was too frightening. She trembled just from looking at him. Xian Yuanshi pushed his mask up, but felt that it wasn't enough. He simply took off his helmet. It's me. Shangguan Shui blinked her tear-filled eyes. She asked in a daze, Jing Kong. The solemn god of war youth revealed his first bright and moving smile on the battlefield. Light Shui. Shangguan Shui's eyes widened. Jing Kong. Time seemed to return to many years ago, when people came and went in the state preceptor hall. 2 little kids faced each other, flapping their tiny arms and leaning forward. One was squeaky, and the other was babyish. Light Shui, Jing Kong. Light Shui, Jing Kong. Light Shui, Jing Kong. It's really you? Xian Yuanshi took a step forward on little Eleven's back, and the already scared little white horse began to tremble even more. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. You still haven't learned how to ride a horse? Yes. Shangguan Shui nodded, feeling wronged. Then why did you still come to fight? And to kill me? Shangguan Shui said pitifully. I'm the princess of the Wei Kingdom. If I didn't come, I would have been sacrificed to that Xian Yuanshi. Xian Yuanshi's lips curled into a smile. So that's how it is. Shangguan Shui's horse was scared, and so was she. Both of them were trembling violently. Xian Yuanshi couldn't help but laugh and reach out his hand to her. As people grew up, their hearts would gradually become cold and hard. This was especially true for Xian Yuanshi, who had fought on the battlefield at the age of 12. His heart had long since built a wall that no one could easily walk in. However, they had met at an innocent age and had spent the most innocent and beautiful time together. She had always been in the depths of his heart, like a family member. She had always been in the softest part of his heart. Shangguan Shui hesitated for a moment before giving her hand to him. She trusted Jing Kong unconditionally. The fair and chubby hand that he had held when they were young had now become a slender young girl's. Xian Yuanshi held her in her palm, and with a gentle pull with her other hand, she carried her by the waist and placed her on little Eleven's back, making her sit in front of her. Shangguan Shui finally let out a long sigh of relief. The fearless little princess was afraid of nothing but riding a horse. Xian Yuanshi gripped the reins tightly with both hands and protected her in his arms. Then, he turned his horse around. The soldiers of both countries were shocked. What was going on? Weren't you two going to kill each other? How did you end up on the same horse? Black Wind Cavalry. General, something's wrong with you. Wei Jun, Princess, something's wrong with you. Shangguan Shui was suffering from the aftereffects of fainting on horses. Her brain was a little muddled, so she didn't realize what was going on. Xian Yuan, she didn't care. He used his broad body to block her petite figure and put his helmet on her head, covering her delicate and beautiful face. Then, he glanced coldly at the Black Wind Cavalry. Everyone lowered their heads in unison. It was so tightly covered that they couldn't see anything even if they wanted to. Shangguan Shui was naive and didn't know what Jing Kong was trying to do. She shook the helmet on her head and giggled. She leaned her back against Xian Yuan, she's firm chest. She wasn't someone who didn't know her manners. Normally, she wouldn't get close to any man other than her own father. However, he was Jing Kong. He was the kindest, bravest, purest, and most trustworthy little boy in the world. Shangguan Shui forgot that the little boy in the past was 15 this year. He was a hot-blooded young man. The two of them rode on the horse. The young man protected the person in his arms in a domineering and gentle manner. Compared to when she was kidnapped by an assassin when he was only 5 years old, he could only bite the assassin with his little steel teeth. Now, he had absolute power. No one could hurt her from his hands. Little Shi took a few steps forward. Shangguan Shui's almond eyes widened. I suddenly remembered that you know how to ride a horse in Jing Kong. You're amazing. Xian Yuan, she smiled gently. There are many things that I'm amazing at. I'll tell you about it later. The young man's voice was clean and warm, like the most gentle breeze on the grassland. Yes, Shangguan Shui nodded. I've written many letters to you over the years, Xian Yuan, she said softly. Although Yin Shanjuan's mansion was empty, someone would regularly collect the letters. He didn't know where Light Shui had gone, so he could only send the letters there first. Shangguan Shui frowned. Really? I haven't received a single letter. I've also written many letters to you, but you never replied to me. Xian Yuan, she narrowed his eyes. Very good. The Wei Emperor had detained her. Shangguan Shui sat in his arms and stroked the horse's mane. She asked, Is this little Shi? Xian Yuan, she said, Yes, you recognize it? Shangguan Shui nodded. She couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, little Shi is so impressive. Little 11 raised his neck valiantly and took a step forward without any regard for his family. After knowing that it was little Shi, Shangguan Shui's last trace of fear disappeared. When she was young, she really liked little Shi. She thought of something and asked, But, Jing Kong, why are you here? Do you know Xian Yuan Shi? Xian Yuan, she smiled. I know him. Is he powerful? Shangguan Shui continued to ask. Xian Yuan Shi's expression didn't change as he said, Very powerful. Shangguan Shui's face turned pale with fright. Then, will he kill me and my father? He won't. Xian Yuan, she suppressed the smile on his face. I promise you. Shangguan Shui patted her chest in relief. Where are we going now? Where do you want to go? Xian Yuan, she asked her. Shangguan Shui tilted her head and thought for a moment. I want to see my teacher. Xian Yuan, she said meaningfully. See your parents, huh? Shangguan Shui didn't understand. Xian Yuan, she's lips curved. I said okay. Chapter 1003. Zhao State, Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a good appetite these days. Eunuch Qin always asked the imperial kitchen to cook for her in different ways, but she couldn't eat much. Eunuch Qin secretly delivered a letter to the Blue Water Alley, but was stopped by Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him. Eunuch Qin sighed. He knew that she didn't want the younger generation to see her sick, but his heart ached. Empress Dowager, His Majesty is here. Outside the bedchamber, a palace maid reported. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang was sick, Eunuch Qin whispered, How about this servant go back to His Majesty and tell him that you are resting? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. She pressed down the tiredness between her brows and said, He must have come at this hour for proper business. Yes. Eunuch Qin went to invite the emperor in. The emperor stepped into the room and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting on a chair with an official's hat. He asked worriedly, Is mother feeling better? This son was a little stupid, but his concern for the Empress Dowager was not fake. It was rare that Empress Dowager Zhuang did not roll her eyes. She said indifferently, I've been fine for a long time. It is you who make a fuss every day. Speak, it is so late. Why are you looking for me? The emperor sat down beside his mother and said helplessly, To be honest, I do have something to discuss with you. The appointment of the crown prince? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, hitting the nail on the head. The crown prince had already been deposed for 2 years, and the calls for a new crown prince in the imperial court were getting louder and louder. If the crown prince was not appointed soon, there would be a struggle for the throne among the factions. The emperor silently agreed. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him and asked, What are your plans? The emperor said, I believe that Rui Wang is qualified for a great responsibility. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, little Qi has restrained himself a lot in the past 2 years. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the boundless night sky. Little Qi is 18, almost 19. At his age, Aheng has already become the top scholar. Yes, the emperor sighed. Your son is hesitating between Rui Wang and little Qi. I want to hear your opinion. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. I don't have any objections. You are the emperor. Whoever you establish is the Qin family's kingdom. Mother, the emperor didn't like her separating herself from him so clearly, as if she didn't belong to this family. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. What? I've worked hard for the royal family of Zhao country all my life. Can't you give me a few days of peace? The emperor frowned. What is Imperial Mother talking about? You're going to live a long life. All right. I'm not used to hearing those things. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and opened the candied fruit jar on the table. Inside was the candied fruit that Jiao had made for her. She had been saving 3 pieces a day for 5 days. She took out a candied fruit, stared at it, and said, I only have one question for you. If Rui Wang succeeds the throne, will little Qi be convinced? The emperor hesitated. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, if he is not convinced and rebels, will Rui Wang be able to handle it? A trace of disappointment flashed across the emperor's face. He definitely won't be able to handle it. Rui Wang had Duke Luo's mansion behind him, but Qin Shiyu had the entire Marquis Xuanping's mansion behind him. If the relationship between Princess Xinyang and Shao Ji eased, she would also help him. He also had his sworn brother, Xinyuan Shi, and the youngest son of the Minister of War. Su Kong Xiaoheng's connections didn't include the emperor's. Another very important point was that little Qi was the legitimate son of the emperor's wife. The answer was self-evident. It wasn't easy to not fight for this position. Even if little Qi wasn't greedy for the throne, how could Empress Shao be willing? How could the ministers who wanted to succeed the emperor be willing to give up? Empress Dowager Zhuang said earnestly, to be the emperor, you don't have to be the smartest one, but you have to be the most suitable one to stabilize the country. Only by letting Qin Shiyu ascend the throne, the other princes wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the throne. After all, no one had the confidence to succeed in a rebellion under Shao Ji's control. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and said, besides, little Qi isn't as bad as you think. Don't underestimate him. A naughty child who grew up in Jing Kong would have been ruined if he didn't have some skills. The emperor pondered for a moment. I understand. After the emperor left, Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't bear to eat the candied fruit and put it back in the jar. Eunuch Qin went forward to pour her a cup of warm water. Seeing her absent-minded appearance, he couldn't help but ask, the matter of the crown prince has been settled. Do you have anything else on your mind? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him deeply and said abruptly, you're old. Eunuch Qin was stunned and then smiled. I'm not a monster. How can I not be old? Empress Dowager Zhuang pursed her lips and wanted to say that she was old too, but she swallowed the words and asked, you and I entered the palace in the same year, right? Eunuch Qin smiled. Yes, but I didn't have the fortune to serve you in the first few years. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. You didn't have a godson or anything. If I leave, your pool of little bastards can't really take care of you when you're old. Eunuch Qin suddenly choked. Why do you always talk nonsense these days? I'm just a lowly eunuch. It's not worth remembering. Empress Dowager Zhuang was never a sad person. She was very calm. How long has Shaoshan been in Yuzhou? It's time to return to the capital, right? Eunuch Qin wiped his tears and said, counting the days, it's time to go back. Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to say something, but stopped. Gu Shaoshan went to Yuzhou before the end of the year. He got married 3 years ago. His wife was the daughter of a scholarly family chosen for him by his great-aunt. Their family lived in the capital, and their ancestral home was in Yuzhou. He went to Yuzhou to accompany his wife to worship their ancestors. He was also commissioned by the Ministry of Works to go to Yuzhou to help build a royal garden. He took time to take his wife to Qingchuan village. He had long severed ties with the Gu family. Naturally, he didn't go to visit them. He went to visit his third uncle and third aunt's graves. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the village, he would meet his mother, Madame Lu. Madame Lu was fetching water at the entrance of the village. She was a lot older. She was in her 40s and had a lot of white hair. A dirty little girl was squatting next to her. The little girl randomly picked up something on the ground and put it into her mouth. When Madame Lu found out, she immediately hit the little girl's hand. "Put everything into your mouth. I'll eat you to death." The little girl didn't know if it was because of pain or fear, but she began to cry. "You only know how to eat and cry. What else can you do?" Madame Lu scolded a few times. The little girl cried even more fiercely. Madame Lu was so angry that she hit her several times. Gu Shaoshun couldn't help but remember that when he was a child, he was also beaten and scolded by Madame Lu. And because he was naughty and stubborn, Madame Lu beat him especially hard. If the child was disobedient, he would beat him a few times. He wouldn't hate Madame Lu because of this. He was bitterly disappointed with Madame Lu because Madame Lu never had a son in her heart. Madame Lu only valued Gu Erzhan, who was smarter than her and knew how to please people. "Husband, what's wrong?" his wife, Chen Yun, asked. "Nothing, let's go." Gu Shaoshun helped his wife get out of the carriage. Madame Lu saw him at a glance. "Ah, is that Shaoshun?" Auntie Zhao, who had just come over with a basin of clothes, recognized him. Auntie Zhao was very surprised. "Oh my God, I almost didn't recognize you." Gu Shaoshun had changed too much. When he left the village, he was only a 13 or 14-year-old hooligan. He didn't even walk properly. Now, he was wearing a brocade robe. He was handsome and elegant. At first glance, he looked like a son of an aristocratic family. The woman wearing a veil next to him was luxurious and elegant. She had a dignified manner. She looked like a daughter of an aristocratic family. Who would dare to recognize him? The villagers came over to watch. Madame Lu looked at Gu Shaoshun in a daze. The bucket in her hand fell into the well. She couldn't believe her eyes. This man, who was more noble than the county magistrate's son, was really her idiot son? Cough, cough, cough. The accompanying imperial bodyguard was sent by the prefectural magistrate. He was afraid that Master Gu would encounter an accident on the road, so he must carefully protect the safety of the couple. He cleared his throat and politely said to the villagers, "Everyone, please don't push." Master Gu came back to visit his family's grave. "Please let him pass." "What did you call him?" Madame Lu came over and asked. The imperial bodyguard didn't know her. He only thought that she was an ordinary villager. He patiently explained, Master Gu is a popular person in the imperial court. This time, he came to Yuzhou to build a mansion under the imperial decree." The imperial court under the imperial decree. Madame Lu almost fainted. If she had known that Gu Shaoshun was so promising, she wouldn't have sold him for 20 taels. She should have sold him for 200 taels. No, 2,000 taels. No, what did she sell him for? He was an official, so she was the official's mother. That's right, she was the official's mother. She could hold her head high. "Stinky boy, you still know to come back. When you went to the capital, you didn't care about me and your father. Your conscience was eaten by a dog." As she spoke, she rushed towards Gu Shaoshun. But Gu Shaoshun was no longer the obedient son that she used to know. She was the one who cut off their mother-son relationship. Gu Shaoshun stepped back. She pounced on empty air. The imperial bodyguard didn't know whether Madame Lu was telling the truth or not, but he saw Master Gu's attitude clearly. He immediately stood in front of Madame Lu. Not long after, Gu Chenglu also heard the news and rushed over. When he saw the current Gu Shaoshun, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The hooligan that the Gu family looked down on the most suddenly changed and became a popular person in the imperial court. He tried to talk to Gu Shaoshun, but he was also stopped by the imperial bodyguard. Daughter-in-law, I'm your father-in-law." When he saw that Gu Shaoshun refused to acknowledge him as his father, he hurriedly asked Chen Yun for help. Women were soft-hearted. As long as she begged for mercy for him, Shaoshun would definitely listen. Chen Yun didn't even look back. The Gu family didn't have a good life these years. Old Master Gu passed away, leaving behind a mess. The eldest branch and the second branch separated. Gu Dashuan's road to the imperial examinations didn't go smoothly. When the news that Xiao Lulang was the top scorer in the imperial examinations spread to the village, his mentality collapsed. After that, he did worse and worse in the examinations. In order to pay for his imperial examinations, his family owed a large debt. Later, although he found a rice merchant's daughter as his wife, his father-in-law saw that he always failed in the examinations and was unwilling to support him. He had no choice but to become an elementary school teacher in town. He was arrogant and had no patience for students. After being fired several times, no private school would hire him. Back then, the second branch dreamed of letting Gu Erzhun take the imperial examinations. They sold Gu Shaoshun for 20 taels and spent it all on Gu Erzhun. In the end, it all went down the drain. Shaoshun, we are biological parents. You can't treat us like this. Is there any justice in this world? Aren't you afraid that we'll report you to the yamen? A crime of being unfilial. Let's see if you can still be an official. Do you have any respect for the law? He's my son, my biological son. Gu Shaoshun pretended that he didn't hear anything. The villagers all knew everything. The matter of the second branch selling off Shaoshun, who in the surrounding villages did not know. How could a child who was sold out come back to take care of his parents in old age? How shameless! Gu Shaoshun didn't stay in the village for long. He took his wife to sweep the graves of his third uncle and third aunt, burned incense, and kowtowed for Gu Jiao, Xiao Hong, and the people of Jingkong. In fact, Gu Jiao's room had always been filled with memorial tablets of the third branch of the Gu family. Every year, they would worship them on their death anniversary, Qingming Festival, and New Year's Day. If she was away on an expedition, Xiao Hong would also buy incense and paper money to worship them. Gu Shaoshun returned to the capital in April. When they were close to the capital, Chun Yun suddenly fainted. Gu Shaoshun hurriedly sent someone to the capital to deliver the news. Gu Changqing happened to be in Bishui Alley. I'll take you there. Gu Jiao. Okay. The two went to the courier station outside the southern gate of the capital. Gu Jiao took Chen Yun's pulse. Then she smiled and said to Gu Shaoshun, Xiao Yun is pregnant. It's too stuffy in the carriage. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Gu Shaoshun was stunned. I'm going to be a father? They had been married for 3 years, and this was their first child. The joy in his heart was indescribable. When Chen woke up and found out that she was finally pregnant, she was so excited that she almost cried. She had been married for 3 years without a child. She was in despair. Although no one in the family urged her, she always hoped that she could bear a child for her husband. The group of people sat in the carriage. Gu Changqing rode alone on the side of the carriage. He silently guarded his sister in the carriage, as well as his sister's family. This was an ordinary afternoon. Even the late spring weather was the same as before. This was destined to be an ordinary day. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Gu Changqing turned his head to look at his sister who had lifted the curtain. He asked, Is something the matter? Gu Jiao looked at him under the sunlight and smiled. Brother. Gu Changqing's heart was struck. The afternoon sunlight shone directly into his heart. On the other side, this year's imperial examinations had also finished. When Zhuang Yuheng was exiled, he had been stripped of his scholarly achievements. However, the emperor did not say that he would not be allowed to take the imperial examinations again. He just never appeared in the examination room. It was because of this that Empress Dowager Zhuang understood that he did not want to return to the capital. However, this year, he appeared in the capital's examination hall and took first place in the palace examination in March. He became the first person in the history of the Zhao country to walk through the main gate of the imperial palace twice and parade through the streets on horseback. He went to Rinshou Palace and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed heavily to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He lowered his eyes and said in a tearful voice, Great Aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Zhuang Yuan, who was over 30 years old and thin. She waved her hand for him to come forward. Zhuang Yuheng held back his sobs and walked forward on his knees. Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her handkerchief and punched his shoulder. She punched again and again. Her eyes were red and her throat was swollen. You just came back. You just came back. In May, Xiao Hong handled a vicious bribery case that involved more than half of the Hamlin Academy. Although there were no fish in the clear water, there was a limit to everything. More than half of the Hamlin Academy's officials were involved. This was an extremely terrifying matter. When the results of the investigation came out, Xiao Hong never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be the current Hamlin Academy scholar. In the prison cell, the scholar of the Hamlin Academy confessed to his crimes. He accepted bribes and manipulated the examination of the scholars. He enrolled the scholars with low scores into the Hamlin Academy and falsified their qualifications and political achievements so that they could enter the 6 ministries. In the interrogation room, Xiao Hong, who was wearing a purple official's robe, sat on a chair. He looked at the scholar of the Hamlin Academy opposite him with a complicated expression. What? Ning Ziyuan smiled bitterly. Lulang, not everyone is born in the clouds. I'm just an ant from a poor family. I don't know how much effort it takes to climb up step by step. I'm not afraid of suffering, but sometimes suffering is useless. I know you want to say that you also relied on yourself to get to where you are today. I admit this. No matter how the world misunderstands you, I always believe that you relied on your own talent. But Lulang, I don't have your talent. I had an ambition that didn't match my talent. I didn't keep my heart. Xiao Hong calmly walked out of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Many years ago, in a certain room of the Hamlin Academy, Ning Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder and said with great ambition, "Don't look at me, because I was born in a poor family. I have no background and no connections. Sometimes I dream that one day I can climb up. I don't need to climb too high. Becoming a 5th-rank Hamlin Academy scholar is my life's dream." He clenched his fists, as if he wanted to force out the contempt he had suffered along the way from his bones. I'm thinking when I have such a day, when I take charge of the Hamlin Academy, I will not appoint people for their money, for their connections, and for their obedience. I will not allow people to make trouble for me. A bolt of lightning flashed. A hole seemed to be opened in the sky, and rain poured down. He stared at the endless rain, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. After a while, his eyes regained their firmness. He opened the umbrella and walked into the rain with firm steps. Empress Dowager Zhuang's health had been fluctuating this year, sometimes good and sometimes bad. She couldn't eat the candied plums and jujubes that Gu Jiao and the old chancellor had personally made for her. She had accumulated a lot of candied plums. Xian Yuan, she sat at her bedside and said softly, "Great aunt, eat as much as you want. I won't tell Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang smiled. "Where's my little granddaughter-in-law?" Xian Yuanxi's ears turned slightly red. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "You're the same as your brother-in-law. Don't learn from him. You've been married for so many years before you can eat it." In August, Gu Jiao brought Xuan Ningxiang and Go Wa from the countryside. Go Wa was a year and a half younger than Jing Kong. He was 14 this year and was a handsome young man. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay on the soft phoenix bed and looked at the figure walking towards her in the light. She asked weakly, "Is it Xiang Xiang?" Xuan Ningxiang knelt on the ground and held her great aunt's hand. She choked with sobs. "It's me, great aunt, it's me." "Where's Go Wa?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Go Wa stood beside Xuan Ningxiang, but her eyesight was no longer good. Xuan Ningxiang felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She pulled her son aside. Go Wa quickly kowtowed to the Empress Dowager. Go Wa knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the Empress Dowager Zhuang. "Why do you keep kowtowing? You're hurting the child." Empress Dowager Zhuang took out a piece of sesame candy from under her pillow and handed it to him. "Go Wa eat." Go Wa loved sesame candy the most when he was young. Xuan Ningxiang covered her mouth and cried uncontrollably. Gu Jiao brought the 3 little ones to live in Rinshou Palace. "You're not noisy," Empress Dowager Zhuang occasionally said to the 3 little ones. "Your uncle from Jingkong was really noisy when he was young." It wasn't that the 3 little ones weren't noisy, but they were very quiet in front of her. Even Xiao Yin, the little loudspeaker, sensibly suppressed her natural instincts and primitive strength. Xiao Heng, Xin Yuan Shi, Gu Xiaoshan, Gu Yin, and Gu Xiaobao also visited her every day. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also came often. It was worth mentioning that Gu Changqing and Yuan Baolin had a daughter, but Gu Changqing still believed that he was fulfilling the agreement. Yuan Baolin told him, "A woman needs a son to live the rest of her life peacefully." The one-track-minded Gu Changqing began to fulfill the agreement to give Yuan Baolin a son. Gu Jiao was shocked when she learned about this. She never expected Gu Changqing to be so one-track-minded. She asked Yuan Baolin, "What if you have a son? How will you coax him into bed?" Yuan Baolin raised her chin and said, "Then I'll tell him that a son is too lonely. If anything happens in the future, he won't have a brother to support him. You see, you have 5 brothers." Gu Jiao silently gave a thumbs up. Empress Dowager Zhuang was asked about her well-being by everyone in the room. She hummed and said, "Don't you have something to do?" The old chancellor also came. However, he always stayed there quietly and didn't say anything. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't see, so she naturally didn't know he came. In the 12th month, Empress Dowager Zhuang's memory deteriorated, and she often called the wrong person. She would call Xiao Xian Jingkong and Gu Xiaobao Gu Yan. She also asked Gu Jiao where Xiao Shun went and whether Lu Lang went to the prefectural city for the exam again. She listened to the snow outside the window and said, "It's cold. Did Lu Lang bring enough clothes? The exam shed in Yuzhou is cold, unlike the capital." "He brought enough." Gu Jiao said, "Great Aunt, don't worry." Xiao Shun went to the academy for lessons. Great Aunt pulled the banknote in her hand and touched Gu Jiao's hand. "Give it to him for me." He fell out with the Gu family and went to live in the academy. He can't be fooled easily. Gu Jiao took the banknote. "Okay, I'll go to town to get it for him. Do you want to eat candied fruit? You can eat as many as you want a day." Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes and fell asleep. Gu Jiao quietly lay down beside her, pulled open her arms, and gently buried her head in her arms. On New Year's Eve, Xin Yuanxi welcomed his 16th birthday, and Xiao Heng also welcomed his 30th year. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in good spirits. When she got up, she ate 6 candied fruits in one breath, which made Eunuch Qin very happy. Originally, the birthday banquet was to be held in Rinshou Palace, but Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to play the leaf card, so the family returned to Bishui Alley. Empress Dowager Zhuang, Annie Lu, Granny Zhou, and Annie Lu gathered at the table. Since Great Aunt's eyesight deteriorated, Gu Jiao made the leaf card into mahjong, which could be touched with hands. The old chancellor stood behind Great Aunt and served her tea obediently. He also handed over his private savings. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and snorted. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you lose less." The neighbors actually wanted to go easy on her, but they found that there was no need. Even if the old lady became like this, she still beat the whole Bishui Alley. The neighbors lost miserably. Yao Shi was making pastries in the kitchen, and Princess Xinyang went to learn from her. Gu Xiaobao and Xiao Yi, the 2 older children, led a few younger ones to set off firecrackers in the alley. Xin Yuan, she didn't join in the fun. He moved a chair behind Empress Dowager Zhuang and gently rested his delicate chin on her shoulder. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with disgust, "What? Is it sticky?" "That's right, sticky. Go away." Gu Yin came over and pushed Xin Yuanxi away, leaning on Great Aunt's shoulder. Empress Dowager Zhuang exploded. "You're 27. What is this? You don't want to find a wife. Xiao Xuan's son can already buy soy sauce." Xiao Xuan's baby, who was still in her stomach, Gu Yin stuck to her and said, "Then you can talk to my mother and let me marry Yuya." Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and thought, "You're talking nonsense. This kind of thing depends on fate. How can everyone be happy?" She only wanted him to live, and he did it. She had nothing to be dissatisfied with. She pushed the cards in front of her and said, "Draw win." In the afternoon, Empress Dowager Zhuang slept in her room for a while. Xin Yuan, she also laid down to accompany Great Aunt. "When I was young, did you really want to sleep with me? You always dragged me to your room." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly. That's because I want a little great-grandson. Xian Yuan, she said. I don't care, you just like me. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Such a shameless person. Xiao Ji, give me back that shy little monk. Xian Yuan, she wanted to tease Great Aunt, but he really fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark. He called Great Aunt beside him. Great Aunt didn't respond. He was so scared that his face changed. Great Aunt, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. What are you arguing about? Do you think I'm going? Xian Yuan, she hurriedly said. That's not what I meant. Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily said, Don't worry. Today is New Year's Eve. I won't leave on New Year's Eve. I won't turn your and Ahing's birthday into the anniversary of my death. How sad would that be? On the first day of a new year, a large family from Baishui Lane entered the palace to give her a New Year's greeting. She held Gu Jiao's hand and had Gu Jiao take good care of eunuch Qin. Empress Dowager Zhuang passed away on the third day of the first month. She had been in good spirits for the past few days, and her memories were no longer in chaos. Everyone thought that she had gotten better, but nobody expected that she would sleep and never wake up again. She passed away in her sleep, and she left very peacefully. She didn't leave behind any last words. She just heard eunuch Qin say that she took out a book of poems that she had written before she got married and looked at it. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been in power for dozens of years. The people only remembered her fierce and overbearing methods, but they forgot that she had once been a gentle daughter of a noble family. She had dedicated her life to the country of Zhao. She had countless opportunities to completely leave the imperial family and live a carefree life outside. But she didn't do this. It was for the sake of the country, and it was also for the sake of her children not being shamed because of her. The imperial palace was a cage that had imprisoned her for her entire life. The Empress Dowager had passed away, and according to the ancestral rules, she would be buried in the imperial mausoleum with the previous emperor. Xiao Hong submitted a memorial, requesting that a separate tomb be built for Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was not in the name of Empress Dowager Zhuang, but in the name of Zhuang Jinsei. She had been imprisoned while alive, but she had to be freed after death. On the day that the tomb was built, Gu Jiao, Xiao Hong, Jing Kong, Gu Yin, Gu Xiaoshun, Gu Xiaobao, Gu Changqing, and Zhuang Yuhong came to support the coffin of their grandaunt. Their grandaunt did not leave behind any children in this world, but they were all grandaunt's children. If there is an afterlife, I hope that you will not enter the imperial family. Chapter 1004. Galaxy K93. In the vast and boundless universe, a silver-white spaceship was nimbly shuttling through a dark red asteroid belt. The celestial bodies that looked small through the telescope were actually huge, and they had their own trajectories. Plus, the spaceship itself was moving faster than light. It looked like a very dangerous dodging game, but this wasn't a problem for it. After all, it wasn't an ordinary spaceship, but the strongest battleship of the Imperial Marshal. It had accompanied the Imperial Marshal through the long and glorious years of war, setting the pinnacle of the entire galaxy and even the entire Federation. There were many rumors about it. Some said that it was a battleship that the Imperial Marshal spent a lot of money to get someone to custom make it. Some said that it was a secret weapon that the Imperial Marshal's grandfather left him. But there were also rumors that it was originally a nanny robot, the kind that made milk for the little Marshal and changed his diapers. The cute AI's voice sounded, and it seemed to be a little excited. Obstacles can't be avoided. The elimination plan will be implemented. Do you want to stop it? The man sitting on the back of the chair with his eyes closed didn't even lift his eyelids. The AI's voice became even more excited. The elimination plan is officially activated. Warm reminder. Halfway through the sentence, the man casually raised a hand that was still slender and beautiful even though he was wearing white gloves. With a click, he fastened the safety buckle on the back of the chair. The AI made a satisfied mechanical sound like an old father. Baby is so obedient. The man's thin lips opened slightly. Call me baby again, and I'll smash you. It was unknown if it was threatened, but the AI really didn't say anything. However, it didn't give up and flashed a line of words on the screen, as if to show its last bit of unyielding will. Can't be smashed. The man still had his eyes closed, but he seemed to have guessed its little action. He said calmly, "Cancel the autopilot." The AI admitted defeat in a second. Marshall is so awesome. Next, it began to focus on eliminating the unavoidable asteroids. Under normal circumstances, the Federation's battleships wouldn't randomly destroy celestial bodies in the universe. However, this mission was urgent, and they couldn't care less about the Federation's laws. At the same time, on an orange planet, a total of 30 battleships were ready to set off. This was a newly risen group of space pirates in the star system. Most of them were fugitives who had escaped from prison. They had already successfully robbed 10 space supply stations of the Federation and 2 supply planets of the Empire. The Federation attached great importance to this matter and had once sent a legion to encircle and annihilate them. However, there were traitors among them who were very familiar with the Federation's battleships and fighting style. They did not fight head-on and fled after firing a shot. They were extremely cunning. The Federation had a huge headache over this. Recently, they had set their eyes on another supply planet controlled by the Wolf family and were planning to take action tonight. However, before they could set off, a dark spaceship suddenly appeared in the dark night sky above their heads. It slowed down after entering the planet's atmosphere and hovered steadily above the 30 battleships. The first to discover it was a gun-wielding sentinel. At first, he thought that it was their accomplice, but later he found out that it wasn't because the bottom of the black battleship was impressively printed with a huge federal military emblem. It's a Federation battleship. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Everyone was on their guard. Just like Yi, they found it inconceivable. What about their defense system? Did it fail? Why was there no interception or warning? Why did they let this battleship barge in, as if it was unmanned? The galactic pirate leader gave the order to prepare for battle. How many battleships are there in total? The pilot at the side said in a daze, "One. One? The Federation only sent 1 battleship?" The galactic pirate leader was dumbfounded. One had to know that the Federation had sent out the same number of battleships, but they were still unable to annihilate them. Could it be that the Federation was not here to fight with them, but to negotiate? At this point, he smiled smugly. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Destroy it. Negotiate? That was impossible. He gave the order, but there was no response from the other battleships. He frowned. What's going on? The pilot pointed at the battleship in the sky in horror. Look. The battleship in the sky started to light up in large patches. Its black outer shell was like a layer of scales that had been flipped over. Layers of dazzling silver light appeared. Along with this unforeseen event, its enormous body was revealed before everyone. The galactic pirate leader's body shook. This is the number 1 battleship in the Federation's galaxy that accompanied the Empire's Marshal to conquer the entire Federation, World Terminator. Through the spacious viewing window of the battleship, a man in a black uniform looked down at everyone from above. This was the most handsome man in the entire Empire, but also the most brutal and cold-blooded man. He was tall, and his uniform fitted him perfectly. Even the buttons were buttoned up to the top of his collar. He was strict and ascetic. His skin was deathly pale under the cold light. He held a golden scepter with the star of the Empire in his hands. This was a symbol of his status and also a signal of death. The Empire's Marshal was not here to negotiate. He was here to annihilate the pirates, the kind that did not leave anyone alive. The galactic pirate leader, who was still feeling smug a second ago, was completely panicking at this moment. Didn't the Empire's Marshal go on an expedition to the K-30 4B galaxy? He would not be back for at least a few decades. Why did he? If the Empire's Marshal had not left, they would not have dared to rob the Federation supply planet and space station, even if they had 100 guts. What should we do? What should we do? The galactic pirate leader broke out, in cold sweat. Not only him, but the rest of the galactic pirates were also scared silly. This was the Empire's youngest general, the only marshal in the entire galaxy who had intimidated the entire Federation. He was born into a fallen aristocrat and had the lowest resources, but he still managed to carve out a bloody path for himself in the Federation. No one dared to go against him. Run! Run quickly! It was unknown who shouted this, but everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They all jumped onto the battleship and prepared to escape. The Empire's marshal looked coldly at the galactic pirates who had killed countless civilians. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants who did not know where to go. The Terminator is requesting to execute orders. The AI's mechanical voice became cold and domineering. The Empire's young master marshal said word by word, "Extermination plan, execute." The AI's mechanical voice sounded again. "Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate. Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate. Extermination plan is about to begin. Civilians, please evacuate." Countdown begins. A row of blinking numbers appeared in the boundless starry sky. It was a 2-minute countdown. The galactic pirates were extremely fast. In just a minute, they had already left in their respective battleships. At superluminal speed, they could travel to several planets in a minute. Even though there were no longer any battleships on the ground, the countdown in the night sky continued. Until the last second, the Terminator began to chase after the fleeing battleships. 30 seconds later, the universe returned to peace. In the cockpit, the Terminator's AI resumed its cute mechanical voice. "Baby, it's time to eat. Tonight's dinner is very sumptuous." However, the Empire's marshal did not manage to eat this dinner. On their way back, they encountered the collapse of a star. This huge star had collapsed for a long time and had been relatively stable. It was estimated that it would burn for at least 100,000 years. However, for some unknown reason, it had burned out prematurely. In the last few seconds, it suddenly collapsed to form a black hole. The Terminator was captured by the black hole's gravitational force. An alarm that had never been sounded before sounded in the cockpit. They could not return. Star System K-93. The Empire's marshal calmly welcomed his death. He had gone on expeditions everywhere. There would be a day when he would die on the way. He stroked the control panel and said softly, "Terminator, your service ends here. You are the glory of the Empire." The AI was silent for a long time. Then it said solemnly, "Marshal, you too." The next second, it said calmly, "Hibernation chamber activated." The interior of the cockpit changed rapidly. The original visual window disappeared and was replaced by a wall with a screen. A luxurious hibernation chamber that could supply people for hundreds of years rose from the ground. The Empire's marshal frowned. "Terminator, what are you doing?" The AI sounded very calm. "Hibernation chamber separated. Medical cabin activated. Weapons cabin ready to attack. Welcome the black hole's gravitational force. Goodbye, Marshal." As soon as it finished speaking, a terrifying impact swept through the entire hibernation chamber. The Empire's marshal's brain waves vibrated to the extreme. Then, a strong sense of dizziness hit him, and he lost consciousness. On the screen, a few lines of words flashed. Habitable planet captured. Positioning. Virgo supercluster, Milky Way Earth. Chapter 1005. The Marshal woke up in a warm ocean. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to call for the Terminator. Following the sound of air leaking, the hibernation pod above his head slowly opened. The gentle AI voice sounded. "The medical pod is at your service. You have slept for a total of 1,221 days. Welcome to your awakening. We will now conduct a full body checkup for you." He lay motionless in the hibernation pod, allowing waves of red light to scan his body. The AI said, "Checkup complete. Your vital signs are normal. Overall evaluation, excellent. You are indeed the most powerful marshal in the Empire." "Awesome. This was the voice and program set by the Terminator. However, the Marshal knew that it did not have the consciousness of the Terminator. The consciousness of the Terminator would forever remain in the battleship that was engulfed by the black hole. The rumors were right. The Terminator was initially a nanny robot that accompanied him through his lonely and bullied growth period. After he modified his own battleship, he retained the intelligence of the nanny robot. This led to the creation of the Terminator. And the Terminator seemed to have awakened its own consciousness through the modifications and updates. Baby, today is also a day for you to eat obediently. The AI's cute voice sounded in the medical pod. This was also one of the programs set by the Terminator after it had awakened its consciousness. The Terminator was unbelievably huge. Its medical pod was also huge. It would take at least an hour to walk through every corner. Of course, the Marshal was not so free. As he ate his dinner, he connected the medical pod's equipment to the planet's data. This planet called Earth was at the stage of a first-level civilization. It had yet to develop the energy of the other planets in its galaxy. The life forms on Earth had very low energy levels, and their lifespans were only a few hundred years. After they died, it was almost impossible for them to feed back to the habitable zone. The K93 galaxy also had all kinds of life forms. They were also called humans. The difference was that the life forms on K93 had extremely long lifespans and high energy levels. After they died, they would disintegrate, and the energy they contained would feed back to the entire galaxy. After learning more about Earth, he roughly compared the differences between himself and the people on Earth. He was probably equivalent to a teenager on Earth. In the hibernation chamber, people would not grow. Not counting that period of time, he was actually more than 30 years old. However, in the K93 galaxy, where lifespans were extremely long, those under 35 years old were considered young. If he hadn't lied about his age when he went to the imperial capital to join the army, he wouldn't have been able to get in. He learned more about the people on Earth, and then began to check the medical cabin's reserves. The AI reported in an orderly manner. When it read, "The hibernation chamber is operating normally," he was stunned. He had already come out, so why was the hibernation chamber still running? "Which hibernation chamber?" he asked. The AI said, "Hibernation chamber number 2. The general opened the number 2 hibernation cabin and saw a baby inside. It was only then that he remembered that he had passed by a supply planet that had been robbed by space pirates a few days before he left the K93 galaxy. It was there that he had picked up a dying child. The baby was too weak and had been lying in the healing chamber the entire time. When the Terminator was born, the healing chamber automatically entered hibernation mode and became the number 2 hibernation chamber. The AI said, "Vital signs are weak. Do you want to switch to the healing chamber and continue the treatment?" The Imperial Marshal looked at the sleeping baby. This was perhaps the only companion from the K93 galaxy. "Switch," he said. The medical cabin sat on top of a mountain. As it was hidden in another space, no one here could see it. The general walked out of the medical cabin and planned to go down the mountain for a walk. Unexpectedly, the gravity here was different from that of K93, and he fell to the ground. The general hadn't been in such a sorry state for a long time. Just as he struggled to get up, he heard a quarrel nearby. He had already learned the language of this area and could understand what they were arguing about. It was a young man and woman. The woman, with her big belly, grabbed the man's arm and said through gritted teeth, "You have to make things clear today. What is going on between you and that woman?" The man coldly withdrew his arm and said impatiently, "Can you not be unreasonable?" The woman raised her phone angrily. "I am unreasonable? Surname Gu. I caught you in the act." The man looked at the photo on the phone and frowned. "When did you secretly take this?" The woman coldly said, "Do I need to secretly take a photo? You two are so open and aboveboard. You are just short of living in my house." The man bluntly said, "Don't talk nonsense. We are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. We're just colleagues who had a meal together. Don't be so suspicious. It's getting late. I should go back to the company. You can take a taxi back yourself." After saying that, he left the woman behind and walked to the top of the mountain. The parking lot was probably on the other side of the mountain. The woman angrily chased after him. "Surnamed Gu, I am pregnant, and you are planning to leave me here alone." The two of them pulled and tugged at each other until the woman accidentally bumped into the Imperial Marshal when they brushed past him. Because he hadn't adapted to Earth's gravity, the general couldn't avoid it. The woman's ring cut the back of his hand, and fresh blood flowed out. The woman didn't apologize. He looked at the blood on the woman's ring and said in the local language, "Give me the ring. Scram, I have to compensate you with a ring for bumping into you. In your dreams." "Where did this little rascal come from?" the woman scolded. She wanted to say, "Where did this little rascal come from?" But when she saw the excessively handsome face of the youth, she suddenly choked. The youth was tall and wore a neat black uniform. His whole body emitted an ascetic and strict aura. The woman was stunned. Just at this moment, the man walked away. The woman didn't have time to pay attention to the youth in the military uniform and quickly chased after him. He looked at the woman's gradually disappearing back and deeply frowned. "You better not get hurt." Unfortunately, the woman was injured in the process of stopping a man from getting on the car. 2 months later, a white and chubby baby girl was born. Her cries were loud and clear, and she was more beautiful than ordinary newborns. Her family gave her a pleasant name, Gu Jiao. Chapter 1006. AD 2222 was the 8th year since he came here. He finally found the child who had infected his blood on the hillside that day. It should have been the woman who had cut him with the ring, but for some reason, the energy in his blood had been absorbed by the child in the woman's belly. This was the only human who could survive after absorbing the energy of the K-93 system. He brought her back to the medical cabin with the intention of studying her. The little girl was small and was soaked in the rain. Her large black eyes looked at him with vigilance and curiosity. This was a pretty little girl with an abnormal calmness. However, she was still a child. She maintained her calm appearance, but her small fists were clenched tightly by her side. "Lie down." He pointed at the cold operating table and said. The little girl stared at him for a long time before obediently lying down. He put on sterile gloves and began to take her blood and hair. He also did a series of ECG and brainwave tests. The little girl was very cooperative and quiet throughout the process. She didn't even resist when the needle was inserted into her blood vessels. "Does it hurt?" he asked. She shook her head. This pain was nothing. "Come here and eat something." He took off his gloves and said calmly. The little girl jumped down from the operating table and looked at his back. She said in a daze, "My clothes are wet. Do I have a change of clothes?" "Of course, there isn't anything suitable for you." He took one of his pajamas and tossed it to her, pointing to the bathroom. The little girl took the clothes into the washroom and came out half an hour later. Her hair was wet, and her body exuded a faint cold aura. The large pajamas on her small body were so loose that it almost reached the ground. He looked at her and frowned. "You didn't use hot water?" The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. Is there hot water?" There was, but the Imperial Marshal was used to cold water, so he turned off the hot water function. It was his negligence. He had never raised a child and had never been close to anyone. He had forgotten that the people here were different from the K-93 system. But this girl was also strange. Did she not know how to use it? How did she survive all these years? Was it okay to take a cold shower? Dinner was a tasteless steak prepared by the medical cabin. The stool at the dining table was very high. The little girl tried for a long time, but still couldn't sit on it. Instead, she was sweating all over again. Even so, he did not hear her ask him for help. In the end, it was he who lifted her onto the stool. She grabbed the knife and fork clumsily and ate with relish. His movements were slow and deliberate, with the elegance of an ancient aristocrat. Then, he realized that the little girl was imitating him. She straightened her back and did not even let go of his habit of folding his handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The results came out the next day. The amount of K-93 energy in her blood was too high. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be so calm. He had seen people who were infected by his blood. They either died or suffered a fate worse than death. "Don't you feel bad?" he asked. The little girl was holding a cup and gulping down water. Hearing this, she raised her head and looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" He said. "Physical discomfort? It's very painful. Your heart is burning and your lungs are hot. It's like 10,000 ants are gnawing at your body." These were all the feelings he got from the few survivors. Everyone was different. She thought about it seriously and shook her head. Forget it. She was infected in her mother's womb. She was born in this terrible torture. She had never experienced a day of normal life. For her, discomfort was normal. After another 3 days, he went out. When he came back, there was a trace of his opponent's blood on him. She lost control. After waking up, she did not remember the damage she had done. She just could not find her cup. She probably understood something. When she saw him, the first thing she said was, "I'm not a little monster." A month later, he brought her back to the organization. In the past few years, in order to better adapt to life here, he joined an organization called Kuenpung and became an assassin. "Do you remember what you wanted to call me?" he asked her. She nodded and said obediently, "Godfather." "Godfather, how old are you?" she asked him. He looked at the dark corridor like the mouth of an abyss and said indifferently, 16. Converted to the age of the earth. It was about this number. Gu Jiao showed amazing talent in the organization. When she was 13, she got her own codename, Shadow. This meant that she finally became an official member of the organization. She was no longer an 8-year-old girl who did not know anything. She already knew that she was different from ordinary people. There seemed to be some strange and violent factors in her body. When she encountered blood, she would lose control. There was no cure, only control. When she was 15 years old, she received her first mission to retrieve stolen information. There were 8 people in total, and they had a lot of guns. She was wearing a white knee-length dress. Her waist was slender, and her long black hair was soft and shiny. She had a clean and young face. She had the purest spirit of a young girl. She stood on the side of the road with her hands behind her back. From time to time, she would look at the passing cars. Her pitiful appearance was enough to arouse the desire of any man to protect her. As expected, a small truck with goods stopped beside her. The person in the truck was her mission target. She thought that she was acting alone. Little did she know that in a tall building in the distance, a man in a black trench coat was staring at her. The man's eyes were cold, and his eyes were cold. He had one hand in the pocket of his trench coat, and the other hand was holding a sniper rifle. Her acting was terrible. Her smile was not good at all. Soon, she was exposed. In the end, she had to use violence to get through. She kicked the man who was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. She curled her lips and said in disdain, "Can't take a beating at all." She turned and left with the results of today. After walking about 30 to 40 meters, the unconscious man on the ground suddenly woke up. He pulled out the gun at his waist and aimed at Gu Jiao's back. However, before he could pull the trigger, the man upstairs picked up the silent sniper rifle in his hand and shot him in the head without even opening the sniper scope. At that moment, a rumbling truck sped past Gu Jiao. The loud rumbling noise covered the sound of the bullet piercing through the air. Gu Jiao had no idea that she was in danger. When she arrived at the meeting place, her godfather's black pickup was already waiting for her on the side of the road. "Huh, Godfather?" She tilted her head and walked over in surprise. With her hands behind her back, she bent her slender waist and looked at him through the window. "Isn't Cheetah here to pick me up?" He put one hand on the steering wheel and said expressionlessly. He had a last-minute mission and left first. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. He said calmly, "Seatbelt." Gu Jiao obediently fastened her seatbelt. Then, she showed him a small metal box that she had won this time. She said proudly, "All the data is inside. Am I awesome?" He nodded indifferently and started the car. The soft and warm wind blew in, and her smooth black hair was gently blown up. She turned around to look for food in the back seat. This action closed the distance between the two of them. Her hair, which exuded the fragrance of a young girl, brushed against his face. It was a little itchy. After returning to the organization, he said to Gu Jiao, "Come over in a bit. We need to take blood." Oh, Gu Jiao would come to the medical cabin every month to take blood. She was used to it and never asked why. The Marshal of the Empire should be called Godfather now. After taking Gu Jiao's blood, the Godfather went to the equipment for analysis. The results were the same as before. K93's energy substance had an extremely strong replication ability. The concentration in the blood showed no signs of decreasing at all. This was a very strange phenomenon. Since he came here, he had been in a state of constant consumption because he couldn't supply K93 with energy. To put it bluntly, his life would be shorter than if he was in K93. However, the energy substance he needed could be replicated infinitely in her body. He still couldn't explain why, but what he was sure of was that he could use her energy to replenish his life. The stronger she was, the faster the energy substance in her body replicated, and the more beneficial it would be for him to extend his life. Godfather, the food is ready. Today's sweet and sour fish is your favorite. She suddenly appeared at the entrance of the examination room. Her cute young girl head poked in. Her eyes blinked, as if they could speak. She wasn't like this to outsiders. Only in front of him would she let down all of her defenses. He calmly turned off the equipment. She was just an experimental subject, an energy supply to extend his life. He wouldn't develop any feelings for her. While eating, her phone lit up. He sat across from her and casually glanced at it. She picked it up and looked at it. She suddenly said to him, "I don't have any missions this weekend. Can I go out and play? Someone asked me out." His hand that was picking up rice paused. "Man or woman?" Gu Jiao said honestly, "Senior." "No," he said calmly. "Oh." Gu Jiao lowered her head and continued eating. He looked at her coldly. "Are you disappointed?" Senior said he would take me surfing. "I'm looking forward to it." She was born different from normal people. She had almost no friends. This was the first person who said he would take her out to play. "It's not far," she said. "It's in Coastal City. It's less than a 2-hour drive." He put down his chopsticks and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin on the plate. "Go if you want." The listless little quail raised her head and looked at him energetically. "Godfather, do you want to go?" He said calmly, "No." Childish. Gu Jiao happily went to pack her things. The next morning, she went to the agreed place to meet with her senior. Her godfather went to the organization. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into his assistant in a hurry. Because he was too anxious, he didn't see him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Today, he was probably free. For the first time, he asked, "What happened?" The assistant was startled. "King? It's like this. There's a mission in Coastal City. It was supposed to be assigned to Cheetah, but I can't contact him. This kid probably went somewhere to pick up girls last night. I'm going to contact Black Eagle." "Coastal City?" he asked. "Yes," the assistant said. He said calmly, "No need to contact Black Eagle. I'll go." As soon as he said that, the assistant was shocked again. But it's just an E-grade mission. How long has it been since you took on a mission below S level?" Chapter 1007. The senior who was dating Gu Jiao was called Shi Yi. He was 17 years old this year and was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. He was the school beau and the top student of number 1 middle school. He came from a wealthy family and was good at basketball. Many girls were chasing after him. However, he was attracted to Gu Jiao, who was always alone. Others said that Gu Jiao was very strange. She always gave people a cold and unapproachable feeling. Being glanced at by her would make one's hair stand on end for a few days. However, in his opinion, this kind of girl was special enough. "There's a bonfire party tonight. I've booked a room. Don't worry, it's 2 rooms. Shuri scratched his head shyly. "Of course, if you don't want to stay here, I can send you back earlier." "It's okay. I want to watch the bonfire party." Gu Jiao looked at him and smiled. "This is the first time someone has invited me out to play." Shuri was mesmerized by her smile. She was usually cold and aloof, but when she smiled, it was even more beautiful than the spring scenery in March. Shi hurriedly said, If you like, I can take you out to play every day." Gu Jiao reached out her hand to him. Shi was stunned. Ah, were they going to hold hands? He was so excited that his throat moved. His palms were sweaty, and he wiped them on his clothes. Just as he was about to take her hand, he heard her say, "Room card." Shi was so embarrassed that he quickly pulled his hand back. He took out a room card and handed it to her. "It's a room with a sea view. The one with the best view." Actually, it wasn't. The presidential suite with the best view had already been booked. However, the 2 rooms that he booked were also very good. Gu Jiao took the room card and went to room 709. When she opened her backpack and was about to change into her carefully prepared swimsuit, she was instantly dumbfounded. She held up a ball of colorful and ugly fabric. "Where's my bikini? How did it become a one-piece swimsuit? And such a long skirt? Who touched her bag? How infuriating. Such a conservative and old style. It was obvious that it was the Godfather's style. When he wore his own clothes, even the top button on his collar would be fastened. What? I'm not even allowed to wear a bikini." Gu Jiao muttered. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She called the front desk and said, "I want to set up bikinis." The receptionist's gentle voice came from the phone. "I'm sorry, madam. Our hotel is out of bikinis." Gu Jiao looked at the deserted beach and said, "I don't see many customers. Why are they sold out?" The receptionist looked at the young man in a black trench coat and sunglasses in embarrassment. She covered the microphone and said in a low voice, It's sold out. And it was all bought by this handsome guy alone. Who would have thought that he was such a pervert?" The receptionist hung up the phone and laughed dryly. She handed over the room card and said, "The clothes will be sent to your room later." The Godfather took the room card and left without looking back. The assistant's voice came from the Bluetooth earpiece. "There's a change of plans. He'll arrive at night. Do you want me to book a room for you?" The Godfather said indifferently, "No, it's already booked." "Huh?" On the other end of the phone, the assistant looked at his phone in disbelief. For a moment, he suspected that he had dialed the wrong number. The Godfather hated spending the night outside the most. He actually booked a room for himself? Did he know in advance that there was a change of plans? He opened his mouth and said that. The Godfather hung up the phone. In the end, Gu Jiao could only put on the ugly and old-fashioned one-piece swimsuit with a look of disgust. When Shi, who was drinking on the beach, saw her in this outfit, he almost choked to death. Was she really not stealing his grandma's swimsuit? He almost thought that his grandma had caught him on a date just by looking at the swimsuit. However, Gu Jiao had a good foundation. She was a 15-year-old girl with a slim body. The areas that should be developed were very well, and the areas that should not be developed were not fat at all. Her waist was so thin that it could be held with one hand, and her legs were long and straight. Her snow-white skin was like jade, and there was a tattoo of a fallen angel on her right ankle, which made her legs look even more white. Of course, students couldn't get tattoos. This one was pasted on. Shuria's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the presidential suite that faced the beach, the Godfather was wearing sunglasses and standing on the sunny balcony. He had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. He was staring at a certain reckless girl with a dangerous look in his eyes. Gu Jiao was wearing the most old-fashioned clothes, but couldn't hide her white skin and beauty. Not only was Shi infatuated with her, but many people also came to talk to her. Gu Jiao didn't have time to pay attention to them. She wanted to surf. It was her first time surfing, and Shi taught her step by step. The young man and woman were full of youthfulness and the sour smell of love. "Eyesore," the Godfather said as he drank the red wine. The assistant's confused voice came from the Bluetooth earpiece. "What eyesore?" The Godfather stared at the little girl who was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. "Nothing." Gu Jiao was a fast learner, and surfing was no exception. After an hour, she was better than Shi. Shi was exhausted. He hugged his surfboard to the beach and panted as he looked at Gu Jiao, who was enjoying herself. She was as excited as a little sparrow, as if she had endless energy. So nice, so cute. Shi Yi sat on the beach with his hands on the sand behind him. He looked at his girl with a smile and felt very satisfied. Gu Jiao played until it was dark. She was hungry, so she put away the surfboard. The two went back to the hotel to change their clothes. Shi Yi booked a barbecue stall. There were already many guests there, and the aroma of barbecue and cumin filled the small square. Shi Yi let Gu Jiao sit while he ran around to get the ingredients and set up the stove. The young master of the Shi family was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It was the first time he was so attentive to a girl. He had practiced at home, and the taste of the barbecue was not bad. Gu Jiao said, honey, I like sweet things. But the godfather didn't let her eat too much, saying that it would spoil her teeth. Okay. Shi Yi brushed a layer of crystal-clear honey on the barbecue with his face full of soot. Is it good? Shi Yi asked her. Gu Jiao ate the barbecue. Her mouth was very busy, and she nodded like a little hamster. Shi Yi smiled happily. On the other side, the godfather was ready to take action. Tonight's mission was to intercept a batch of goods. The reason why it was only rated as Class E was because the other party's background was not big, and their armed forces were not strong. According to the initial information, the operation was supposed to be carried out in the afternoon when there were few people around. However, the other party came late, and the number of people on the beach doubled. It was a bit tricky. What was more tricky was that the organization's information was wrong. It was not 10 pounds of goods, but 50 pounds, and it was taken over by another big shot. Things were getting troublesome. The godfather jumped down from the roof and came to the trading room. He raised his gun with a silencer and shot one person at a time, knocking down a large number of people. At this moment, two accomplices who had just returned from outside opened the door. The two of them saw the corpses on the ground, closed the door, and fled. Do they have any more goods on them? The godfather asked the investor who was kneeling on the ground coldly. The investor nodded in fear. The godfather opened the door vigilantly and put the silencer back into the holster on his waist, covering it with his windbreaker. At this time, Gu Jiao and Shi Yi had just finished their barbecue and went to the snack booth. Shi Yi bought her an ice cream. She lowered her head and licked it, dipping her mouth in the cream. Shi Yi smiled and reached out to wipe her mouth. She suddenly turned her head and looked at a figure flashing by in the night. Godfather, what? Shi Yi did not understand and thought that she was deliberately avoiding his touch. He quickly reached into his pocket and awkwardly handed her a tissue. Gu Jiao did not take it. She stuffed the ice cream into his hand and walked away. Gu Jiao, Gu Jiao. Shi Yi called out twice but failed to stop her. He grabbed the ice cream and chased after her. Gu Jiao did not catch up with the godfather. Instead, she turned her head and saw a man in a silver suit holding Shi Yi with a knife as he walked out from behind flower bed. Shi Yi was just an ordinary high school student, so he could not help but show some fear in this situation. But to Shi Yi's shock, Gu Jiao's eyes were calm. The man in the suit shouted, "Don't move. Don't come over, or I'll kill him." Gu Jiao's aura suddenly changed. She began to emit a chilling, murderous aura. "Let him go." The man in the suit's eyes flashed. The blade of the knife was pressed against Shi Yi's neck and directly cut a line of blood. He whispered, "Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you." But Shi Yi did not listen to him. Shi Yi suppressed the fear in his heart and trembled as he shouted, "Watch your back." No one saw how Gu Jiao did it. She turned around and pierced the throat of the sneak attacker with the spike in her hand. Blood splattered all over her face. The man fell to the ground in disbelief. Even in death, he did not close his eyes in horror. Gu Jiao kicked the gun up and held it firmly in her hand. She turned around and shot the man in the suit in the thigh. This gun was also equipped with a silencer, so the sound was not loud. Gu Jiao originally wanted to shoot the man in the head, but in order not to scare Shi Yi, she chose to shoot the man in the thigh. The man was in so much pain that he let go of Shi Yi and fell to the ground. He hurriedly tried to pull the gun out, but Gu Jiao shot him in the wrist and shattered it. After making sure that he could not fight back, Gu Jiao came in front of Shi Yi. Looking at the blood on his neck, she frowned and reached out with her fingertips. Shi subconsciously took a step back as well. Gu Jiao's hand froze in midair. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him in a daze. She did not understand what he was afraid of. Shi looked at Gu Jiao in horror and then looked at the half-melted ice cream in his hand. He wanted to protect her even if he had to risk his life. But he was also frightened by her. How could she? Gu Jiao could not read his emotions. She thought about it seriously and pointed the gun at the man in the suit on the ground. Are you afraid that he will hurt you again? Then I will kill him. Stop! Shi roared. Gu Jiao looked up in a daze and looked into his red eyes. She did not understand and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shi looked at this junior who could kill without blinking and still be so calm. He suddenly felt that he could not breathe. He stepped back until he turned around. He did not know if it was out of fear or disgust, but he quickly left the place. Gu Jiao looked at his back and murmured, "I just want to protect you." The night wind blew. She looked a little lonely. Her little head drooped as she slowly walked back. As she walked, she saw a shadow on the ground. She subconsciously looked up and saw her godfather, who was wearing black trousers and a white shirt, sitting on the flower bed with his hands in his pockets. The flower bed was quite high, but his legs were longer. Gu Jiao did not say anything and did not continue to walk forward. "Do you like him a lot?" The godfather asked faintly. Gu Jiao said in a low voice, "It's my first time making a friend." The godfather's expression softened. He stood up elegantly and coldly, picked up the windbreaker beside him, and went to Gu Jiao. He waved his hand and put it on her. Her cold little body was instantly enveloped by his breath and warmth. She did not feel wronged, just a little stuffy. But at this moment, she suddenly felt wronged. She smacked her forehead against his strong chest. The godfather raised his slender hand and gently patted her head. "My legs are numb," Gu Jiao said. The godfather sighed helplessly. He carried her on his shoulder and walked towards the hotel with his long legs. We passed by the man in the suit whose right hand and right leg were injured by Gu Jiao. The man in the suit hurriedly took out his gun with his left hand. The godfather did not even look at him and shot him right in the heart. After returning to the presidential suite, the godfather ordered room service. Gu Jiao looked at the ice cream in front of her, which was obviously many times more expensive than the one in front of her. She swallowed her saliva and asked, "For me?" The godfather counted the goods and said indifferently, "We didn't get to eat it just now, did you?" Gu Jiao's eyes sparkled. "Then how many can I eat?" The godfather half. Gu Jiao's face darkened. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, sipping the ice cream cone in her hand. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was still room service. Gu Jiao thought it was delicious food again. "Come in." The door opened and the waiter brought in a row of sexy bikinis that were late. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 1008. Shi returned to H City that night and never contacted Gu Jiao again. Even if he met her, he would avoid her and never have anything to do with Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao's life went on as usual, but she didn't try to make friends easily anymore. Also, as the intensity of the training increased, she lost control more and more often. She needed to control the stimulation that blood gave her, so her godfather started to let her study medicine. When she was 16, she was in her second year of high school, but she was admitted to the Imperial Medical College as the top scorer in science in the province. When she was 17, she started to accept missions above D level. When she was 18, she received her first S-level mission. She was the first member other than her godfather to receive an S-level mission as soon as she reached adulthood. As expected of her godfather's child, the mission was to assassinate a drug lord in Continent F. Gu Jiao completed it very well. During the month she was in Continent F, her godfather rejected all the missions sent by the organization. Gu Jiao didn't know that he had rejected the missions and thought that he was doing well in the country. However, the organization noticed something. When Gu Jiao and her godfather returned to the organization, Alan, one of the three bosses, called her godfather to his office. "You've been paying too much attention to Shadow recently," Alan said straightforwardly. "That's my business," her godfather said calmly. Alan held a glass of red wine in his hand. He smiled and said, I know you brought her back and you've been training her, but you should know the rules of the organization. If you just want to sleep with her, you can, but don't fall in love with her." Ignoring him, her godfather turned around and left. Alan looked at his back coldly and took a sip of red wine. Then, he looked at the video on the computer and said to the people in it, "We'll accept that mission, but I want 10 times the commission." Gu Jiao received another mission not long after she returned to China. The mission this time was a little special. Someone wanted to ruin the marriage between the two big families and had arranged for assassins to assassinate the bride during the wedding. After negotiating with the groom, it was decided that Gu Jiao would step into the church instead of the bride. Cheetah and Flying Eagle would lie in ambush in the dark. Once the other party made a move, they would quickly kill him. It sounded easy, but the killer had a powerful background. He was second only to King in the underworld, so this was actually a very dangerous mission. If anything went wrong, Gu Jiao's life would be in danger. Cheetah and Eagle are no match for him. Sitting on the office chair, the godfather frowned. The assistant sighed and said, "But the mission has already been assigned. It's impossible to call them back. Also, you've been refusing to accept missions recently, which has already made the higher-ups unhappy. Don't get involved in this mess anymore." The day of the mission, the godfather still went. He did not replace Cheetah or Eagle, nor did he hide in the dark. Instead, he chose to replace the groom. His disguise was so good that even Fei Ying and Cheetah did not recognize him at first glance. Gu Jiao didn't even look at the groom. The godfather asked, "Sir, do you take the lady next to you as your wife? No matter whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with her?" He said, "Yes, I do." Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She looked up in surprise. The godfather said again, "Madam, do you take the groom as your wife? No matter whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, will you always be with him?" She looked at the man in front of her in a daze. "Godfather?" The godfather raised his slender hand and gently stroked her cheek. He looked at her deeply and asked, "Do you?" Gu Jiao was so shocked that she could not speak. At that moment, the killer who had disguised himself among the guests shot at Gu Jiao. Everything happened in a flash. Gu Jiao did not have time to react. The godfather stood in front of her and was shot twice in the chest. He also shot at the killer. The killer was shot. The scene was chaotic. The cheetah and the eagle took a long time to aim at him. This was because he was injured and could not run fast. If the godfather had not appeared, Gu Jiao would have died today and the killer would have escaped. "Godfather!" Gu Jiao supported him. The blood on his chest dyed her white wedding dress red. He forced himself to say, "Take me back to the medical cabin." The medical cabin existed in another space. The entrance was in a villa under his name. Gu Jiao sped all the way and ran countless red lights. She finally took him back to the medical cabin before he fainted. He took out the bullet and lay in the medical cabin. Every time he was injured, the energy in his body would dissipate. He was so weak that he fell asleep soon. When he opened his eyes again, he found that Gu Jiao was also lying in the medical cabin, lying motionlessly beside him. The medical cabin sensed his awakening and lit up with a soft light. With the light, he could see the situation in the medical cabin. Gu Jiao's blood was continuously flowing into his body. She didn't know how long it had been since she lost, but her rosy cheeks had become deathly pale. Even her lips had lost their usual color. "What are you doing?" he asked with a hoarse voice and a frown. Gu Jiao's eyelids moved slightly. She did not open her eyes. She was still lying on her side like a well-behaved kitten. "Don't you want my blood?" she said softly. These words came out of nowhere. At first, he thought she was talking nonsense because she was too weak. But the godfather still understood. She knew everything. He brought her back, carefully cultivated her, and made her strong at all costs. It was also that one day he could use her blood to prolong his life. "I'm willing." She leaned her forehead against his firm shoulder and said softly, "I'm willing to give my life to you." Gu Jiao fell ill. Her constitution was different from ordinary people. This was the first time she had been so sick in her life. She had a high fever of 41 degrees. Holding her was like holding a hot stove. The godfather cooked some vegetable, meatball, and ginger soup for her, which was rare. Gu Jiao drank a mouthful and instantly sobered up. Her head was no longer buzzing, and her nose was no longer blocked. She broke out in a cold sweat. It was really the worst drink in the world. The effect seems to be good. The godfather looked at her eyes that had turned from dull to sober and said, "I'll cook it for you again tomorrow." In order not to be poisoned by the godfather's dark cuisine a second time, she forced her fever to go down that night. Even his cells despised his culinary skills. The godfather did not let her return to the organization immediately. She stayed in the medical cabin for an entire month. In this month, she unlocked many new skills, such as cooking, wine, and songs from 100 years ago. She was not a good drinker and got drunk in one gulp. She did not stop when she was drunk. She held the wine bottle with one hand and stepped on the table with one foot. "Little Mia, music," the cute AI's voice sounded. "Music will be played for you." The godfather sat on the sofa expressionlessly and looked at someone who was drunk. The godfather had accidentally discovered a year ago that the Terminator's consciousness had not completely dissipated. However, after experiencing the impact of the black hole and the trip to space, its consciousness was in a very weak state, and sometimes it did not work. Anyway, it worked when she called it. It even acquiesced to the nickname she gave it. So how did she know that her blood was very useful to him? The case was solved. It was really hard to guard against a thief in your own home. She was very engrossed in singing. She came to his side with a wave of her hand and looked straight at him. In the next second, she changed her tune. In the brothel, she sang about meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Every step she took was filled with longing below the stage. "She won't recognize the old acquaintance on the stage," he said about the wedding night. Everyone congratulated the beauty and the talent. Didn't hear a sigh of love in the play. Usually, her acting skills were terrible, but her singing was quite good. Glancing back with a smile, it was probably nothing more than that. He lowered his eyes and drank the champagne in his glass. He had a good tolerance for alcohol, but at this moment, he seemed to be a little drunk. Gu Jiao looked at him with misty eyes. "If you go to ancient times, you will definitely be the top scholar." "Yes, the top scholar in martial arts." "Then I will be your wife, hee." She laughed like a little fool. The godfather. "Huh. You are so drunk that you don't even know what you're talking about." After another hour, Gu Jiao finally stopped. He thought that she was tired and stood up to clean up the place. Unexpectedly, she leaned in front of him with her hands behind her back. She raised her flushed face and looked at him without blinking. "I will tell you a secret. I like you." She spoke very softly, and there was a hint of drunkenness in her tone. The godfather was slightly stunned, but said in a normal tone, "You are drunk." The AI sounded. "Warm reminder. The medical system has detected that your heart rate is too fast. Do you need emergency treatment?" The godfather glared at the camera on the wall. Gu Jiao looked at him stubbornly. The godfather's expression didn't change at all. It was still as cold as snow. "Don't forget the rules of the organization." Gu Jiao said, "I like you secretly. I don't want them to find out." The godfather said coldly, "It is useless even if you like me. I will never be with you. Since you already knew, you should know that I have always been using you. I took the bullet for you because I needed you to live to prolong my own life one day." In the living room of the medical cabin, a song suddenly sounded. "I did not mean what I say. Did I make you sad? I am only using tough words to disguise my weakness. I did not mean to leave you out." The godfather's face darkened. Gu Jiao looked at him stubbornly. "I don't believe you." He walked past her coldly and said in a cold tone, "It is useless if you don't believe me. I will never like you." The song in the medical cabin changed. "Oh, yeah, I love you in my heart. I don't know what you were thinking. Oh, I love you in my heart." The godfather clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. The destroyer of worlds. He walked out of the living room without looking back, leaving Gu Jiao alone on the spot. The Terminator continued to court death. The song changed seamlessly. "For all the pain of love, for all the pain of hate, I can no longer differentiate between love and hate. Is this it? Blood and tears fall together. My heart is broken. My trembling hands cannot stop unforgivable. The Godfather couldn't take it anymore. He switched off the smart mode in a second. The Terminator. Oh, the Godfather went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. The heat in his body didn't dissipate for a long time. The people of the K93 galaxy had extremely long lifespans. Their genes didn't have a strong desire to reproduce. As a result, they didn't fall in love so easily. Moreover, the stronger a person was, the less likely it was to fall in love. So, had he become weaker, or had he been on this planet for too long and gradually been assimilated by them? He stood under the shower, and the cold water poured mercilessly on his toned body. He was 195 meters tall. Years of training had given him a body that could make one's blood boil. Chest muscles, 8-pack abs, Apollo's belt. Everything was just right. They contained vigorous strength, but they weren't exaggerated. Even the lines on his arms were tight and well-defined. After a full hour, he finally managed to suppress the heat of his passion. The medical cabin had a water circulation system, so he didn't have to worry about wasting water. However, it took too long. Was he so unsatisfied? What was even more tragic was that he had finally calmed down. As soon as he opened the hibernation chamber, he found that Gu Jiao had actually fallen asleep inside. This girl was so drunk that she couldn't recognize her own hibernation chamber. Terminator. He spoke, but the AI didn't respond. Only then did he remember that he had switched off the smart mode. He stared fixedly at the little girl who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness and lay down beside her without batting an eyelid. The hibernation chamber was quite spacious for one person to sleep in, so the two of them had to be close together. She lay on her side, her soft body pressed against his unbearable body. He felt the strangeness in his body and helplessly closed his eyes. That 1-hour cold shower was for nothing. Her fragrance was pervasive. It was like a drug that confused the mind. The more he resisted, the more it went into his bones. His exquisite Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. You slept in the wrong place. Don't blame me for being rude. He propped himself up and caressed her soft face. He lowered his head and kissed her domineeringly. Chapter 1009. Her lips were unbelievably soft. He originally wanted to just have a taste, but who knew that it would get out of hand? Gu Jiao was awakened by his kiss and groaned in a daze. Inadvertent teasing was the most fatal. He almost threw away his armor when she was whispering. He restrained himself and let go of her. His chest was heaving up and down, and his breathing was short. If it wasn't for the dim light in the hibernation chamber and Gu Jiao being so drunk, he would probably be able to see her slightly red face. Gu Jiao looked at the handsome face close to her with blurred eyes. She raised her slender fingers and pinched his hot cheeks. She said drunkenly, "Why am I still dreaming about this?" She pinched, and pinched again. He allowed her little hands to mess around on his face. His heart slowly calmed down. She was drunk. He really shouldn't take advantage of her at this time. He planned to lie back down, but who knew that Gu Jiao would grab his collar and look at him fiercely. He didn't know what she was doing, so he could only let her grab him. She was so drunk that she should be asleep, but her eyes were wide open. She looked at him very seriously, as if she was trying to discern whether he was real or fake. "No, it's not a dream," she said in surprise. "You secretly kissed me?" he said without changing his expression. "This is my hibernation chamber. You came in by yourself." Gu Jiao blinked. The effect of the alcohol was still there. Her head was buzzing, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this logic. "Wait, it still wasn't right," she said seriously. "There's more than one hibernation chamber." He said, "I recognize the bed." The inexperienced Gu Jiao was successfully led astray by him. "So, it seems like I'm wrong. Then, could it be that I took the initiative just now?" He forced himself to look at her calmly. "You said you liked me before lying in my hibernation chamber. What do you think?" Gu Jiao looked down. She changed her grip on his collar from 2 hands to 4 small fingers. She only pinched a little. She felt very guilty. After a while, she closed her eyes. "I'm asleep. Godfather, The godfather looked at her face that was pretending to be asleep. His eyes scanned her facial features and finally landed on her swollen lips that he had kissed. In the end, he couldn't hold on her and kissed her again. Gu Jiao looked at him with her watery eyes. I didn't take the initiative this time. He lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of her lips. In a hoarse voice, he said, "It's me. Are you sober?" Gu Jiao, she nodded. He placed his hands on her sides and stared at her deeply. Suddenly, he opened the hibernation chamber and carried her out. Gu Jiao, she curled her lips and said, "You've already kissed me. Why are you still putting me back?" He didn't stop when he passed by her hibernation chamber. Gu Jiao, she was stunned. He carried her out of the medical cabin and walked all the way to the second floor of the villa. He came to her room and imprisoned her on the soft bed. Her unique fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. He could feel his blood surging, and even his heart, which had always been calm and indifferent, was beating twice as fast. Gu Jiao, she wasn't any better than him. She stared at him blankly. His cold eyes were tinged with desire. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead, and his exquisite Adam's apple moved. Gu Jiao, she felt drunk again. The moonlight that night was very beautiful, but she felt that he was better than the moonlight. In a daze, she heard him say, "When you graduate, I'll take you away from the organization." She remembered that she had said yes, they would leave together. Unfortunately, that day didn't come. In a dark secret room, Gu Jiao, she was lying on the cold operating table. She had been injected with drugs and neurotoxins. The neurotoxins were to prevent her from losing control, and the drugs were to erase her memory bit by bit. A red light lit up on the instrument at the side. A man in a surgical gown looked at the data on the monitor and said, "This is the maximum dose. She'll become a fool if we inject her again." On the side, another doctor in a surgical gown paused and said, "The last dose. No, the risk is too high. She's still useful to the organization." The higher-ups didn't say that she should be disabled. Then half a dose. Gu Jiao, she completely fainted after the last dose. In September the next year, Gu Jiao, Shi, Xiaoheng, Long Yi, and Chongjing crossed the ice field and went to Dark Knight Island. This year, the ice field seemed to be colder than the previous years. On the way, they encountered a snowstorm, which caused the young couple to be separated from Long Yi and Chongjing. It was strange. In such a heavy snowstorm, Xiaoheng drove the direwolf in the right direction. Every time, his body emitted a cold aura that was different from the imperial court. The two arrived at Dark Knight Island first. 2 days later, Chongjing and Long Yi also arrived. Gu Jiao, she was very surprised. Chongjing and Long Yi are both people of Dark Knight Island. They have been with the direwolf since childhood. You're actually faster than them. Being praised by his wife, Xiaoheng was very proud in his heart. But soon he couldn't be proud, because Gu Jiao, she went to see that man again. He knew that accompanying Long Yi back and accompanying Chongjing to visit relatives were all excuses. She came to sweep that man's grave. Yes, that man died miserably. In order to plant the living purple grass, he didn't hesitate to be buried in Dark Knight Island and used his flesh and blood as nourishment. But she always thought about him in her heart. He was also very jealous. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and inserted his hands into the warm hands. His face was dark, and his legs were shaking nonstop. Chongjing came over with a plate of washed fruits and asked him, "Do you want to eat?" No. He expressionlessly refused. He wasn't in the mood to eat. From his angle, he could clearly see the direction of the cemetery. Gu Jiao, she braved the biting cold wind and cleaned the snow on the grave. She was very serious and didn't care that her hands were cold and red. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth. After shaking his left leg, he shook his right leg. His small eyes were cold. Chongjing gorged herself on the fruits. Xiaoheng glanced at him. "Don't you know how to help? You only know how to eat. Don't you see how cold her hands are? If you help her, she won't have to pay tribute to that man. You really don't know how to share the burden of your future brother-in-law. I don't want you to be my brother-in-law. You're out." Chongjing ate by herself, but she didn't forget to leave half for Feng Wuxiu. She had promised Feng Wuxiu that she would bring back some fruits, fish, and prawns from Dark Knight Island on the way back to Zhao country. Longy. Xiao Hong looked at the hand of Gu Jiao, which was completely red from the cold, and angrily said, she was already an adult, but she didn't know how to care for herself. What would happen if Long Yi did this kind of thing? Long Yi was in the secret room and couldn't hear Xiao Heng's voice. Xiao Heng swore that he was definitely not curious. He simply wanted to call Long Yi out to work. He indifferently stood up and gracefully brushed off the snowflakes on his robe. Then, he coldly walked into the secret room behind the study. The passage in the secret room was already opened by a small medicine box. This was the first time Xiao Heng had come here. The corridor was pitch black, and there was an unlocked door at the end. White blazing light illuminated the area, adding a bit of mystery. A strange feeling welled up in the bottom of Xiao Heng's heart. He was sure that this was his first time here, but for some reason, he didn't feel unfamiliar. He pushed open the unlocked door. Long, he was sitting cross-legged on the colorful floor. He was holding a photo album in his hand. In the photo album, there were only 3 people: his godfather, her previous life, and infant Long Mengmeng. When he was a child, he was very weak. He was unable to leave the healing chamber and was also unable to grow. It was his father who gave him a lot of his blood. Only then did he wake up in the healing chamber. Xiao Heng arrived behind Long. He had no intention of peeping at other people's privacy. He didn't look at the thing in Long Yi's hand, rather asked, "Why are you in a daze?" "Didn't you hear me? I miss him," Long Yi honestly said. Who he was, it was self-evident. Xiao Heng dangerously narrowed his eyes. Very good, Long Yi had also started. Xiao Heng endured the sea of jealousy in his heart and looked all around. He discovered that all the doors were open except for the wooden door on the right side. He subconsciously asked, "Why is that door closed?" Long Yi smoothly said, "Oh, that is Father's hibernation chamber. Only he can enter." After he finished speaking, he realized that Xiao Heng had arrived. This room had a security system. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, they would be attacked. Long Yi woke up from his dream. He quickly put down the photo album and stood up. He wanted to block Xiao Heng behind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The green light of the detector had already landed on Xiao Heng's body. The source light flickered twice, and an ice-cold mechanical voice slowly resounded. "Unknown intruder detected. Do you want to eliminate him?" System pause. System error. System restart. The last time Gu Jiao came here, she also encountered the same situation. In the end, accompanied by the mechanical voice of system overload, the system crashed. Long Yi thought that this was also the same kind of malfunction. Who would have thought that the AI prompt of system overload wouldn't resound? Instead, system authentication. System restart. Re-authentication. Authentication complete. Marshall, long time no see. End of text. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.